At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's week 3, day 2. We're about to wrap up yet another week, but yesterday it was full of surprise. So let's see if we got any more up our sleeves. My name is Alexandra Sharon-Maya. I will be your host today, but I'm not alone. You know the drill. Let's introduce our desk for today. It is the return of someone who was there yesterday, initializing for the first time in 2024. Rudut, how are you doing?
Doing good. I'm excited to be here. I've already ruined you because I haven't done one of your favourite segments, and I've just completely failed it. So I already know that the host isn't on my side for today.
I mean, he's just broke.
Yeah, well,
That's all it
okay,
is.
that's fine. I'll just
Even
be broke
more.
for the entire show.
Yeah.
How are you feeling,
Dude, by the way,
Initializer?
you're looking I'm doing very good. I feel like we should have coordinated our styles a bit better here, guys. We got Armstrong with, the slickest waistcoat and tie combo. I'm here with, Berlin black leather jacket, and there's Rude Dude with, hoodie and a polo.
Guys,
So
it's
what's
cold.
going on, guys?
It's cold. It is cold in the UK today. The hoodie is needed, all right?
Yeah, it's not exactly warm over here, actually.
It's not warm
pretty
over here
freezing.
as well, man. It's just about the arms.
It's cold.
Yes.
Stop. Okay, Arsham's one up to me again. He's in cold conditions and he still looks good.
It's not hard, dude. You know, just assume he's got a 2-up on you at any given moment.
I do, and that's what keeps me in check the majority of
What a
time.
lovely beginning for today. I have some special surprises for you guys, but let's introduce the casters, the ones who are going to be screaming at Summon's Rift. It is Veteran and the Mouseless Person.
Oh, come on. I've got a name. Archie. Cold? I'm here in Hawaiian shirt, Rude Dude. What are you talking about, man?
Yeah, you're in the same building.
Yes!
Yeah, they're in
What?
the same place. Yeah, yeah.
Exposed!
Rooted is weak. You're always my favourite middle cop. You're always my favourite.
I knew it.
How are we feeling for today, gentlemen?
I'm really excited. Well, I'm hoping that today goes a little bit better for me in terms of the predictions, because I did do a little bit of a 0-4 yesterday, which hopefully we're not going to be talking about that too much more. But excited to see Venom Crest actually at the top of the table. That's absolutely crazy. I wonder if they can keep up their streak.
Yep, on that note, I think we should be deciding match of the days based on the predictions, because the first game is by far the most important. There's a split of everyone just putting 5 points on Venom Crest or on Verdant. That means there's going to be a 10-way split between them at the end of that one match. That will be basically insurmountable based on all the predictions everywhere else. So, first game of the day, I am mega hyped for. Based on that, I'm going to be very happy, very ecstatic the rest of the day, or you're going to expeditiously have to get a replacement.
It's funny because it's going to be the first day, so either we get a happy veteran or a depressed veteran. But okay, let's jump back into the desk because we have some things we need to talk about. Just as we... Continue, please. Let me know.
Just before we move on, because I think there was something really beautiful
Ah.
there. I think someone, for the first time ever, said that Middlecott was their favourite, and that's a really beautiful statement, because I don't think anyone's ever said that before.
And that's
Or ever
how
will
you know
again.
that
So,
Veteran lies
that's-
on air.
I
Right
know.
there. Nobody could ever be...
So you woke up and you chose violence. I love
Yes, absolutely.
it. Well, talking about violence, let's look into the leaderboard of our predictions, because we got a lot to discuss.
This does
Meanwhile,
incite violence. Very
somehow-
frequently.
Yes, it does. Oh, Duckling. Oh.
No, don't look at that. Don't leave him alone. Leave him alone.
Don't look one up either. Don't look any higher.
Oh my
the space above that, you don't need to see that one either.
There's still a battle.
Thank you, production.
The best thing about these predictions is no matter how far we go into the split, it's always tied up. It's always a close one. In one day, everything can go downhill. Eragon was on 22 points yesterday. Look at him.
Wow.
So I love this. You know what? Since we've been testing each other with predictions and our knowledge of the game, let's bring that knowledge a little bit higher. Let's play a game, shall we, gentlemen?
Yes. Yes.
The
That's a
game
jigsaw of you.
of today, it's called Who Am I? Art Edition. So this is quite simple. We have in front of you 8 items, and you're like, wait, do I need to find the names of the... What is this game? This is quite simple. So I need you to find something in your desk that you can raise up so you're the first one to guess, okay? That's the first step. Anything. You can raise Middlecott's mouse. He doesn't have one.
I have a sand timer.
I love that one.
I have AA batteries.
We can work with that.
Could you put them in a clock, and then we could have like a race between various timing
A zillion
implements?
race, zillion versus Echo. So what happens now is the first one to raise their item will be the first one to answer. What I'm gonna say is an Orn item, and you have to tell me which one of those below it belongs to. Okay. So it's the other way around. I don't want to know the Orn item's name.
Just before we get into this,
the normal item. Yes.
I'm certainly struggling based off these icons for at least one of these names, period. Like what the base name is. So this is going to be good fun.
Lamau?
Even better. Even better. I love it. First item will be Ataraxia. Okay, initialize.
I believe that's opportunities upgrade, isn't it?
You want to lock in?
Yeah.
I'm glad you did so, because it's wrong. Rudu, do you want to take a hint at that one?
You see? Alright, I'm going to guess that it is Malignance's upgrade.
Oh, that was a good one. It's hubris, by the way. It's not.
No. It was hubris. I was deciding between the two.
It doesn't matter now. You have to get into the first one.
Okay.
So now for the second one. So far, no points. By the way, everybody at home, please let me know which item do you think it is. Just for your, just for your pleasure and entertainment. Second item is certainty. Okay, Rudut.
Surely that's Opportunity's upgrade.
Aha! It is correct, my dude. So I'll give you 2 points because you're really fast.
Oh, yeah, easy.
I decided
I'm
points,
doomed.
I don't know. The third one is going to be called, it's a simple one. Enmity of the Masses. Okay, initialize.
I believe that's going to be Malignant.
And that is 2 points for you, initialize. It is a tie-up because you were fast as well. For the fourth one...
I just guessed because it was similar to a
Really?
Malignant. Yeah, legit.
You can tell when I don't know because my face just kind of turns to a picture and then Sam's always there. Yeah, I got this one. I can't fake if I do or don't know.
Fourth one. Force of Arms.
Yep.
Oh, initialize.
I believe that is the hex plate that I've forgotten. It's the hex plate, whatever the full name of that item is. The one on the left.
The one on the left, the first one?
So it's hex plate, yeah, the one next to Ludens.
So the first one, is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
So you don't know the name of that one though?
It's hex plate something. I just know it's hex plate.
I'm not gonna take that one because it's wrong anyway. Yeah, I mean just
I will guess, important one,
Yes.
that it is the upgrade to Sundered Sky.
Oh, that is an amazing guess because it's wrong, so no points for any of you. It is called Luden's Companion. Force of Arms, it's Luden's Companion. We gotta be honest, the person who did the Arms items probably read a lot of Shakespeare. Let's go to the next one. This is an easy one. Heaven's Fall.
Yeah,
Oh, there you go. It is...
Sundered Sky.
2 points for you, initialize. That was a fast, that was a good one. Sundered Sky. You gotta keep up, dude. This is your opportunity, because the next one, it's called Hope Adrift. Yes.
Unending Despair.
It is correct, my dude. It's 4 tied up. You guys are keeping it a tie one. Okay. We still have 2 more to go. Swordnado.
Yep.
Rudut kind of lifted up first. You said it, but you lifted. Yeah. Which one is it?
That is Voltaic Cyclosword's upgrade.
It is Voltaic Cycle Sword, which means you get 2 points, making it a 4 and 6. Initialize. This is your last opportunity to either tie it up or get the lead.
I know
somehow.
what it is. There's only one option.
I don't answer
The
the
last
option.
one, it's called... Wait. Wait, I didn't say anything. Calm down.
But I know which one it is. Experimental hex plate.
Wait,
Actually,
you said what? You said what?
Experimental hex plate.
You got it correct. You got it correct.
Also, Sam doesn't know what the name of it is anyway. So
Actually,
he tried that one earlier, and he didn't
Fair.
get the name.
Yeah, well, I take that point. That's fair.
Well,
Yes.
dude, you won a game. This is beautiful. First time on a desk already with a game win. How are you feeling?
Honestly, I'm over the moon. This is the highlight of the week, easily. So, carry on. Let's keep it going.
Your week must be quite dull.
Wow.
I've had a week on holiday from my actual.
I'm not
IRL.
bitter.
I
I'm not
believe
bitter,
the
guys. It's
highlight of
fine.
the week was yesterday. So let's talk about the games of yesterday. They were lovely. We got a lot of surprises.
yes.
That's why all predictions went south. But what should we highlight, Initialize?
Let's start with that first game of yesterday because a player that has been much maligned in Shift put on an absolute shift yesterday and smurfed on the Viego. Dude picked up 15 kills, and I think we've gotten some highlight reels of this because this is a guy who has been known for falling behind early, for drifting a lot of kills, and then kind of falling out of a game. This time around, he gets things going early. He links up super well, particularly with Person, to really start the Viego reset comp going early on. It's not that clean, guys. It does get a little messy, but the fact is DMG were willing to brawl. They brought members to it, and Shift got the gold to make it happen. You start seeing players around like this blue buff, and it gets close, but the fact he gets away with this, steals the bodies and keeps on going and puts natives behind is kind of mad to begin with. Yes, it got close. No, it wasn't the cleanest ever, but the fact we were looking for repeated invades, repeated skirmishes with members there and a Viego who can do that felt really good. Now, was it the best thing ever? No. Nulu in particular did a lot of work on the Orianna and it got a bit scary and the game was close. But the fact we're fighting here and catching people out on the other side of the map does feel really good from DMG.
Yeah, and Shift, right? Obviously, you mentioned that he had a really ropey start to the split. I actually think that the fourth game that we saw him play as well from the end of week 2, actually not the worst performance from him in terms of what we had come to expect from DMG. So an upward swing for Shift for sure. And I think that yesterday was just the perfect example of it. While we're talking about yesterday and DMG specifically, want to quickly, because I don't know how many more times we're going to get a chance to do it. Give an honourable shout out to Cabs up in that top lane. Came in as a substitute on very short notice, doesn't play top lane, and did own duty absolutely flawlessly, right? Played top lane versus a Trundle, which is nobody's first wish ever, but did the job, went to those team fights, went to those skirmishes as you highlighted earlier, Initialize, and put up or shut up on that tank and did a beautiful job to help DMG close it out.
And I think that kind of adds even more kind of madness to this, because again, you saw even within the game, it wasn't clean from DMG. There were points where they were dying, they were giving away kills, the fact that this Trundle became... He took a Nexus turret split pushing at some point in this game, but even so, the fact that we were seeing a lot more proactivity, a lot more decisiveness in the plays is a really good sign. There's stuff to work on there, even if there were a couple, like, bits of grime on that otherwise shiny bit of silverware they won for a game yesterday.
So this is one of the highlights you want to bring in as the jungler stepped up yesterday, but we got another one, don't we, Rudud?
Yeah, we're actually really looking forward to Lion Screech Jungler, and I know that we've got a lot of B-roll, and I know that Initialize actually got a really strong sentiment that he wants to put across for Johan here, so I'm going to let him take the reins.
Yeah, thank you. I will give you it just a moment after, but of course, me and Aragon were talking about this in-game. I literally came in to sub in for Hitbrain, of course, feeling a bit poorly yesterday, and a lot of what we saw was fantastic Lucian team play. Of course, Jinjo had a great game on the champion, but the big thing here is Lucian is a team pick. Much like a Kalista, you have to make sure it works as a team. Johan's counter ganks on this Maokai put Jolbu, who's on a Nocturne, which should make the Lucian's life really tricky in stepping forwards because the Nocturne can join at any moment, so much easier. The counter gank here was really, really clutch. And we start seeing the fact that you do start to be able to move around this Lucian, move around these picks, and make sure that actually your flank walls are set up in the mid-game, partly because the Maokai sat off to a side, making sure you can throw an ultimate down if anyone dares to try and counter against the Lucian, and really, really set it up for success. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, and I think that the important part for Johan as well is that it's that return to form. We look back in week 1, he absolutely destroyed Shift, who we highlighted earlier. You know, I remember him invading on Xin Zhao, taking away Shift's life at a wolf camp very, very early on. And then week 2, Johan and Lions Creed all kind of fumbled together and really didn't look like the Lions Creed were expecting. But then yesterday, there was a brief instance around a couple of groups fights where they kind of forgot how to sync up, but then all of a sudden Johan turned it back on, came back to the sort of spring MVP that we had from last year, and we were like, okay, this is why Johan has been brought in. This is the kind of jungle that we're expecting from him.
So keep your eyes on the junglers as we have to move on, because let's bygones be bygones. Let's see it today what's going to happen, because we need to see the schedule. what do we have in store? Because not only was Veteran talking about the first game of the day, which is going to be messing with predictions a lot, but it's an important one. Venom Crest versus Verdant, followed up by Lions Creed versus Natives, an amazing one as well. North versus Lightside, which is the match of the day in DMG versus Ruddy. This is going to be ending up our week 3. But from these games, which one do you highlight?
I think a lot of people are obviously going to highlight particularly the first two, but for me, obviously, as we bring up this matchup here, which of course is a bit of a Nordic showdown, my eyes also turn to that last game though, because you've got yourself the 2 last place teams who, yes, they DMG showed a lot more, and Ruddy, even in some of their losses, have been at least fighting back, and we've seen good individual plays and players, even if as a coordinated unit, they've sometimes fallen apart when it matters at this level. But I do think that match could be quite key if either of those teams want to make a late run for a playoff spot. I mean, the standings aren't that far apart yet. Taking down your direct rival in the scoreline would be a huge, huge deal.
Yeah, that last game certainly one to keep your eyes on, but the match of the day, of course, Nord versus Lumbus Lightside. I think 2 teams that came in with very different expectations, but that have somehow found themselves, generally speaking, in the same areas of the scoreboard or of the standings. Going to be a very interesting matchup to see whether or not sort of pre-season expectations are to be upheld, or if we're throwing a lot of caution to the wind at this stage. We're about to finish out the round robin, right? This is the end of week 3, so the teams have only got 1 game to play before we finish off the round robin after today, and we're really going to get to see how that standings board has fleshed out. I think the Lightside have done a really good job, specifically for me, at showcasing that they're more than just a Division 2 promotee.
So you got the sense of what's going to happen. So tell me what's going to happen through Twitter. Head on to the Twitter of NLC to join in the giveaway of a Steel Cities wireless mouse. Look at this beautiful mouse, Steel Cities Aerox 5 wireless mouse. Every single week, you jump onto Twitter, you put in your predictions, and if you're the best, you'll get the mouse. And if you get the mouse, you're not allowed to go again. So this is to give an opportunity for Middlecott to actually have a shot at that one. But according to his predictions, I don't think he's gonna get that mouse. No,
This week it's up for somebody else. Middlecott is not winning this week. So an 0-4 yesterday.
I think so.
This split,
yeah. I think it's also important, guys, that when he eventually comes on screen, he's going to try and convince you all, like, in your predictions. Don't listen to him. He's a bad actor. He's got ulterior motives, namely that his own mouse is like a necromantic construct that shouldn't work. But here we are. Got some predictions, and actually that first game was some serious splits. Veteran called it out earlier, but look at that.
Okay, Rudu, you're the only one going for Verdant, so defend yourself. Let's keep this one on our screen, but defend yourself.
Okay, so I'm actually really excited by Verdant's bot lane, and that may seem a little bit out of left field, because I think there are definitely other areas of Verdant that have got more star power. Erol in particular, the mid lane, has always been one of my favourites. But Gooby and PlayStation, me and Middlecott did like a thought experiment earlier today where we were looking at the best supports in the league, and we came near PlayStation in the sort of top half conversation. And for me, I've been really excited by what PlayStation has been putting out, and I'm on a certain wavelength. There's a lot of eye test that's going into it. The intangibles are certainly there, but I've been fairly on board with what Verdant's bot lane have been looking to pump out, and I think that versus Venom Crest, who, you know, don't get me wrong, right up there with a high chance at coming away with a victory, but I think that their bot lane play enough volatile things that the more so tenure of Gooby and PlayStation may be able to give them an advantage.
But you're defending them so much, and look at your predictions. You're going 3-3-3-3.
Yeah, I thought I was onto some new wave right now with these predictions, and then Middlecott did the exact same thing. For those that don't know, all of our predictions are anonymous this split, so like none of us can copy one another between the casters. I thought this is like the first day that I've ever done 3-3-3-3, and that's because I didn't know how to predict any of these games more than the other. So you guys that have gone for 5 in game 1, I think are crazy, because
4,
this is
in fairness.
Yeah, well, that's more crazy than I've gone, Sam. So that's
you know
more
what,
so
Sam?
on you than me.
We are on the same page. But let's talk about the first one. He defended himself, Venom Crest versus Verdant. We're about to jump into Champion Select, but let me know, where do you think my eyes should be inside of the Rift?
I think you've got to keep eyes on the jungles plus supports, but for this one, I'm going to put it on the jungle. And that's mainly because both become litmus tests for their teams. If Zubac falls behind, the machine of Venom Crest looks a lot less well-oiled. Saw a little bit yesterday. Lenny had to pull off a little bit of magic in the top side to help stabilize things before that Lilia got rolling again after a really nice invade from a Xin Sao. On the other side, Yulbu, really, really key for helping that team get rolling. I think Verdant are a relatively well-rounded team in general, but I do think he's a good enough jungler, and if he can track and keep Zubac in threat, that could be a really big in for Verdant, especially, as Rudu was saying, if PlayStation can join up with.
So bans are out, Rudu. It's about to get to the third one. What else can we expect in terms of picks in bans? Obviously, a lot of them, especially that Viego, which is such an important factor for Venom Crest. But apparently, Ezreal is gaining some trust and fame in NLC.
So the big one here is, of course, Painful played this mid yesterday. So just remember that can be a flex. I think the Senna takeaway to prevent that kind of duo that they ran yesterday makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, and remember, it was Paggi that ended up playing that down in the bot lane as well. It was Deadhound, Tom Kench, bot lane carry, you know, not typically in every AD carry's wheelhouse, but it's good to see from Venom Crest that they've got this versatility, and I think that that's half of the reason I give them so much credit as a team, because they've actually got carries everywhere. Last week, me and Initialize were casting the game, and Lenny had an insane Yone performance. Yesterday, default to Cassante, I'll do the job that needs to be done. If, you know, it's a tank, it's a tank. So Venom Crest have always had that versatility, and of course Painful playing Ezreal in the mid lane yesterday shows that as well.
And again, the fact that it is something they feel they can first pick says quite a lot as well, because obviously Ezreal did get some changes coming into this patch, and that's partly why we've seen a few players try and play at mid lane to make success. I actually did throw a bit of a joke tweet out after Aragon was like in the green room saying, I hate this champion, I don't think he's really good. And then I kind of like atted Dragtar, of course, really big Ezreal player in the EU server, and there's a lot of content on it. He was saying, look, there's a reason for that. It's because this requires you to be just better than me, effectively. And Painful kind of hit the skill ceiling required. They've decided against going for Lilia this time, though. They've gone towards a Nocturne, which means you can play towards a side lane and to some of this dive pretty well. So a bit of a different look already for Venom Crest, even if we have seen some similarities in drafting style.
Second phase of bans, yeah, tell me.
To the Senna pairings getting banned away. I don't think that Xin Zhao or Nara are going to be joining that Senna down in the bot lane.
Unlikely.
So Venom Crest, yeah, quite rightly, I think need to take away some of those common pairings. We've already seen the Tom Kench taken away. One of my favourites for bot lane is actually Cho'Gath. For those that want a free laning phase, Ashe Cho'Gath bot lane. I'm just putting that out there. You go Ashe support, Cho'Gath carry.
Why would you put that into the world?
Because it needs to be said. I can't keep this source contained. I need to let it out, alright? And Senna Cho'Gath by extension.
Mute him. Get him gone before he does worse things to the server.
But that's an important name to bring up. Ashe has been banned most of the game, especially yesterday. She's still up. Swine is an amazing pair as well. You can farm and you can destroy an entire team fight. But Ashe is still available.
Gooby plays it.
Can you see it in any of these compositions?
I think you could still put the Ashe in for Venom Crest, either as a support with the Ezreal to have a lot of really ugly level 1 poke, or to just have it bot lane and have the Ezreal mid. So definitely a consideration still. I think if you do run the Ashe, particularly as a support here into Ornn, it's pretty. It could be miserable. Yeah. It could well be the Ornn bot lane. You're right. It could still go top. Doxy plays it. The last time I saw the Ornn bot lane was when Keria was playing it over on T1, and it looked absolutely disgusting.
It could also
be
Ornn
we'll see
mid.
whether that's the option.
Ornn mid was a thing in the past as well. There are so many options. My eyes are... I'm leaning toward Gnar being top lane.
Yes.
If the Xin Zhao doesn't go jungle, then I think that Verdant have chalked the draft instantly. So it's where this Ornn goes, whether it fills in the bot lane or whether it goes into that mid lane. And I think that they're waiting here for Venom Crest to reveal this Ezreal, whether or not it's a flex. They do so by picking out this Nico. And now we kind of get to see what Paggi has. Bard fits within that wheelhouse. His last 2 games were Pyke and Senna. I'm not expecting Nautilus anytime soon, you know? That's not the vibes I'm getting from this player.
He is a... excuse me. Consummate roamer. This is a guy we've seen, when he gets the chance, link up with Zubac at any given opportunity. His placement on the map has been fantastic. I know, again, me and Aragon were having this discussion yesterday, saying, look, I just think he's in the right place at the right time all the time. He is so good at finding times to roam. Bard is one of the premier champions of doing that. And of course, if you've got an Ezreal in the bot lane, he's one of the safer AD carries to leave alone in a bot side if you are planning to not spend that much time in lane. Makes a lot of sense when you got the Nocturne as well. That jungle support from Venom Crest can certainly do a lot of damage if they can start linking up at that level 6 mark.
So at this point, we finished the champion select. We're about to jump into the first game. It is Verdant on Venomcrest Shadow, looking and fencing that first place that Venomcrest currently has. Meanwhile, we should toss it to the casters. We have Veteran on one side, and someone should have adopted a cat because now he doesn't have a mouse. It's Millocott.
That was smooth.
What?
That was smooth.
I genuinely, I need to get a new mouse because my mental health cannot cope
You
with
have
all
to
of this going on.
appreciate the mechanics by which you have been insulted here, though. That was
The
very
creativity
smooth
is
transition.
very, very impressive.
Yeah.
But
The
it's quite
creativity
similar.
on Verdant, right?
A little bit, actually. I mean, I think we're seeing some stuff that we're quite familiar with for them, but there's a lot of key picks I think that Verdant are picking up for themselves that they're very, very comfortable with. I know the E-roll on the Cassiopeia, this is one of his big favourite champions, but I think overall, looking at this Verdant draft, this is a selection of champions that do need a bit of time to get online, Veteran.
Possibly, yeah, but they do have that time, because when you have Senna plus Ornn both on bot lane, that's quite unbreakable. Into the Bard Ezreal, you don't pick that as a heavy laning pick. Maybe you can do something with Bard level 1, but generally you pick the Bard with the Ezreal because you get so much free roam time, and the Ezreal is much less vulnerable than, say, a low mobility champion would be down there. So that's a pick designed elsewhere. So on Senna gets that time. Can you deny Cassiopeia her time, right? Can you deny Gnar his time? I think on the Gnar angle, right, Cassante is going to be about as useful with or without, is a very strong champ, but my question becomes, where is all the damage coming from? You have really good single target burst from the Nico, you have good follow-up from the Ezreal there, you have good sustain damage overall with the Ezreal, but you don't have, as a composition, immense sustain damage, or as a composition, immense enough burst, and you have to deal with a Senna, with a Cassio, with traditionally quite tanky champions, backed up by that Senna for sustain, and you know, that Nocturne, I like it as a pick in some regards, but the Senna is going to make his job very, very, very difficult as well later. If I was post-draft betting it, I'd feel very confident if I'd slammed all 5 points on Verdant right now. So let's see if they can execute.
Yeah, I think the foil to that, though, is when I look at this Venomcrest composition, this does very much feel like their bread and butter. We've got Zubac on a sort of bridging jungler that, if it gets a couple kills, can really take over the game. And I think Pagi, like we've already alluded to, is going to be freed up to make those roams and impact the rest of the map too.
Yeah, Pazzi, my big player of the game last time that I was on the desk, on that Pike, absolutely insane. One thing though, that composition, very, very similar sustain composition to the one that we're looking at here from Verdant. So if any team would know how to play into this, it is going to be Venomcrest. They're the only other team uniquely placed to play these kinds of compositions. They have done it, they know the strengths of it, they know the timer, but that also means that they'll feel the pressure.
Yeah, and sort of, just before we go into games, sort of apart from the drafts and apart from what we're seeing in terms of champions, what an amazing start to the split Venomcrest have actually had for themselves. I think coming in this year, I looked at this roster, and I know a lot of people were looking at this roster not really expecting much to come from it, but I think the thing that's impressed me most is not just the high level of individual performances, but the fact that they've been able to gel so quickly and play as a cohesive unit up against teams with a lot more experience than these guys have.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the fact that these guys have been able to play the game so well as a 5-man lineup makes me compare them to kind of the LEC's Mad Lions, for example, right? They were also a team where individually, a lot of people weren't expecting them to be able to pull off a lot of insane stuff. But when they came in, through having such a strong 5-man plan every game and focusing so heavily on that and adapting eventually when they were challenged by BDS, they've been able to be really strong. And Venomcrest for me is that equivalent that we have here. The best team is always the one that wins, and the best team is not as simple as the team built up by the best individuals. Though inevitably, everybody ends up making that mistake. It's about how these guys are working together rather than that they're all like S-tier players in themselves, and that should be lauded. Not everyone's a team player, you know? Look in any League of Legends solo queue game and you'll be amazed we make teams at all.
Yeah, there are some creatures existing in high elo that maybe you wouldn't anticipate to work well in teams, maybe don't even work that well in teams. But regardless, we are on to the Rift for the first game of today. We have talked a little bit about Venom Crest, but important to also note that if Verdant get the win today, then they would be joint first, at least for the first half of today.
Yep. Fleet footwork out on the Bard. Pretty good if you are planning to do a lot of harassment in the opening levels, but look, he's landing a lot of autos. The few that are being landed back are doing much more damage. I do like the TP match, right? So typically, you look to do bot lane teleports if you're into like a hard poke lane, like Caitlyn Karma, stuff like this, where you know you're going to get a really bad back at some point, so you have to recall and then TP back to not lose a ton of waves. Here, they know Gooby is going to go for TP. They know the plan here is to play around other lanes. They know that that's the best use of Senna plus Ornn. And so Ezreal's taken this teleport to match, and knowing that he doesn't necessarily need another combat summoner against their combo. Obviously though, Gooby, with the Unsealed Spellbook, will have the option to go for those combat summoners a bit later on. But for now, it's a really good pickup by them. They do understand the composition they are into, and it looks like Venom Crest, from all of their autos early, are going to get the opening crash in and try to get some control around bot side, maybe transition that later into something bigger.
Yeah, both our junglers did do a leashless start on the bottom side. Doxy has placed a ward in Zubak's top side, so the Nocturne is going to be spotted out, and I think Venom Crest can assume that Jolbu is going to be taking a similar path. But if we are talking about the junglers, Veteran, what do we want to see them doing? Obviously, in this season, we got a lot of objectives on the map with the Void Grubs coming through and obviously early dragons that you can play towards. Should Verdant be focusing towards those objectives, or should they be allowing their scaling to sort of take precedent?
So with Verdant, I think you just want to be matching, right? So long as you match and delay the game that way, the game will be in your favor. When it's a scaling composition, your jungler just wants to match enemy jungler. He's not looking to trade sides or anything like that, because it's not about acceleration on any particular point. It's about just making sure the game goes on for as long as possible. Nocturne would typically, as an individual champion, just want to do a full farm here, maybe even do like a buffless clear, into reverse clear, into those early Kevins. But this game, he is aware that there is a likelihood for some volatility in these lanes. Bot lane has to be autoing and pressuring permanently if they want to be useful at all. Mid lane needs to have similar levels of freedom. So,
flash fall from Zubak. Jolbu going to respond and just about break the tether. Is going to opt back in as E-Roll is rotating over from the mid lane. PlayStation also moving up. Bard's going to be here in a second, but he's not there in time. It's first blood for E-Roll on the Cassiopeia, and he picks up a blue buff from the exchange. Painful has stood a little bit too far forward and has to flash away himself.
Yep, Ornn, by the way, was coming out on the bot side there. You can't see him on the screen, but you can see him on the minimap, because on that reset, Senna Ornn, they were able to get bot lane shoved in, and that teleport, Deadhound saved it, Ornn did not.
Oh, Lenny. Doxy actually going to hop over his head. Both top laners getting down to double-digit HPs. Not a lot of mana here left on Lenny, and Doxy about to go mega. Could try and force him out. Zubak there on the rotation up. Probably just going to be covering any aggression from the Verdant top laner rather than going for a kill himself.
Yep, Doxy. So Lenny was able to be on about 200 HP versus about 70 for Doxy, but the moment Mega Gnar's in, a lot of that HP just comes right back up. Zubak did show that... Oh, wait. Huh. I just figured Zubat Nocturne. I don't know. Maybe there's something there.
Don't send the lies after us, I promise. Oh, Jolbu. He's found out Pagi. No flash actually available for the Bard here. Not going to hit on the Cosmic Binding, and it's another kill going down in favor of Verdant, almost in exactly the same place as last time. And well, we were saying that Verdant didn't need to get off to a quick start in the early game. They've already got 2 kills, and they're going to be able to trade this dragon for the grubs.
Yep, this one Infernal is going to be really big for them as well. A lot of good scalings on that composition. 2 big critical ones, right? The Cassiopeia and the Senna are going to very much enjoy this singular Infernal. Jolbu, back when he was in the World Cup, back when he was in Div 2, he was a master at doing these kinds of matching playstyles as jungle. He's very, very good at tracking opponents. He's very, very good at playing according to his objective. Now that he's been given the lead, he's going to try to push it as much as he possibly can.
And it's good stuff to see from Verdant. I think if we've had any particular criticism for Verdant this split, it's that they have been a little bit slow. We're not quite talking about Nord time, but haven't really been able to get off to the races as quickly as they would have liked. So, nice bit of development from them. E-Roll could be in a little bit of danger, though, as Job was actually going for a trade up against Painful. Level 6 on both mid laners, but it's advantage for Verdant in terms of the positioning. Painful, low on mana, should get chased down, but Paggy's here to bail him out.
Yeah, remember, Ezreal does have teleport every time one of these plays is happening, so if it extends a bit too far, there is the possibility for him to use that right now, so you wouldn't anticipate them doing a similar move that they did before, doing a full invade into jungle, because Ezreal can potentially be there.
But no, very happy with the state of the game, though. For Venomcrest, you are starting to slip a little bit in terms of where you would have expected to be here. What is that play that they need to look for? How do you recover this slightly losing position they found themselves in?
I mean, as a function of the draft, it becomes quite difficult to think about, because Nara is going to be an area that's very, very difficult to gank. Bard could try to make the play on mid lane ultimately.
Oh, hold on. Or we could look bot lane with Zubak popping the paranoia. Flash away from PlayStation. He's able to find his way to safety. First paranoia popped and not getting much from it.
Yeah, not much. PlayStation's already healed up a lot of what he had there. You have to get the burst out, or it's not really going to be worth it overall. The ultimate did not land. And this is the thing, Bard pretty much has to just play to wherever Nocturne believes he can get a play off. That could be mid, though Cassio has these obvious tools against it. It could be bot, but we have just seen how bad it can go if you do not get the kill on the immediate burst. The sustain is just so much there. And then top, well, it's a Gnar.
Oh, Lenny needs to be careful. He's not going to be able to unstoppable. The Gnar gets crunched by Doxy. Third kill for Verdant. This game is going fantastic.
Yep, I mean, Verdant, they only need to be in an even position for this, and you're saying that they may have some issues closing games, not quite necessarily Nord time, but even if it was to come to that, their composition just goes strength to strength to strength. There isn't really a huge set of item breakpoints where Venomcrest suddenly are able to deal with the massive amounts of sustain and massive amounts of HP that they will have later on. This is going to be full Season 14 League of Legends on the side of Verdant. They're in an extremely comfortable position. Honestly, at this point, Julbu is the guy that you have to catch out. Catch him out invading your jungle, catch him out in an invade of his. That's the best case scenario for Nocturne to find a successful play with Bard moving in. So you need to get Pazzy out on towards the map. You need to get information on what Xin Zhao is doing. But Julbu is a slippery bugger. He's played this game many, many, many times. This is where he shines.
And just Xin Zhao was a champion, right? Being able to pop that Crescent Guard and basically immune yourself from any engagement for a few seconds is great to allow the rest of your team to turn up when you've got that response tools like the Senna ult, like the Ornhorn that can come from oh so far away. It's not like Verdant won't be able to bail him out of those bad situations.
Yep, and you do have the Senna ultimate coming in now, so any kind of cross-map play you try to do as Nocturne gets immediately negated. Julbu is there.
Julbu here going to be pairing up with E-Roll for the invade onto Zubak. Fear Tether going to come through, but the Nocturne has to flash away! PlayStation snipes him down, and Paggy's going to get caught out as well. E-Roll able to pick up the kill as Deadhound retreats under his tower with the Arcane Shift. The wave not quite there yet. Painful, caught out by Julbu, who flashes to take him down. And Verdant are playing at a pace that Venomcrest cannot cope with.
Yep, and they're not done yet. They're opening this up to dive. They don't have a wave, but do they even need it? Just a couple of autos will do it.
Deadhound just about able to dash away, but steps on the miasma and dies to the poison, whilst Doxy solo kills Lenny in the top side. I'm not going to lie, this is not looking great for our predictions, but Zubak tries to even up the score. Gets one onto PlayStation. Gooby now going to be the next target. Chased up, feared up, taken down. It's 2 back for Venomcrest, but this game is still all Verdant.
It is, but while it's on Verdant, there are a significant amount of bounties that can be picked up at a moment's notice. Yes, the game will still get a lot harder later on, but Nocturne, that is the one guy you were looking to be able to transfer an advantage anywhere on the map. He is the guy that is on the board and picking up those bounties. So that is the big copium if you have put all of your points on Venomcrest. That's pretty much it. We now still need those isolated pickups, because even in those periods of isolation, Senna's going to come in hot, so it needs to be something like Nico and Nocturne making a pit. Nocturne and Cassante making a pick. Nocturne and Ezreal actually landing all of his skill shots, making a pick, because you're going to need a lot of burst. You're not just sustaining through these quite tanky champions, you're also doing it through Senna. Except for right now.
Gonna try and lock down E-roll here. Burning down to the Ignite is going to be popping the Petrifying Gaze, but it's not going to come through. Another shutdown here for Zubak as Pazzi pops up the ultimate to put Jolbu in that golden stasis. Still chasing down onto the Bard at the moment. They are going to be able to take him out, but the roam over has come through from Lenny. Vernon going to be backing away for the play, and good for Venomcrest. They're still getting some of this gold back, but it's a 3.3 thousand gold lead in favor of Verdant 12 minutes in.
Yep, the TP is down on Gooby, though. He's going to have to replace that with a different spell for a bit. But for now...
Yeah, is Jolbu just dead here?
Yep.
Crescent Guard, a rampage here for the Xin Zhao. Lenny gonna be locked up under his tower a little bit. Trade some decent damage back down onto Doxy, but there isn't really solo kill potential for the Cassante in the 2v1.
Yep, I mean, you had Ezreal Bard coming up. That's why I think Zubak felt like he was safe to be in his jungle, because in an extended period, Ezreal is going to be there on the contest. Instead, now you have this really weird situation where nobody is taking on bot side, and the Kevins aren't being taken top side as well. Playing a two-lane... Ezreal's just... Yeah, playing
that's
okay.
not meant to happen.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, well, there you go. Fair enough.
Well, this is meant to happen here. This is exactly why you pick the Nocturne with the Nico. The lockdown into the mid lane. Painful. Just about able to survive off the level up with the HP coming through. So, it's a kill, but that's also a demonstration of how strong E-roll already is.
It's a kill, but you pretty much have to play away from Julbo at every point, and you have to play in these instances where Senna does not have ult if you want maximum impact. The thing is, Julbu has the number when he needs to have it, right? Managed to end up facilitating that Ezreal kill, did get a kill on towards Zubak, so despite Zubak making good plays when his ultimate is up, Julbu is still ahead. He is still ahead on this game, and it doesn't seem like he's going to give up that lead anytime soon. He has a very good understanding of the timings in which he can and cannot do something, and once you finally take care of that problem, you have to imagine all of the rest of his team will have now scaled up into an insurmountable problem for Venomcrest.
Then we look at what Venomcrest themselves are doing, right? They're still making those plays where they can. Zubak going into the mid lane, getting the kill onto E-roll, then picking up 6 grubs. It's very impressive stuff, not just from a team that's in a goal deficit, but from a team that we kind of needed to see a game like this from. Venomcrest haven't really been too far behind, and it's great to see that they're still making positive, proactive, good plays, even though they're at a deficit.
So hitting the 5 grub area, right, and then getting that 6 grub win condition, and now getting this Herald. What kind of composition does that favour generally middle court?
I feel like if I say the wrong thing, you're going to laugh at me and call me stupid.
No, I'm not like the other casters, dude. You're my favourite, remember? You're my favourite.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh.
You're in a safe place
composition that's going to be able to split push, get ahead early, play to side lane, something like that?
Something like that, exactly. So when I see 3 TPs on the other side plus Senna, what is that specifically going to be good into?
Oh. Well, we'll answer that question in a second here. We're attempting a kill onto Doxy. We're able to find it from Lenny. Yeah. Big injection of gold into Cassante, and the lead for Verdant is starting to slowly close up.
Starting to, but they do still have tempo on the bot side of the map. Yes, you're dropping the Herald top side to try to equalize, but that's the best case! Nice delay there, by the way. That's actually quite impactful. Does prevent them getting the recall to defend top side, especially since Pazzi's giving them the workaround there, not letting them get on. So now you've actually somewhat evened up the tempo on the map here. The problem is if you want to keep playing this split push thing, the multiple teleports you have to deal with on the enemy team, the big R button on that Senna, and the fact that if both of you burn all of your TPs to group up, that in and of itself favors Verdant, means these side scenarios aren't going to be as powerful as they would typically be. Verdant's composition's very, very good at countering that exact thing that you correctly identified, because you are a smart person, you are my favourite, and you are valued middle cot. It's just not going to be as strong, though, and might not get you the points at the end of the day. This is the hope,
Do you know what? Praise from you, veteran. That's all I need. That's all I need, buddy. 16 minutes on the clock, and whilst the kill score massively favouring Verdant, Venomcrest still within touching distance. We haven't really talked about the Dragons too much. Verdant have been able to pick up the first few of those, and it is going to be a Hextech Soul. So if we're talking about being able to move out onto the side lanes and react to what Venomcrest want to do, those Hex Gates are going to help Verdant do that even more.
Yes, Senna especially is looking at those and loving it. Casio honestly does love it as well. Honestly, everything's coming up Verdant this game in every way, shape or form. But Venomcrest, they're not giving up the fight. They are going for the things that are good for their own composition. The only options they really have. They just have to push that a lot harder than Verdant have to push theirs.
I feel like these mid lane towers are going to be quite important for how both teams are able to play out the rest of the game, because as soon as that drops down, you can push your vision lines a little bit further, enable your side lanes a little bit more, and make it a bit easier for you to move on to these objectives.
Yeah, that access from one side of the jungle to the other is a big critical reason why those tier 1 towers are so valuable, and being able to shift from one side of the map to the other is something you want to do if you are playing a wider map state. Thus split pushing, thus Venomcrest absolutely does not want that tower to go down. But if they're forced to group together to prevent that tower going down, do we really favour them in the subsequent 5-on-5? They need to try to find a pick earlier than that. All Verdant have to do is not allow them to get that pick. Stay hidden, stay near your center otherwise, try to get a force on the other side of the map to Nocturne, which is where they are right now. Again, a great read by Julbu. And if they keep doing this, if they keep trying to play out these sides like this, eventually that grouping will happen on the tier 1, and eventually at that point, Verdant are the guys that will have the advantage.
Oh, Portugal gonna be called. Gibbs had a pretty good iron with those, being able to snipe out Pagi at the end of these magical journeys. Did force the Bard to pop a flash a little bit earlier, but as Verdant get the tower in the top lane, Venomcrest get one in the bottom side, does leave mid a little bit exposed, but Deadhound is just going to be able to clear out this wave in time, although if Verdant get one more solid push, that turret is going down.
Yep, Nocturne vanished immediately after taking that bot tower to try to relieve some of that pressure on the mid lane. Parsi going for the recall, that put him in a position where he could either defend top or go straight mid. So decent moves there, considering that they are actually behind on these sides. Verdant absolutely were the guys that were able to crash first on top side. They could have reset and tried to do a counterplay on the other side of the map, and if Venomcrest tried to match them on that, they would then lose out on the next set of side lane plays. So a good in-between middle ground by Venomcrest. Verdant not quite fast enough on their own rotations, but these small advantages are not going to be enough. That middle tower did get absolutely pelted, and that's going to be the big worry for Venomcrest now. It's like paper, another one of those kinds of rotations where you're off on tempo and the enemy gets the kind of advantage like that. You don't have a mid tower anymore, and your win condition becomes a lot harder.
Yeah, and if you were just looking at the minimap a little while ago, Verdant all went for resets just before this next dragon is spawning. So in terms of the gold, not only do they have the lead, but all of it is spent. All of it has been converted into items in their inventories. Venomcrest just a little bit behind on the mover, and Verdant are going to be able to move in, are going to look towards this Hextech Drake, which would be Soul Point.
Yep, this could be it. They do intend to prevent the Soul Point happening. They do intend to contest this. Can they? Are they strong enough to win a 5-on-5 here? I would bet on no, but I was forced to bet before.
Oh, Painful's on the back. He's going to be able to Hextech in, get the flash forward, but PlayStation just about able to get away. It's a steal on the Drake. Zubat keeps it alive, but Ero with the multi-man stun gets the fight going for Verdant. Yeah, you got the dragon, but everybody died for it. Verdant with the ace, rush towards Baron.
Yep, there is nothing to be done. They all got stunned, they all got CC'd, and they all realized the damage just isn't there. The sustain just isn't there. The innate burst even isn't really there. All of it is on the side of Verdant. Look at the total damage dealt on that one fight for barely a tickle.
Yeah, I mean, Painful, the only one able to actually out-damage one person on Verdant, and credit to them. Again, this is definitely not Nord time. A 20-minute Baron for themselves. This is starting to look like a bit more of a decisive advantage for Verdant.
Oh, I think To be clear, I believe this was a decisive advantage quite early on.
Yeah,
to be
all
honest.
right.
Yeah, this was always going to be a very difficult game for Venom Crest. I'm glad about the moves that they did. I'm glad about the side lane priors that they showed and the way that they understood to play around that. But I'm also glad about the way Verdant did it. Just at the end of the day, Verdant's composition, this is one of those big plug-and-play, play-it-yourself compositions that, you know, pretty much your Clash team could be winning with this against some significantly better teams. So very, very good by Verdant on every single front, including just making sure you have the better 5-on-5 and have the easier time executing.
Oh, potential pick coming down here onto Jolbu, but he's so damn tanky with that present guard. Not quite enough. Shut down for Zubak. More gold for the Nocturne. We've got the ult here coming through from Painful. Locking up one. E-Roll's going to get stunned. He's staying alive, but he gets pulled back by Lenny. PlayStation escaping on the backside. The Casio is still alive. Painful emphatically isn't, and Verdant are playing out the engagement. Double. Not back from Lenny, but he's going to be falling down as well. It looked good at the start from Venom Crest, but the gold lead for Verdant is too much for them to handle. Flash! Double knock-up from Gooby, looking like a top lane main right now, and Verdant are impetuous in their march towards the base.
It looks great at the start, but unfortunately you cannot play like this against that composition. When they were all on Julbu, because Julbu was the only target in reach of any of them, that was great. And then when Bard gets another singular pick, that's great, but you all have to commit to that. You have to make sure that guy is dead before moving on to the next one if they're conveyor belting. But instead, there was a split decision. You had a 2-on-3 on one side and a 3-on-1 on the other side, and this allowed the one on the enemy team to get away, and then all that sustain comes back in, baby. PlayStation heals everybody up, PlayStation defends everyone, all the CCs coming in, everything is coming in, and now you don't have any kills at all. You cannot treat this like a normal composition. If you get a 5-man on one guy, you're now looking for your next 5-man on the other guy, because by killing that one guy, you are all going to be weaker anyway. You do not have the luxury to split fights.
Painful there. Getting the route, but very quickly having to get out of dodge. Doxy catching out Zubat, the Nocturne, who's been so pivotal for Venom Crest in this game. Ults onto E-Roll, but cannot even find one. Jolbu a little bit caught on the side, but he is absolutely A-okay, and the magnitude of that gold lead really starting to hurt now for Venom Crest. Verdant, their comp is too good at this point. They are too far ahead. They have taken down all of the outer towers and are looking for some inhibs.
I mean, their comp's great, their comp plays itself, but Julbu, my lord, that guy went above and beyond all game. We're talking about matching. Isolation.
Eventually going to get caught here. The 5v1, actually a 4v1 here, but the ult for the Bard hits absolutely no one. Jolbu once again splitting up the fight as Painful is able to catch out 3, but it doesn't matter. Another petrifying gaze from E-Roll and another massive fight for Verdant.
And Zubak's back up, but you're not going to be able to 1v4 this, baby, and they know it. Doxy knows it. Super confident walking up here. They have the sustain. They even have the HP to go down any singular burst. I think even if you took down those minions, it wouldn't have mattered. Good job to Verdant. Very, very strong, defining win from them, and hats off to Julbu. That was an absolute masterclass.
Incredible stuff. More than a kill a minute from a Casio Ornn Senna composition. This feels like the Verdant that we've been waiting for this entire split, right, veteran? All of the Danes on one wrestler that I'm sure Duckling is going to love. All that experience really come to show here.
Yeah, I mean, voting for Verdant earlier on in the split was partly done because it's all 5 Danes, because being able to get everybody on the same page and cutting away a lot of the typical issues you have getting a team together, that's a big thing. But what I really love here is that they took Venom Crest's playbook that netted them wins last week and were like, you know what, we can do that, or we can do that better, all right? And then they took it to them and they played exceptionally with that composition. And again, big shout outs to Julbu there, right? Yes, you are supposed to just match and delay the game as long as possible, but that guy had such an insane read on the enemy jungler that whole time, on the enemy team that whole time. For sure my MVP of that series. Hopefully yours as well. I mean, this team's going to go from strength to strength. This could be Verdant's strongest team since their super team. And you know what? If they keep doing stuff like this, they could even go further.
Yeah, and importantly for them in terms of the standings, this is 4 wins. This evens them up now with Venom Crest at the top of the standings. So keeping up that pressure, not allowing these young upstarts from Division 2 to try and get away with the entire league. We are going to be jumping to a short break, but stick around for the analyst desk to break down that game.
on the cast, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. Let's we go do.
Both of them now gone, the soul has been denied, but the fight not yet decided, and in the front line though. Takes so much damage in the backline. Yankee having fun with his opponent. Triple kill for Rusty Sniper. He's made him look like a champion, and it's the 8th. Sniper! Rusty! Sniper, man!
Alex allowed to run rapid across him, but just as about as perfect. Begins to dash on forward to the Darkin Blades. Execute everyone. Built dead, Alex dead, Edford dead again. Agony Pain about to live up to his namesake, and he's dead as well. Here he comes. They're going on in. Trying to find an angle in. Big Magnus.
Lenny!
Tries to find some time for Lenny with a fate sealed that might just do it for the game. A double kill for Pashi. Pike drags them all into the dark, dark waters.
He goes back in! That is insanity for Verden! The triple kill for Aeon, that's the ace for Verden!
And there's another tie for the first place back at NLC. It's getting so hot. I mean, I don't know what to say. Obviously, predictions. We're dying out here.
I'm not doing so well. Yep.
It
I'm
happens.
back to -4. It's not great. It was -6
I'm
earlier
positive
yesterday.
again, guys. I'm positive again. Plus one.
I
Plus
feel like
one.
the predictions are going to be getting increasingly close to net zero.
Exactly. We're gonna end
everybody.
up the split. Everybody will be at like 2, 3 top. I don't even know anymore. But with this situation, we're gonna make it quick because we have the interview almost ready. So I want to understand a little bit from the draft itself, like, because I think it was the biggest takeaway from this situation. What do you guys think?
For me, the way Venomcrest I think Venomcrest put themselves into a hole, and it was very well executed from Verdant to pin them in it, because they drafted themselves no tank killing, and then Ornn got locked in.
Yeah, and I think Venomcrest went for a Venomcrest draft, right? They went for engage, tip of the spear jungler that can snowball really heavily, particularly post that level 6 mark in the Nocturne. You've got Pashy on a roaming support that can really do up with that Nocturne in a really good way. That's cool. And you had the Ezreal to allow the Bard to leave lane and do things elsewhere. Nico should be able to follow up with that dive and that snowball fine. But Verdant had that read like a book. The fact that they flexed the Ornn down bot. You have the Cassiopeia to make diving a bit of a nightmare anyway. You got the Xin Zhao that gets to potentially pressure the Nocturne early as well. It's just really clever drafting. And then Where do you dive as the Nocturne this game consistently? How do you deal with the Senna ultimate? How do you kill the Ornn as the Ezreal, particularly if that's the target you have to hit before team fights because no one else is going to be in range? Difficult questions to answer and some solid attempts from Venomcrest. It was just really hard work.
You know what? Let's make those questions. Let's talk with Zubak that is waiting for us an interview for Venomcrest right now. We need to understand what happened inside of that game. I believe he's ready to jump into the interview. There you go. Zubak, welcome back to the interview. I know this was a rough one, but talk to me about the champion select, because it seemed like you had the plan going forward, but the damage was quite not there. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, hello, you're quite right, I would say. I would say that our preparation wasn't ideal for this time. Although we didn't show up our max level, I would say. It was like really hard, I would say, to play, yeah.
So tell me, you get the Nocturne, and yesterday we saw a Nocturne play, but those ultimates were not working for you. It is working. You got the lead, you got a substantial amount of money, but it just didn't translate to anything. So from that point onward, how can you call with your team and say, hey, we need to do this and that? Or did you feel like, if I'm getting all the kills, this is not going to be a good project?
Oh yeah, I mean, I was trying to do some plays because it felt like that enemies were kind of greedy because they were with all flashes and they were just overstepping on some lanes, so I got quite a lead from that. Although I shouldn't be probably the one who should get the kills. Maybe if Ezreal could do all the kills, we could win the game and probably carry it through this. But I think that it was very hard, and yeah, I mean, it just didn't work out today.
With this in mind, you are tied up with them, with Verdant. How do you feel about that situation? Because it seems like the top of the mountain, like the top of the standings, is so close between all the teams. How do you feel with that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling honestly like very happy, even though we lost today. I mean, nobody expected us to be on the top of the leaderboard, right? And now we are there, so I'm very happy about that. And yeah, I mean, I think that we will show up way more in the upcoming matches, and yeah, I mean, I just can't wait.
Well, let's see what happens for the next week. Thank you so much for the interview. I'll see you soon. Have a lovely one.
Yeah, thank you. See ya.
There you go. He knew, like, I'm getting all the kills. It shouldn't be me. It should be Ezreal. It should be Ezreal. Ezreal needs to get that farm.
Yeah, I mean, there's some truth to that, right? We've seen this before with champions like Lee Sin a little bit as well. Some of these snowballing jokes, and it's less true with the Nocturne early, but you do hit a point where if your burst only now does half of someone's HP rather than all of it as that champion, it can be quite hard to play out the later stages of the game. So it's fine getting a kill or two, but then you need other people in your team to finish up what you start. It does get to that point.
It's like a blessing and a curse, because you're sat there, 4-4. Oh, guys, I'm doing so well. Why can't the rest of the team help out in this instance? And then you find that you're the only one that's got the kills. And like I say, blessing and a curse. You know that you're doing great. It's come at the cost of some strength in the teammates. So a really tricky position to find yourself in.
The answer is just play Evelyn, and then if you get all the kills, it's fine because you win the game. No problem there.
No bias here either.
Well, at least Evelyn has
I don't play that champion. Never.
Obviously, Evelyn has the same passive as Middlecott's mouse. It's invisible. Let's jump into the interview with PlayStation. It is ready for us on Verdant's side. Welcome to the show, PlayStation. You got the W. Obviously, my predictions are in shamble, but it is a big one, isn't it?
I mean, it felt good. It felt not really much to say other than this. Just vodka.
It's Bronzy.
I love it. You started building up the momentum and everything, but was that a trap at the champion select? As soon as you saw the Ezreal, was your team like, aha, gotcha?
Yeah, kinda. I mean, I think we kind of knew what they were gonna pick, and then we had a good answer into that. Yesterday, our draft was kind of bad, so we met up 2 hours before today and really did good preparation. So shout out to Coach Arnes for that.
Hey, not every player gives the shout out to the coach. This is a good one.
Always.
This is a good one.
Gotta appreciate those coaches.
So now
Coach
you're tied
Carter,
up in
Carter.
first place. Do you think there's any team right now in the league that you're like, we can't win versus that team? We're kind of scared of them. Or are you comfortable, like, I don't care who you meet in playoffs, we're good to go?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can beat any team. I mean, Lions Creed, they beat us yesterday, but I mean, I think if we hit our day, I think we can beat them. If they hit their day, I think they are probably the best team in the league. But I mean, I think we can beat anyone. So for playoffs, I think it's gonna be some nice best of 5 series. First of all, we gotta get there. But yeah, I think we will.
One final question for you before we go. Tell me something, PlayStation. If you look into your team, what would be the word you would describe your team's best trait?
Chaotic.
I love it! I love it. Thank you so much for that one. Have a lovely day, man, and congratulations on the W.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
I love the fact that it just comes in bot camp. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, you know, I think he had the right idea because I think the rest of us could do this, couldn't we? Hang on, there we go.
Mouse cat. Guys, I've got to go. I've got to report a murder. I'm really busy right now.
Am I wrong? Just out of interest.
let's see who's the man of the match, the player of the match. Who got this one? Well, obviously, it's going for Yulbo with the Shinzao, getting so much attention on the map, providing so much as well. He got to a point where he died for 900 gold, but instantly the team was already there. It doesn't matter. Yulbo gets the MVP for this one, as we're about to jump into the second game of the day, Lions Creed versus Natives. Again, I gotta ask you, gentlemen, if I have to watch anyone, who am I watching?
We went a little bit back and forth on this, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
There was certainly some, not disagreement, because we were, I think we ended up on the same point, but we didn't end on. So our head-to-head that we've picked was Rusty versus Jinjo.
Yeah.
But we also wanted to really highlight Nulu as well as a.
Yeah.
You need to check this out as well, because that's a crucial point for Natives, I think, specifically. They've been really crutching on Nulu, it's felt, quite heavily. For a matchup specifically, though, it is down in that bot lane. I think that Jinjo versus Rusty Sniper is going to be a really important point. If Jinjo runs away with the match, he probably runs away with the game. If Rusty can maybe tighten up some of those laning issues that we've kind of seen from the Natives bot lane at this point, then there's an opportunity then for people like Nulu to maybe have an impact on the game.
I think part of the reason we were debating a little bit is because that bot lane is going to be key to how this game plays out. Jinjo has been by far the most consistent member of Lions Creed. But on the other side of it, part of the reason I was saying, look, well, maybe it has to be Nulu versus Jinjo, as like as we were kind of having this debate, was because Nulu has been the consistent part of Natives. I think I went to look at his stats, and I'll double check it again now, but he's had over 800 DPM average this split. Like, that is really good, whatever level of player you're doing. And yes, he's playing things like Victor and Oriana, where you can put out pretty consistent high-end DPM just because you're hitting everybody in a team fight all at once. But even so, like, that's a big deal. And considering a lot of the rest of the team is on both sides has sometimes been very hot and cold in terms of the level they are showing, the fact that these two are consistent, the fact that Rusty, if he can be consistent, hold up against Jinjo, you have to put your eyes there because they've been the rocks the teams have been built around.
Yeah, I mean, like, just to highlight as well, the highlight clip that we flew in the break had Rusty on Jhin of all champions, diving between tier 2 and tier 3 turrets mid lane on his own, off of his own back, off of his own setup that he's using with Deadly Flourishes. That's the highs that he brings to this roster as well. It's not to say that this is like can Rusty Sniper, sacrifice enough to make sure that he loses gracefully. No, it's what version of Rusty Sniper are we getting down in that bot lane? So
if you had to describe Native's gameplay or play style, how would you describe it, both of you?
I thought this is
volatile.
Volatile, yeah. I think that probably has to be the problem because sometimes it's felt like, take the game yesterday. It's actually probably a really good example of that. They took fights when they really weren't ready for it and bought into the chaos that was brought by DMG, and they lost it. That said, they still managed to make some really clutch catches and keep themselves in the game they didn't really have a right to be in, actually, in a lot of ways after the early game. And the fact, a lot of that was on the fact that you were getting some good picks from the support role, that actually Nulu was just doing unspeakable things with the shockwaves. But the fact they put themselves in that position in the first place has to raise an eyebrow or two. And it is some of those chaotic moments where they buy into too many of the big fights that maybe they should stay away from that has been hurting them.
On the other side, though, if you jump into Lions Creed, we're talking about a team that either completely destroys the enemy or have no idea what they're doing in a map. Am I correct to assume this?
I would say are just not on the same page for like the deficit, because you're quite right. Sometimes they will just turn on a dime and they'll slam a team. That has happened already. But I think Middlecat actually did a really good job at highlighting when he was on desk last week quite what the issue with Lions Creed was during week 2, and it was that they just weren't actually moving together on the right timings. And yesterday we got to see a glimpse of that. The reason they initially fell behind in that matchup was because they went for a fight around the grubs, and Banderas moved after his jungler needed to. So Johan goes in, 1v2, gets killed. Banderas then moves in, he's 1v3, gets killed. And in the mid lane, Tempt is going, I'm probably not going to follow that arc, and I'll just, catch a wave mid lane. But it's that initial desync that had been plaguing them, and especially in week 2, it, cost them a couple wins. But like you say, there's definitely that high end as well that they've got as a team.
I will add on a caveat there as well, because I want to call back to the interview we had yesterday with the coach. It's Baguette, who's the coach of Lions Creed, if I remember correctly. And he was saying part of it as well. Like, look, my players and my team just aren't used to playing when the scoreline is 0-0-0. We are so used to having a snowball going on that our players are much more used to playing out these games where you can take a 1v2, where you're strong enough to maybe stick your nose in somewhere a little bit more aggressively and command more space. And actually, if you are playing a game at 10 minutes and no one's really got kills, and you don't in particular, you have to play the game out differently, often more coordinated, because you can't do all your own stunts. And this is a team of players that really love to do all their own stunts. And that has been burning them a little bit, even if it does feel like they've gotten a bit more cohesive in terms of leave Banderas on a side lane, even if it's on something like a Gwen that can play a 1v1, and play towards the bot lane. That's kind of helped the structure a bit. There is still just that element of how do we play when the game isn't all about me? That's still being figured out a little bit.
So we're talking about either go broke or go bold. I mean, you didn't do yours, by the way, Rudude, but it's okay. If you want to do it on the spot, if I can put you on the spot, you might try to give me like some sort of go bold or go broke. But I'll give you time. Don't worry. It doesn't have to be right now. I know you.
Do you want one for this game? Is that what you were after?
You know what? Why not? Why not?
Okay. You're so kind.
Surprise me.
Go bold or go broke. So this is like hot takes.
Yeah.
I have to give you a blazing take. And find out is that Jinjo's going to get gapped this game. Is that feels like a blazing take?
But why?
So I think Rusty
you can't just give a hot take and go, yeah, I've got no reasoning.
Yeah, you can. So I think Rusty Sniper will be able to outperform in the bot lane.
Oh.
And that 2v2 is just going to go one way, and I think that it's going to be.
Is that just vibes? Is that just vibes, or have you got like a theory for this?
These are all just vibes. Don't give me all bold or brokes are just vibes. They're not. I'm not backing these things up with facts and evidence. Nobody's come into this and gone, These are my blistering hot takes, and here's all of the proof, the mountain of evidence that I've got to come with it.
Guys,
don't give me that.
Guys, I'm really sorry. I have no idea what he's talking about, to be perfectly honest. Like, I love Rusty Sniper as a guy. I think he's a great AD carry, but Jinjo has just been that little bit better this split. So if he's saying that Rusty Sniper's going to be getting the advantage out of the bot lane, it'd be great to see. But honestly, I think Jinjo's got this matchup in the bag.
Jack, why are you here, mate? He can't hear me, can't hear.
And he can't hear you, no.
I wanted to ask you about my hand tattoo and what he thinks about me getting it, but, missing out on a really important...
You know what? I'm actually very upset. I've came in, I've done Arsharon's little bit that he needed me to do, and then I've tried to and then I've justified it. I've gone one step further because Initialize tried to call me out on it, and he's gone, that's not good enough. And when I've, tried to back myself up, roommates come in, told me that I'm wrong, and told me that none of this even matters.
Like, I have not had Nymera do that to me yet. He is in the other room. I think he is watching. So he comes and does the same.
He's waiting in the shadows.
It could be. Like, it could all go wrong yet. He's probably just turned and I've doomed it myself.
Broke. Tell us, Nymera, it's your time to shine. No, there's a small
delay. If he comes in now, this is your fault, guys.
I love Chaos, by the way. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but I love Chaos. So, when we're talking about both these teams, I do believe like they're both contenders not only for playoffs, but even like first or second place. Even though we have so many of those teams right now for NLC, I don't know. I'm splitting between like we're going to dominate EMA or we're just gonna be stumped. I still have no idea. We're week 3, but this is NLC feeling. This is how we live. I've learned my lesson. But not only that, when you look into the top lane, Banderas versus Murphy, that's a big mashup. I know you guys want to highlight like bot and stuff like that, but it's a big matchup.
No, but you're not wrong. I think the thing is, I think it's not going to be a lane that's going to be played around, but it's going to become that additional kind of it's like your side mission. You know when you play your RPGs, and you get those optional mission completion bonuses. Like you got this little extra thing you can do, and the top laners are a little bit like that. Where it's like serious value if you complete it, but it's not necessary. But like yesterday, we saw like the Trundle was doing like nearly game-ending things. Like how on earth was he on inhibitor turrets. Like at part with 3, like again, Banderas playing things like the Gwen can turn up a 2 to 3 items and be a really scary point. If like the Lucian is the main win condition, the fact you had that Gwen as the extra was kind of pretty scary too. And that could be something to keep our eyes on as that kind of like caveat to the game. But I'm looking down the screen.
A really important thing before we jump into the champion select, there was a small delay into this game. A player was a little bit late, and that means that natives are going to lose their 5th ban. So they'll be able to ban all champions until the 5th one. That's going to be skipped because of a small
Do we know
delay.
who was late? Can we name and shame them? Is that allowed?
I know the person who was late, but I'm not going to shame him.
Okay, that's fine.
But if we have to shame anyone, middle court, please get him out.
Yeah, exactly. That's fair.
That's fair.
Yeah. But like Rudy's like, I'm not defending him after he came and interrupted me earlier. That's it.
I wasn't defending him anyway. I'm all aboard the middle court hate trade.
So we did a whole segment. I kind of like pushed for it about why Lions Creed are actually a really good Lucian team earlier today. Johan really helped set up that bot lane for it. They first picked the Lucian. It says a lot about what they're kind of feeling and how strong they're feeling about playing like that. And despite the fact that you kind of said Middlecott called it out last week, and there's some truth to it, that sometimes they've been a little bit desynced on their timers, they've still made the Lucian work despite that, which is quite impressive. Yeah. Varus Maokai on the other side, though, is really nasty, and Maokai in particular can make Lucian's life really tricky because he throws down the ultimate as Lucian dashes forward, and he realizes he's way too far up a lane, and there's a giant wall of wood coming along to try and stop his way of playing the game.
I also want to highlight this could be a Maokai support angle. It's been played quite frequently, maybe not necessarily at high levels, but it's actually got a super high win rate right now. Actually, Ole played it in LCS, so it's getting some glimpses, and I think that versus a Lucian specifically, a champion that needs to kind of dash in, it does make it difficult dashing onto a Maokai who's got that twisted advance.
Yeah, exactly that. I think Azir as well is not bad in the sense you have now got this double artillery piece backline. You stay miles and miles and miles away. I would love, however, to see... Oh, no.
Is it happening?
This is the 3-minute delay.
The 3-minute delay. And I love the fact that he was so pixelated. It didn't even show himself.
He just came in and executed me with his lightsaber. Like,
there's no proof that was Nymera, guys. There's no proof that was Nymera.
Darth Nymera came in and just put me to the sword.
The Dark Age of Nymera. So LeBlanc is going to be the next one. Natives are not going to be able to ban this last one. We talked about that previously. They're going to miss that ban. On Lions Creed, though, they're focusing on that Poppy. They want to stop that mobility, even though Varus has none. That's a way to look into this. They want to go in, they want to kill, and they want to get out.
Yeah. And the one thing I'll say here, just before Rudu steps in, there is a real world here where Banderas looks for a Zac top. Zac into particularly the Azir and the Varus, when you've got the Vi alongside it, your engage range is way longer than either of those two champions can stay safe. Fnatic got ruined by it when G2 ran that combo. If they're feeling confident, it's really good with the Lucian on top of that. Your ability to just murder someone from 2 screens away is really, really obnoxious. I'd keep my eye on that.
Yeah, what we can already see from the Lions Creed composition, and I think Ashram sort of highlighted this already, is like very pick oriented. They're very, very strong through the early game. That first item power spike is definitely going to hit Lions Creed quite hard. At the minute, they're lacking something to gate them through the late game. If we get to 35 minutes, these teams are at parity. It becomes a lot more difficult for the Lucian to operate and get that DPS down. So they're looking, I think, for something in the mid lane from Tempt, something in the top lane for Banderas that will give them the extra source to get them over the line in the late stages of the match.
Okay. Well, with the LeBlanc gone, they've
so
gone
it's Maokai
towards...
jungle.
Yeah.
That's
that feels to be the case. And that's probably not a bad thing in the sense that it means if you see the Vi going super deep somewhere, you're more easily out on the map to respond. As long as I think as Yaki keeps an eye on the Lucian, because let's be real, it's a Lucian game, the chances are you're playing around it. There's the Hui. I think this might be a Zac lock now as well, because the point is you have those two, and you CC combo so hard that Hui can follow up from 2 screens away with the QW, in particular that Severing Bolt, and you can't avoid it. There's no dodging it because you're just locked in one place for forever. So that would be, I suspect, my angle here. Something that can do something similar. You could Ornn, and that does a similar kind of job, but the composition remains the same. Whoever gets CC'd by Vi ult and Ornn ult gets hit immediately by Hui and Lucian.
My question here then is, do we just see Smurfay? I think Smurfay will default to something different other than the to the Trundle, excuse me.
Oh, do you?
I really think that the Trundle was I'm ego checking an auto-filled support player, and this composition as well doesn't lend itself to a Trundle fight as well, because it feels very teamfight-esque with a Varus, with an Azir, those double artillery as you highlighted.
Yeah.
Something to act more as it doesn't even have to be a front line, but just act as a team fighter feels more in line for natives.
Yeah, I think with this as well, the way we've seen Aatrox's play into tanks currently normally being Cassante, but I think it'll be very similar for the Ornn, and of course it used to be a matchup there, is people are really rushing lethality with the Profane Hydra on Aatrox. It's quite an expensive one, but once you get there, what it means is you become a threat on the backline, and into something like Hui, if you are running that teleport angle, you can really threaten the Lucian or the Hui if they ever end up with their front line disappearing from them, and that becomes that kind of, that optional side mission win condition.
So with this in mind, what are we seeing? Like, final words before we toss it to the casters.
Skill expression needed from Lion's Creed, right? They've drafted this solution. They need to play as a team once again to get that going. Hui is going to be very good at getting Prio in mid lane and aiding that bot side duo, so they've got all the tools to do what they need to. It's just whether or not they can execute again.
One of these teams will jump into first place as well with the victory. The other one will be staying in the shadow. It's up to them to see who's going to climb, who's going to be fighting, or who's going to be forgotten. Without further ado, let's toss it to Veteran, who's probably sad and middle cut. I didn't say anything.
Just middle.
Oh god! Oh,
No matter how bad things get, I'm not you in NLC Spring 2020.
yeah, no.
That's where I'm at right now. Both drafts here, though, actually fairly cohesive. Actually, pretty clear win conditions on both sides. I would ultimately say both teams are playing out perfectly. I actually do favour the Lucian Nami thing, right? Which, obviously, big shock horror when it comes to anyone who's watched Tier 1 League of Legends, but we're not there anymore. This actually has a really high win rate in the ERLs because you do get a lot more skirmishes, you do get a lot more fights. The entire composition seems to be based heavily around those skirmishes and fights, and Ornn was a brilliant bit of setup against both the Azir and the Varus. Against Azir, you want something that doesn't care about the terrain he's able to build with that ultimate. Ornn does that, and Varus, I mean, pretty much just has to insta-flash when he sees the Ornn Horn coming in hot. So, good setup, double R buttons on the Lucian Nami. That stuff is going to roll and roll and roll. If Varus has the game of his life, he's your counter there, but otherwise, I do favor draft on the left, not draft on the right when we get in game here, but I could still see it go either way. It's not like either draft's bad. They both have really good team fights. Just one requires a bit more mistakes than the other.
Yeah. And I think it is about that. How easy is your life going to be?
Yes.
I think it's very, very difficult to exist as an Azir, to exist as a Varus, because, like you've already mentioned, there are so many ults that can just get thrown your way, and if you do end up dodging them all, well, congratulations, you've walked out of the team fight, you weren't participating, you go back in and everyone else has died.
Yes.
I think that natives, they do have that ability to exist at range to a certain extent, and I'm intrigued to see what Smurfette is actually going to be able to bring to this composition, because in terms of the Ornn, the Aatrox doesn't really care. If the Vi's ulting him, not really the target you should be going for. And if he just gets one kill in those teamfights, he can really start to reset and take over.
Yeah, I mean, his job is essentially to act as that juggernaut. So long as he prevents the big Lucian R coming in hot, then everything could be fine. Hui also will have issues getting on towards that Varus. Hui gets defeated by mega range, but that's also assuming perfect spacing on the side of this Varus, right? That's assuming Azir never gets a bit too hyphy and goes in, though I do think Azir is within acceptable ranges for a Hui. There's always an asterisk there, right? And the asterisk does feel like I am assuming a higher level. That being said, right, if anything goes wrong, Azir Varus just delete the first Baron that they see, delete the first raid that they see. If you're not on these objectives to contest them at that moment and willing to immediately start a fight, you will lose these objectives. And it's going to be red side Varus. So even if you're on the Baron first, you do still have to fight. That's the one big Achilles heel. You have no choice. You cannot play this slow. There's only fast, hard, and winning now, because you're not going to get to do that later.
Yeah, I suppose that's one of the real issues that Lion's Creed have with this composition. It's the CC that comes first. There isn't damage that you can do before the CC comes through to sort of whittle down your opponents and cause them to scatter a little bit. If the Call of the Forge God isn't great, well, if it isn't just boom, if it's like going off to the side or something... Just
Sure.
like very high level
I-
League of Legends analysis.
I mean, I appreciate the visualization. Like, the visualization is very helpful.
It's an exaggeration of the situation that could play out advantageously for natives if it were to occur.
True. And you know what? Nulu got a lot of highlights, is a big X factor. He is a phenomenal player. This Azir has been a big comfort pick for him. I think he could definitely pull it off, right? Lucian Nami, still saying difficult to execute. Maybe they can get something off on the Varus, but they still have to do with this Azir, and the Azir does have enough escape tools, does have enough engage tools, does have enough disengage tools to somewhat make it work. That Ornn, though, that Ornn's always going to be... That's always going to be a bit of an X factor we are finally getting in game, right? I'm not doing your job for you, Middlecross, so I should really just... you're the guy that it feels like should be saying, you know, we're getting
I should be,
in game.
yeah, oh,
yeah, you
okay,
are.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey everyone, we're in game now. Lions Creed up against natives. Winner ties up at the top of the standings 4-2 with Venomcrest and Verdant, who played in our first game today. Loser goes to 3-3, and honestly, I feel like we're getting to the point where you never want to be dropping games, veteran, but dropping games at this point in the season is oh so detrimental because the top of the standings is so clumped up, is so bunched up. It feels like you only need to have a bad week or a bad couple of games that you can fall out of the playoff race entirely.
Yeah, no, 100%. We are approaching that halfway mark. We are approaching the part where you should really just start putting all of your points, I think, on the biggest like win level disparity between the teams. That's a story for another time. You are definitely getting to the point, though, where we're solidifying how that playoff race goes. That being said, this is NLC, right? We've always had a very close tie towards the end of the splits for those final playoff spots. I don't think it's going to be any different. 3-2 does show that these teams are quite evenly matched, and honestly, the potential on both of these lineups means that they are evenly matched at quite a high level for this league.
Yeah. I will say, though, it does feel like for Lions Creed and for natives that the potential hasn't really been realised as much. I think the ceiling that we're looking at for Lions Creed is probably, like, I'm not going to say probably, it's definitely the highest out of any team in the league just because of the raw star power on their roster. And then for natives, they've got these mix of experienced players. You're looking at Nulu, you're looking at Yeku, but then people like Rusty Sniper, Schwabi Katami, who we haven't really seen too much of at the ERL 1 level, who definitely have something to show, but haven't really revealed all their cards in the most promising way just yet.
Well, but someone who did watch Johan in Prime League tempting Turkey, Kasing in, I'm going to let chat guess where he went, and Jinjo on his future endeavours. I think star power may be a little bit diminished over the course of the last year. This is a team that wants to prove that they can still be the absolute top of the crop on an individual level. But what can't be denied is that bringing together a lineup where the core of it has already worked together before, that should confer significant advantages as a team. If we want to praise Venomcrest for that before they get absolutely stomped, then we're also going to praise Lions Creed for that as well. Because having that kind of plug-and-play ability, that's really what wins you games in League of Legends. And that's why Lions Creed were, I think, rightfully rated quite highly coming into the split. Natives, they got that star power. It's a lot of players that have very strong ideas on how to play the game, so long as they can all get on the same page, though. That's the question. That's the question that for Lions Creed you figure was answered. They will be on the same page, but if Jakey and Selfie, aka Nulu, don't necessarily agree on the way to go, then it doesn't really matter how much star power you have there, right? If they're not all going to be on the same page as working as a team. So, still a bit of a process for both teams here. For Natives, a bit more forgivable than for Lions Creed. Lions Creed need to just be proving themselves, right? Rather than developing into that cohesive unit.
Schwami Katami looking for something in the bottom lane, but
such a nice
Jinjo showing off that even with all those years of experience under his belt, he's still got those fast fingers. Johan maybe going to be getting into a brawl with Yeiki here, but chooses not to go forward onto the Maokais. Both junglers will back away from each other.
Jakey's still one of my favourite ERL junglers. Put on a phenomenal performance last time that I was on the desk as well. Hoping to see more from him this time, but tempt Johan. It's a 2v2 mid-jungle duo. I mean, I'm pretty sure I gave at least one of them MVP, and I'm trying to remember if I ended up giving it to Tempt and Johan, but I was basically choosing between the two last time that they were playing together in the NLC. Definitely, they have the level of map control to make Jakey's life quite hard. He shouldn't assume certain things that he's been able to assume before. Vi is in his jungle off of that scouting. on the bot side, going straight through mid, enabling Temp to take some pretty aggressive trades. And yeah, he does have Jakey's numbers somewhat. It's not turning into a huge effort yet, into a huge advantage, but the effort is there.
Yeah, and a little bit interesting to me, neither jungler actually ended up taking a back there because of the small skirmish that they had. Well, very, very small skirmish, looking at each other in the bot side jungle, then walking into top side to contest that Rift Scuttler. They've both got back to clearing their camps, and that actually means that Johan is going to be straight onto the Void Grubs when they spawn.
Yep, I mean, you had Maokai sighted on towards the bot side, so Ornn did have much more freedom to do trades on top side. And this has led to this level of priority that Vi is now taking advantage of. Straight on towards the first set of Kevins. If Jakey wants to deny the 5 Kevins barrier, he has to do it on the next round. Otherwise, you could have a pretty good secondary win condition on the side of Lion's Creed. But something you're never going to get is you're not going to get 5 Grubs now on towards that Aatrox. That side quest to steal a phrase from Initialize is not going to be available to them, of having Smurf go onto side lane, get priority, and then pivot off of that onto flanks. He's not going to have the advantage of the 5 Kevins, potentially 6, to do that now.
Yeah, with this being taken though, it does mean that Yeki is going to have a little bit of time on the bot side to go for a small invade onto the Raptors and prio over onto the Drake. Interesting to see that Rusty Sniper and Shwami Katami both actually taking a reset. So Lions Creed do have more numbers in the bottom side of Summoner's Rift at the moment, which might make it difficult for natives to go for this Drake in trade.
Yep, I mean, by giving up those Kevins and going for the camp on top side and immediately pressing B, he made sure he's at the same item parity Johan is now, but knew he had the timer of the Kevins, plus the timer of the recall, plus the timer of getting out of base to do something. Basically, an additional camp. You're trading that objective for the potential to get on the map for an additional camp, and Jakey has taken that additional camp away from Johan, and then on his retreat, the exit objective is the Drake. Very, very mechanical stuff coming out from Jakey here, obviously not in the micro way we normally talk about it, but the gears are turning. This is the jungle machine that we see taking decisions very, very easily and just moving about and making them seem like natural ones to take at this point, as they should be at this level.
The jungle machine. Not quite drum and bass, but I like it.
I mean, it's being a PV role. I feel like jungle is a role that you can figure out more intuitively than other lanes. I do think you can figure out bot lane as well, but a lot of it will be more based on small movements by your opponent than jungle will, for example, right? So in jungle, I have these timings. Johan can do a lot of micro movements within those timings, but with these timings, for sure, I can get 1 extra camp and an exit objective, right? On his side. I have the time to do all of those roams. So there's a way that the gears turn there that they don't necessarily do in lanes that I think is really beautiful about jungling. The problem with jungling is looking at chat in solo queue, and that definitely removes the beauty from it and replaces it with something very horrifying, very eldritch. I'm never reinstalling.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the benefit of playing jungling competitive, because you're not going to be seeing that where you might be hearing it through your headset.
Got to say, you have to live with it, man. Can you imagine living with your solo queue chat as a jungler? Could you?
Oh, no, I absolutely could not.
No.
8 and a bit minutes into the game. Reason that we're talking about the jungling so much, I believe, is not because it's very, very interesting, but also there hasn't been too much action in terms of the kill feed going on thus far. Lucian, often seen as a champion that you want to be snowballing a fair bit with, and Jinjo showing a lot of restraint there, not dashing in to try and finish off Shwami Katami.
I mean, the win conditions here are very, very simple. Lucian Nami wants to get to that one item where their ultimate is going to start to have really big power in the skirmishes, right? Azir, Hui, they also want to get to an additional item as well. Aatrox, he wants to scale up before he can go straight in on towards the Ornn. Everybody has this incentive to not break, not go for really aggressive trades. There isn't really a specific time on either side like there was last game, which was a big kills game.
Oh, flash from Johan, Rusty Sniper responding, but still going to get caught by the cease and desist. Here comes the roots here from Yaki, and they're turning it around onto Kasing. First blood secured for natives, and Johan just about able to slide out of Yaki's path before Rusty Sniper snipes him down.
Yep, one was able to... So, right there in that fight, Very good decision by Jakey to jump straight on towards the Vi there. The other side was already dead. Vi was the only real threat there, so he locked them down, saved Varus in the process. Rusty Sniper potentially overextending there, but he did do it while jungler was bot side. The reason that we haven't had so much is because both junglers' jobs right now are just to make sure the other one can't interfere. Right there, Johan thought he was finally free to capitalize on something. Thought Rusty Sniper had finally done this in a scenario where Jakey wasn't able to match. But lo and behold, Jakey was right there. The game still looked like it could stall out a bit, but instead, through those micro plays, was just a huge victory for natives on the bot.
Ooh, lane swap here actually coming through. Nulu pathing his way down to the bottom side. Obviously on the Azir, you've got very strong wave clear, and with that teleport, if anything does break out on the north side of Summoner's Rift, you're going to be able to join your team. But with Shwami Katami and Rusty Sniper moving into the mid, that gives all the prio in the world over to natives to take away these grubs, and more importantly, deny the 6 stack grubs away from Johan.
Yep, 5-6 stack not happening anymore for Lion's Creed. That has been denied. The swap was a really good way to do it. I really do like seeing this swap done for First Herald, for example, but if these grubs are a potential win condition in the game, I say by all means do it. It also does take advantage of the, we shall say, delayed backs that ended up occurring from the skirmish on towards bot side. So it's a good response all around for that, and now they can just transition to lanes back as the wave is meeting on bot.
Banderas might actually be able to get Smurfer into kill range. Still has the Call of the Forge God flash available for the Aatrox. Uses it to get just out of range. Heals up, but not enough. He's on the Ornn, but he still gets solo kills. That's Banderas.
So it was so funny, like the sequence. I feel like he managed to press almost every button in the wrong order, and he still manages to get the kill under Aatrox's tower. So that must feel quite demeaning if your Smurf right there got smurfed on by Banderas. Hats off to him. Ornn is ahead, guys. Definitely not something that you hear and think, man, we've definitely won the game. But it is a very good sign for Lion's Creed, who are looking to find an advantage anywhere. They may have found a chink in the natives' armor. Let's see if they can ram a spear through it.
Yeah, and I think impressively for natives is that we didn't really see that opening present itself from the bottom lane. I think that Rusty Sniper and Shwami Katami had pretty poor showings yesterday as Lion's Creed looked to get something going in the bottom lane, but Yakey here once again to respond with the ultimate. Johan though going to go back onto the Maokai. Shwami Katami able to dash away before Tempt TP's in to make it a 4v3 and make it a kill in favor of Lion's Creed. 2 for 2 now on the scoreboard.
Look what they did to my boy there. Jakey goes in, looks like a very, very good play, but the TP comes in hot. So now what do you respond with? Nulu can't get down there on time. He doesn't have TP himself. Nice by Jinjo to try and make sure that the wave resets on bot side, but was unlikely to get more than that. Nulu, though, going ham on that tower in the midsection. Yes, there is now a gold lead on the other side on the Hui, but that's getting mitigated by the second by Nulu's play in the mid lane. This also secures an exit position for natives to start up this streak. They can exit via the mid lane where they have full priority.
A very even game so far, which it's an absolute treat for us, I think, when you've got two rosters who have as much potential and as much skill available to them coming into the mid game, where one of them doesn't just have a completely overwhelming lead, makes for much more interesting moves on the map and in terms of the team fights too.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be quite an even game up to a point, but then at that point, I do think these clashes will be... We're going to see a lot of 3-for-3s, we're going to see a lot of 4-for-4s. You watched the first one just be an ace for 0, by the way. Once we get to those one-item spikes, it does look like a good situation for Lucian Nami to start fighting, but it's on them to be aggressive. Right, if natives just kite back, if Rusty Sniper plays really, really well with his range, they can stall out all of the all-in tools that Lion's Creed have and then go for the re-engage. And I'm pretty sure Jakey, as he's already demonstrated, very happy to go for that re-engage later. The microcosm of these skirmishes, that is what the broader team fights are going to look like. Right, Lion's Creed think that they can get there all in, and natives, they have to be able to counter it with their own, extend that fight, and then they can win. That's what all the 5v5s are going to look like. It's going to be a long one, it could be a bloody one, or it could be done in about 2 team fights.
Nulu dashing forward. Tempt actually going to be dropping the ult down onto the Azir. Not too much damage just yet! Never mind, actually, able to pick up the solo kill, take down the Emperor of Shurima.
I'm not going to act like Nulu was playing pixel perfect there or something, but I do think Hui does feel comfortable going in towards Azir. I think that is more of the range where Hui feels like she can get the kill. It's a he, actually, you know, where he can get the kills, where he can get the advantages. So if you do walk in and just start autoing like that on Azir, I think this is the way it should go every time.
Oh, playing forward, looking forward, could be in danger. The flash from Yaki, but instantly cleansed out. Kasing with the disengage. Jinjo able to run his way out of there. The roots come through. They'll grasp at Jinjo's feet, but not take him out. Both summoner spells burnt by the Lion's Creed AD carry, but he stays alive.
Yep, they're now in the midsection there. The ultimate is still up, so if Azir does decide that he's feeling lucky, he's not going to feel that luck for very, very long. And the Herald collapses down in favor of Lion's Creed. Jakey being on the bot side there gave them all the info that they needed. That's a really big pickup, because if you're looking at how close a lot of these skirmishes and fights are, you have to think that if you want to break open a part of the game, it's going to be of a trade, and then that Herald is going to be really big when you're trading against them.
Temp walking up, really wants to deny this first tower going down in Rusty Sniper, but he's going to get it regardless. Here comes the Chains of Corruption, but Johan responding onto the Varus. Tempt is going to burn down to the Ignite in the end as the TP comes through from natives. Yaki diving onto Kasing as Smurfette looks for Johan with the Darkin Blade, and Rusty Sniper, the other Darkin on the team, fishes him off with the Piercing Arrow.
Well, we've been talking about Lucian one item, you can get your all-in, you can get the full channel of that R, and you can start deleting people. The one guy not in that fight, other than the Ornn, was the Lucian. So the one guy that was able to get ahead solo, or arguably Hui did actually have that 1v1 later on, was not there, and it's crucially the pivotal point of the entire draft. Nulu doesn't really care about Banderas here, it seems like.
No. Well, he might be forced to care. It's the Forge God is called. No. And then runs right on out of there. Hexgate going to be pulled to get Nulu away. But what a turnaround, right, from yesterday here for natives. But going down against DMG, bottom of the table team in, honestly, quite embarrassing fashion at times. I know that Rusty Sniper tweeted out after the game going, embarrassing performance from myself. Well, he has absolutely turned it around in the span of 24 hours. 2-0-3, 1k gold lead up on Jinjo, rapidly approaching his second item.
I mean, if you have the Lucian bot, I understand going for the match play there and trying to get your all-in, but given that they didn't, just playing for 2 lanes and using your Herald to equalize in a situation where you'd otherwise be behind on tempo is going to be the better play for Lion's Creed, but the insistence on doing that play bot side with Johan and Tempt, maybe the synergy that those two have historically had, maybe that's biting them in the rear here, you know? I'm trying to think of a polite way to finish that.
A polite way to say...
Yeah.
Well, you attempted the analogy. I think we got away with it just about here. Jinjo, very far up in mid lane, is going to get caught by the Chains of Corruption, able to dash back out of there. Piercing Arrow charged up, fired from the quiver. Another kill for Rusty Sniper in 15 seconds before the Hextech Drake Soul point spawns. Natives can move right on over there.
Yep, the only reason that would ever be a good call is if Vi is in position to just slam R, Tempt is in position to just slam R, Nami is in position, honestly probably beforehand, to slam R. If they all slam R on it, then Lucian can be there. Otherwise, what you just saw will be demonstrated on repeat. They have to be confident with the Lucian, or moments like that are never going to go in their favor. Natives are the team extruding confidence at this point. They've been very clear about what they want to do. Jakey, Rusty Sniper, even Nulu, even in maybe arguably an instance where perhaps he shouldn't have been quite so confident, and Smurf as well, probably in the same category, but the confidence is there, which means they're all on the same page. And if they're all on the same page, it really doesn't matter what book you're reading if you're not able to turn over to the next one, because at the end of that story, right now, it looks like a Natives win.
Yeah. Fairy tale stuff from them, and it is a Shakespearean tragedy right now from Lion's Creed. I thought that after yesterday they were sort of reinvigorated coming back into the game, but unfortunately it's been a little bit more of the same from them thus far. Definitely not out of touching distance completely, but this Lucian emphatically hasn't been able to get off to the races. And if I'm looking down the rest of the team, yeah, Tempt's doing well, but we don't have many other damage sources besides that.
Yeah, I mean, this Lucian will still hit like a truck, but we haven't had a single team fight where he's being able to get a full channel of his R. He either hasn't been a part of the fight, or nobody else pressed R in that moment where he thought he could go in. The coordination isn't there. The coordination is needed. Maybe that's going to be the differentiating factor. Not individual positioning, but just pure coordination. And at the beginning, and I still do insist, that should be in favor of Lions Creed. 3 of their players, a very core part of their lineup, has played together before. Or was that just all Kiba the whole time? Who knows? It's just Kiba was just the puppet master, micromanaging everything.
He was just there. Well, I mean, he's a pretty damn good player. What is that, rank 6 or something on Korean solo queue?
Phenomenal interviews as well, which is what really matters.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Like, funny, good at League of Legends. What more do you need in a man, really?
True.
Oh, my ideal partner aside, we do have natives here gaining the mid lane priority. Dragon in a few minutes' time as Lions Creed look for that fight in the mid lane, but yeah, Yaki just presses one button and it's completely pushed back.
I will say that the Lucian R pretty much did get his full channel.
Yaki, what are you doing there? He just stood in the way of the rift. Herald and Mayburn down to the ult at the end, but he stays alive. And Tempt does not. Finally, Johan's going to be able to take him down on the other side, but he is so far away from the rest of his team that he's not going to be able to help them out. Banderas, pretty damn tanky, just avoiding the grand entrance, but still chased down by natives. Infernal chains connecting, not gonna pull him back, but it's a rampage kill for Rusty Sniper, and natives just look like the better team.
Absolutely do appreciate Johan's full committal there to get the kill that they opened up on. The mental note for next time, maybe not opening up on the Maokai, because it does seem like the damage wasn't quite there for the Lucian. Did get the full channel of the R off before the ultimate from Maokai interrupted it. It even looked like the follow-up burst was pretty good, but the Maokai R prevented the rest of the team being able to get on top on the follow-up. You either were not far up enough as a team at the start, or you were just prevented getting there by the Maokai R. Either way, doesn't seem like the one to pick. It kind of needs to be Rusty Sniper. It needs to be Nula at this point. It could even be the Aatrox. But JP, strength to strength. Tanks in Season 14, man.
At the start of every season, it seems, tanks are just absolutely ridiculous, and when you've got a player of Yaki's quality piloting one of them, they do look a little bit borderline OP. Yes, objectives hitting the board. Baron up, but natives opted not to go for it after that winning team fight, and Shami Katami and Smurfy, I think, illuminating us as to their intentions, because in 90 seconds, Hextech Soul is hitting the rift, and with Lions Creed in a little bit of a hole for themselves, it's going to be difficult for them to move in, difficult for them to contest that objective.
Yep. That was a situation where you could conceivably just get the double R coming out of Nami Lucian there and just open up on them. Pray that the Rakan is a bit of an idiot. Pray that Rusty Sniper gets a bit left open, but they're not feeling that desperate yet. There is no Drake on the map. There will be Drake in a minute. They do have time to find a much better and bit less of a flip fight. But a fight they must find. They can win these. They can win on a catch. They've just struggled to get them because natives are refusing to give them that opportunity. And Smurf, he's looking for the flank, the classic Aatrox. Well, okay, why did you do that? Why did you do that?
You just wanted to get into the river. Just wanted to get.
I was setting up the whole storyline.
Well, I mean, so the thing is, veteran Lions, they don't like water. So if he's in the river, then he's obviously going to have a combat boost against Lions Creed, who did have a little bit of mid lane priority there, moved into the river, then swiftly got forced out. Resets coming through here from Kasing, and it looks like Lions Creed are giving this up for a moment.
Do Lions swim? Lions can swim, but their physiology does not lend itself well to swimming.
Well, they're cats,
whoa,
they don't...
Whoa. The next line.
What?
They will only swim if they need to cross rivers or streams during a hunt with their pride. So, in this situation, I think the Lions are perfectly fine to cross that river on that hunt, find that pick, and it looks like they think they found it.
Yeah, it might be Banderas here, but he's going to get blown up before he can even knock back the Forge God, and with your big tank out of the picture, the Lions Creed decide, actually, we're not too interested in crossing that river and back themselves away. Natives lost with a Hex Tech Soul yesterday. They'll be hoping that today isn't a repeat of that fate.
I mean, all the river objectives, with the exception of the first set of grubs and the first herald, have gone native's way. So is the nerf just calling themselves lions? Like, now they can't enter river, they can't contest those objectives. Is that what is fundamentally wrong with the team here, Middlecourt?
Yeah, Tiger's Creed. Tigers love going in.
Now
Tiger's
you're
Creed.
Do tigers swim?
No, Tigers definitely swim.
Well, wouldn't it
Like,
just be
'cause-
better to always be in your native habitat?
Oh, that was a native. I didn't even clock that. That was a natives pun. I'm really quite annoyed with you now. Actually, natives positioning topside around the Baron. Lions Creed again looking at them, fishing for a contest, but fighting up against that Hex Tech Soul is going to be so difficult.
Yeah, 100%. But last time round, right, it was more like Banderas kind of discovered the enemy team rather than they sought them out and were hunting them. This time around, like, they still just need that one big combo, but you have to think if they don't find that on the next fight, the game is just entirely in native's favor. I mean, hats off to them. They have denied them picks at every point. Rusty Sniper, the one time it looked like he might be getting caught, haha, Jakey was down here the whole time, I'm able to barely live, we're able to get an early advantage. That's the one time Lions Creed really had the potential to unleash a full combo. Every other time it's been something, right? Some reason why they haven't been able to do it. But this may be their last chance. They have had plenty of them, right? They have had plenty. They need to make it work now.
Smurf potentially caught here. Jinjo going to go forward onto the Aatrox. Flash going to be
There you
forced
go.
away. Culling down the Aatrox, but Banderas will fall in trade. It's top laner for top laners. The engage comes through for the rest of natives, but it's a little bit disoriented as Nulu is so far away. They've still got enough damage, still got enough health to play out the fight as Johan is going to be caught and taken down. Nulu flashing over the wall. Schwami Katami helping him out, pushing them back with the Emperor's Divide. The Lucian's still alive, but everyone else on Lions Creed is falling down. Jinjo gets out of there with a slither of HP, but that's Baron for natives.
Was that intentional? The Lions Creed is falling down? Like a little bit of alliteration there? Is that... Was that... Because that's
You don't know what alliteration is.
I mean, that was a banger reference if it is matching what I think it was matching in my head. I'm just saying, I'm impressed. Right? I am impressed by that. But what you've...
Think what, this is why I'm your favourite.
Yeah, exactly. Right there. But, bigger point, right? If the damage...
Yeah, Banderas engaging. 1v4. Yeah, you respect it, but not if he ends up dying in the end. That's a rampage kill for Nulu.
I respect it. Victory or death. The odds were slightly more in favour of one than the other, admittedly, but still.
It's looking like death for Lions Creed here. Natives able to recover. Now, they've got the Baron, which is going to overlap with the spawn of the Elder. They've got their Hex Tech Soul. They've got the Gold Lead. They've got everything in their favour that says they should be able to close out the game, but they haven't made too many inroads towards Lions Creed's base yet. They've only been able to take down 4 turrets this entire game.
Yeah, now the game gets extremely hard, right? You are against Sol. You are now against Baron pressure. All of the abilities that you have that are going to be good at countering that Baron pressure.
Oh my... What?
GG.
I swear, Kasing was on your screen but a moment ago. But he's been wiped up by the bot lane combination of Rusty Sniper and Shawami Katami. One off the board, Lions Creed looking to defend, Nulu pushing in the bot lane.
Regardless of how this goes, though, the method by which natives have been winning this has been very... Ooh, this is the first catch on
Rusty
Rusty.
Sniper potentially caught out. He's going to get ulted by Johan, but he's still alive! He's still alive! You just can't keep a good sniper down! Smurfette and Nulu picking up kills in the fight as well, as the inhib tower drops off the map. We've got 30-second death timers on 3 members of Lions Creed, and the natives will push on forward.
Should be it.
Nexus Towers a mere formality, and natives tie themselves up at the top of the standings, 4-2, take down Lions Creed.
Hats off to Nulu on that last play there. Lucian did start getting the channel of his R off, but then was met by Nazir steamrolling in hot ult him back into his own team there, and thus Rusty Sniper was saved. The 2 times it looked like they were able to make a catch on Rusty Sniper, they were counter-engaged on both times. So credit where credit is due, right? Rusty Sniper, it was a lot on him to make sure he doesn't get caught out there. If he was able to perma-play of the range, there would be very few opportunities for the Lucian, and he was able to do that. Maybe there have been some shaky parts of the split, but this game was definitely not one of them for him. My personal MVP, though, still, we want to talk about those counter-engages. Shaky was on it. Basically every single time. He was matching where he needed to match. He was trading where he needed to trade. He made it look effortless. Yes, he was on the big tree, but I have to say his consistency in game, all those counters, the way he played all of those picks and all of those chases, brilliantly well done by him.
Yeah, I think Chwami Katami as well. I think it surprised me with how well he actually was able to play. It's so goddamn good. But I think he really showed up as well. And I think generally this has been a massive turnaround for the bottom lane in the span of a day. And if we keep seeing more stuff like this from those 2 guys, I think this is a Natives team that can go very, very far. You better not go far, though, as we are jumping to a quick break. Stick around. The Analyst Desk will break down that game and set us up for our match of the week in a few minutes.
By Steel Series.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Both of them now gone. The soul has been denied, but the fight not yet decided. Then in the front line though, takes so much damage in the backline. Yankee having fun with his opponent. Triple kill for Rusty Sniper. He's made him look like a champion, and it's the 8th. Sniper! Rusty Sniper, man!
Alex allowed to run rapid across him, but just as about as perfect. Begins to dash on forward to the Darkin Blades. Execute everyone. Built dead, Alex dead, Edford dead again. Agony Pain about to live up to his namesake, and he's dead as well. Here he comes. They're going on in. Trying to find an angle in. Big man. Lenny! Tries to find some time, but Lenny with a fate sealed that might just do it for the game. A double kill for Pashy. Pike drags them all into the dark, dark waters.
He goes back in! That is insanity for Verdant! The triple kill for Aeon, that's the ace for Verdant!
Hold on. Sorry, I know Arshram likes to do the introductions to these bits, but I have to apologize, right? I came into this and he asked, do a bold or broke. And I said what I thought was a blazing hot take, but I was in fact just incredibly lukewarm, saying that Rusty Sniper was going to be the absolute GOAT this game and gap Jinjo. I misunderstood the assignment, Arshram. I'm sorry. I will improve.
You know what? To make you happy, let's showcase both AD carries. Let's bring up Jinjo versus Rusty Sniper, and
this was going into today, right?
Fair. It shouldn't be fair, but somehow his damage per minute. That's a sniper.
I mean, that's Varus numbers, in fairness. He's been playing a lot of Varus, but still, hot damn. And considering Jinjo's a guy we have been praising a lot, most consistent member of Lions Creed, and when they as a team have been looking pretty inconsistent, Rusty doing that kind of DPM is very good. And honestly, this game, dude just did not miss.
No, literally lived up to his name, right? 6-0-10. Multiple actual snipes as well from the Varus Q. So top-notch performance from Rusty. I think the real standout moment for me is the very early fight that they had where Jinjo actually wasn't even a part of it, and it was Rusty Sniper sort of evading a 2 versus 1 for the large part and then managing to get bailed out by his team.
It's confusing because we highlighted something really important. The fact that Lions Creed were really giving such big vision for the mid lane. And Tempt was popping off as well. There was hope in the shadow, right? Initialize.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Couple solo kills going over the way of Tempt and Banderas early on felt pretty good. The bot lane initial debacle was a bit rough. And then we started seeing plays that I think yesterday we just didn't see. We had a whole segment at the beginning of the day talking about how Lions Creed played the Lucian impeccably yesterday, where they counter-ganked super well to get the Lucian ahead, then set up really good vision control around mid lane to allow Jinjo to really put his foot on the pedal, his finger on the E key, and dash forward to play aggressively on that bot lane champion. Today, neither of those things happened, and you have to call it out. It was a bit of a disaster. They were desynced coming into the bot lane. Tempt, remember, went down to that bot lane at one point. Kasing was there. Johan was 5 seconds late. Everyone dies in the bot lane. Tower falls down. They drove for a play early on onto Rusty Sniper and what looks like a 1v2 between the jungle and support. Jinjo's not there. The Maokai gets dealt and he counter ganks this time and makes it really, really hard. You hit the mid game. Jinjo tries to go forward, ease in, gets R'd by the Varus. Then the Maokai ult comes in and it just doesn't amount to anything. And all the things we were praising them for yesterday was the absolute opposite today. What the hell happened between yesterday and today to have all the fundamentals fall apart? Because that's what those were for Lucian, fundamental failings.
There's someone that kind of did complicate things for Lions Creed, and that man is Rusty Sniper. So that's why we're going to jump to talk with him to understand not only what happened for the Lions Creed, but also for him. You glorious, amazing marksman.
Hello.
Oh, here we go.
That feeling is good. Okay, tell me about it.
Yeah, dude. I mean, they're just sitting bot, bro. Like, please let me get a few CS leads, you know, like something like that, so I can look good, you know, like on the stats and stuff. But no, they had to be bot perma. It's fine. We made it work.
I don't know if you noticed, we showcased like you versus the enemy AD carry with the stats, and
I saw that.
In terms of kills, yeah. Like, he's ahead in kills, he's ahead in
he's a KD player.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're dealing a lot of damage.
Look, it's about doing damage, right? Like, that's where the dopamine is. I don't care if I have 0 deaths, 12 deaths. It doesn't matter. As long as I do damage, you know, I'm happy.
You're exactly the meme that, that's a lot of damage, that's all you're looking for. You just want to wreak havoc. And right now, you're looking into the first place. You're looking to like, we're climbing this mountain. It's looking good, it's looking good. Is there anyone, but for you specifically, I don't care about the team right now, I want to know about you. Is there any player right now you want to face off and say, I got you, man, I don't care anymore?
Yeah, painful, bro. Like, who else? Like, all these bot lanes, they're just... No. Like, honestly, put painful bot, let me play against him. It's not fun.
You just want to smack him.
Yeah, I mean... No, but all jokes aside, I haven't played against, like, Verdant, right? That's the only team we haven't played against?
Yeah, it's going to be the end of round robin, yeah.
Yeah, we have to see,
Okay, is there anything you can tell me before that match?
But it's against my ex-teammate PlayStation, right? So that guy is gonna get destroyed. Like all I can say.
Okay.
Hopefully we
I
get
like
the
the
Draven that
confidence.
game. But yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you know, they B1 Lucian. I'm like, hello, like Draven? Like, nah. Let's put you on Varus, Rusty. Okay.
Let's see what happens, man. Congratulations on the double. That was an amazing one, Rusty Sniper.
Thank you.
And let's see what happens for the next week. Have a good rest, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you. Goodbye.
He's a spicy one.
I
He's a
respect the
spicy-
instantly
Yes,
he
he
goes,
is.
Draven, and then his coach just immediately, no, Rusty,
No,
Calm down.
you're playing
Calm
Varus.
Nope.
You're playing
Putting him on the
Varus.
leash, putting him on the leash, like, calm down, brother. Like, it was completely mental. I love that.
Absolute
But
Draven
here-
energy, in fairness.
But like, it's a little bit like leaving the dog alone at home, and it's a high energy dog. When you put him on the interview, like the coach isn't there to rein him in. Like, you know what he's doing? Is he going to chew on the sofa? You're like, what was he going to do?
But that's a good sign.
Put
for
on the
Nathan.
flattering image of a guy who just crushed Botley. But here we are, the pro players. What are you going to do?
My question is, when you jump into Lion's Creed, then we have to talk about the fact that you brought it up initialized. This is really important. I'm still waiting for the interview. I think it's quite about ready, but the idea of they don't have that many options or that much experience to play from behind on the 0-0 as well, and it seems like it's showing up on the competitive, on the officials.
Yes.
Okay, that was a slow, but yeah.
And like, so I think part of this as well is like, for Lion's Creed, we are seeing that if they fall behind or the plays they are trying to counter in particular, when they're trying to go for these counter plays, if they go wrong, they just double down like every time. Banderas goes in how many times 1vx this game? The bot lane kind of attempted counter goes wrong, they lose 3 people. There's a lot of these kind of Valhalla plays that are kind of unnecessary. Guys, you're not Vikings. This isn't the 1300s. You don't need to get yourself to a mead hall this early on, guys. You can play a little bit more reserved. You can play a little bit more coordinated and try and, like, play not to just bleed out even more gold. You don't have to take these risky plays when you're behind, because at the minute, it's just counter-snowballing them. They're melting away. They're not building any avalanche.
You know, that's quite important. Sorry, Radu, because we have the interview ready, and that's the question that I want to do right now for Seno from Lion's Creed. Let's jump into the interview. Welcome to the show.
Hello, guys.
I'm gonna hit you right now because it seems like the team is looking forward. If there's a fight, it's an all-in. We need to win this fight regardless of what happened. Are you feeling the same? This was a hot take instantly to the interview. Welcome to the show.
Welcome. Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of complicated because we play a comp, for instance, this one with Vi, Lucian, Nami, Hui, where we really have one go button and we really have to commit to the engage for it to work. So yes, of course, if we fall behind, it's harder to play these kinds of comp because you really only can go forward. You know, you don't really have much turnaround, I guess. So that's probably why you felt this way watching, because once you get behind with those kind of hard comps, it's pretty hard to come back.
So tell me something that I love something that translates to all esports, but mostly for League of Legends, the scrim bubble. The scrim bubble sometimes bites you. And do you believe this is biting you? Because we don't know who you are screaming with. But do you believe like the scrims you're having right now is biting you when you jump into the NLC? Because it seems like the NLC is not working on the same meta than other regions. So tell me about that.
I can definitely see some differences between some of the teams we faced. I'd say we clearly don't all have the same scrim partners, as you said. There are some picks that will always stay like scrim picks, and that will not, like Nidalee, you know, for instance, it has a huge history of being a huge scrim pick and then being picked and being dog shit. And like people can't do anything on stage because people will play much more safe, will play much more with much more composure. I don't think that's the case for Lucian Nami, though. I think it's kind of a bait discussion to say Lucian Nami is a scrim pick. I think the pick, like the duo lane, has been strong for 6 months, a year, and maybe 2 years even. So, like, we know what the duo is strong about, and that's why we picked it, because it does what we wanted to achieve in the game.
So tell me something. What is the next plan looking into Lion's Creed? Because you're so comfortable, like in the middle of the table. There's a lot of options to go to the top of the table. All of a sudden, and in a good week, you guys can jump into first place. What is your plan right now with the team? Because it's a hard job for you.
I'd say consistency is what we need to work on. what we are aiming to is playing like the best games you've seen from us. What we're aiming to is get this out of each game, and so it's all about being consistent. Last week of scrims was a lot better. We worked on like we really improved. Maybe you can't see it because you're not in scrims, but we definitely improved a lot. And now we need to just like be consistent and know like how to be consistent and have more confidence in our level and our capacity to be consistent and to literally every game play as we did yesterday or the two first games, literally 25 minutes smash, and that's what we should be aiming for.
Okay. Thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck, because there's a big team right there. So as soon as you get it rolling, it's going to be a trouble for the rest of the league. Thank you so much, Seda.
Thank you. Goodbye.
I love the oh, there you go. We're jumping right into the match of the day.
Let's go.
Light side, Nord, apparently.
Get wrecked.
Gotcha!
Get
I was
wrecked.
kidding. I think.
How did you do that? That's incredible.
Me in production, we have like a
Hive
communication, it's jumping into Nord versus Light Side. There's a match we need to highlight. It's Warzy versus Todak, if I'm not mistaken. I would like to see those stats because we're jumping into Champion Select. There you go. Jumping right into it.
Well, later on.
We'll talk about it as we go into Champion Select. We're cooking. We're just putting in stuff.
So, it would be no surprise to see Nord say 5th pick for mid lane is a very quick takeaway that we can give here. I think that Nile this... to why you wouldn't see it top lane for Nilla. I think he's actually taken a bit of a back seat on this Nord roster in terms of carry potential specifically. And I wouldn't want to go so far as to say that Warzy isn't going to be able to bust out something like an Akali if he's given the opportunity to counterpick.
Yeah, I think it's also fair to say that Nile had a rough day yesterday. 2 solo kills in what should have been a counter matchup. The Udyr not looking particularly great for him, especially after what was a fantastic early game from Roshan. You've got to hope that he's playing a little bit cleaner, because Bucci is someone who, while he's not been the main player on Light Side, when they did beat, say, Lion's Creed, it was off the back of his insane Cassante performance, and if Nile is going to overstep, that could prove problematic. Varus first pick makes a lot of sense. It's still very strong. Hell, we just saw that last game. I think Ragnar is, again, one of those slightly more stable members on the team. We've seen a little bit of him around the kind of NLC for a while now. He's got that veterancy to make it work. The response of the Ezreal, I don't think is that surprising considering the patch we're on. I will be interested to see whether that's a flex here. Warzy is that guy on the roster, I think, who's had the most consistently high mechanical highs this split. So maybe it does get flexed, but we'll have to wait and see.
No, I absolutely agree with you. I have a lot of stocks right now in Warzy and his just general capabilities as a mid laner specifically. So very excited to see what is what the limit is really for him, and whether he's got an Ezreal mid locked in his pocket would not surprise me in any way. Now, of course, like I said, when you've got this very standard AD carry opening, you can just kind of default to, do we want to early rotate that Azir in? I think that Torak has been maybe one of the weaker areas of Light Side's composition. I've been very impressed with Bucci and Emp so far, but left a little bit to be desired through that midsection. So putting a safe, stable mid laner isn't particularly a surprise.
Yeah, and I think having Emp on the Shinsao as well is really helpful, because I think we've seen a lot of our NLC junglers really do very well early on in that champion, make some very aggressive invites. How Roshan did that just yesterday, earlier today as well. We saw a huge performance out of that in our first game as well, shutting down Zubak's Nocturne. Found some very good play there from Julbu. So I like that a lot. You've already got an Orianna ball on top of that. So your engage and pick right now is actually really clean from Light Side. Varus hits an R, Shinsao goes in, the Orianna ball's on top of him. Anybody who's in that dies. The response is to kind of set up the Maokai zone of control and denial with the Ezreal and Corki are super safe poke machines. You probably want something else as kind of an additional flank angle or front line. So Aatrox, Cassante would have been nice if the Cassante wasn't banned, of course. Probably something like that for Nile.
Can I raise you one extra poke champion and tell you Jace top with full AP Maokai jungle?
You're an awful human, and I love it. That just sounds a bit like it's miserable. But I appreciate it. Like, if you can make that work, it's just not okay if you hit all that damage.
It sounds a little too season 13 is the unfortunate thing also. I wouldn't put too much weighting into half of the things that I've said, and specifically not that comment about a triple poke and AP Maokai. But
I mean, you could do it, but you have to be very good.
You could. You do have to be very good. And I don't know that 3 and 2, 2 and 3 is necessarily the situation you'd opt into that.
Bjorn is taken away, so the stable is no longer available for the side of light side. So that engage is getting chipped away because they have mobility on the side of Nord. They have the poke as well. They need to protect themselves. What can light side bring that could prove as some difficulty for the mobility of Nord?
Yeah, so what I'll note there is the Ornn ban there after the Gwen ban from light side says I think they were looking for something like the Ornn on the top side. The Casante's gone already, so your actual tank options top are getting a little limited. You could still go to something like
They're
a
listening
Poppy,
to the stream.
but there is that Jace you were calling out. And in fairness, you're not wrong. Nille is a Jace player, and you could do it. You know, like actually, if you have something then like maybe an Alistair or a Rel, something else that can be the front line, you've got a lot of zone of control there. And actually, if you do try and force the go button, you've got enough disengage then to maybe make that poke machine really, really strong. They're still going to look towards the Rel. It's still a flex strictly. You could see the Maokai support or the Rel support. And that's still going to be resolved with whatever they decide to do after draft's completed. Because, you know, unless something really weird's happening, that'll be whichever the jungle support wants to choose. I think we now need to see whether Bucci gets a top lane tank, realistically.
Yeah, I would actually really like to see a sort of Bard angle here for Dr. Chaos, because I think that at the minute they are lacking a fundamental engage. They're, you know, kind of fishing with Varus ulti, which is notoriously a fairly difficult skill shot. Leona functions as the same way. You know, you can quite easily be primary engage on Leona, so it's not a bad thing here either. I was just thinking more for the lane to be a bit more lethal, or more so a nuisance, I guess, to be paired with that Varus.
Yeah, I think so. I think you've now got a second ball carrier as well and a second bit of CC. So Leona or Xin Zhao can start a fight. The Orianna ball can go on either, and you feel pretty good about it. It's a solid team comp to do a front to back. You've got the Nara's potential split push option. That makes a lot of sense. Nille, though, was given the R5. Last year, he was the carry top, the dominant top laner, and he's onto a Jax. You can definitely do some dangerous things into the Nile, particularly once you've got a couple of items, and you've already got a really strong core there on the other side in that 4 with the double poke in the front line. So I think, actually, both teams are relatively happy with what they've got. Nord have got a bit more split and a little bit more range, but Lightside have just got the way to start a fight.
I think as well, if you remember back to Nilla on Verdant last split or last season round, they were actually one of the few teams that we were crediting with an ability to play split push. It was with Nilla in the top lane. It was with Nilla piloting Jax in the majority of cases when we're saying they're our only team that are really playing split push well. I think this is a great sort of dial back to when Nilla was acting as a carry for the team.
So where do you believe this is going to end? I just need who's going to win in your opinion. Initializers or Dude. I just wanted to hear the names.
I think it's Nord.
I also think it's Nord. I predicted them. It's Nord.
Same.
Okay.
I need to win it. I can't go 0-3. Not today, please.
Let's see what happens when we jump into game. Both teams looking for the W to end up the week. But since we've been talking about Shakespeare all day long, I have something for Middlecott. When in disgrace with fortune in men's eyes, I all alone beweep my outcast state. In trouble of heaven with my bootless cries, and look upon Middlecott, his mouse, his cursed fate. Take it away, boys.
Wow!
Jesus.
Like, how am I meant to respond to that, man? Like, bro's quoting sonnets at me, and he's incorporated the woes of my mouse into the entire situation. Like, it's not that interesting, guys. I've just got a bit of a dodgy mouse. It's not more interesting than the match of the freaking day. Veteran, talking about these compositions, I'm feeling like we're getting stuff which is very archetypic, which is very in the style of both of these teams. Light side, all in, all the time. Nord with this 4-1 split push composition, which scales oh so well. So once we get to Nord time, post 35 minutes, they're going to have a wonderful time of things.
That was a very interesting characterization you gave to both of those compositions. But yes, that is essentially exactly what it is that we are looking at. I literally couldn't have said it better myself, as I did like a minute before we came in. Nyla. Whenever he is on a team, we're thinking, are they going to enable his split push? And we see a very 2015, 2016 Rocks Tigers-esque composition built around enabling such a split pusher. They did it with Smeb. Now we're doing it with Nyla. Are we saying Nyla is basically Smeb, thus basically being the next Faker? Yes, we are essentially saying that. And the question is, can you break that siege formation? The Maokai with the zone control from his ultimate, like we saw last game. Corki with immense range. Ezreal with immense range, both with immense levels of mobility. Can you break that clump as it's pelting on the tower, resetting waves as you're trying to move up mid. Because if you can reach onto any of them, it's an Orianna ball delivery system, it's Varus's burst coming out. It's a lot here, right? It's Xin Zhao, Leona, they do have the tools, but you also have the tools to counter it. So Nord should feel quite comfortable. It's an execution-based thing once again, but Nord, if both sides are executing well, Nord should be able to win this one out. Always a big fan of range, always a big fan of mobility, always a big fan of just hitting things with a lamppost, and Nord has all of it.
You got a lot of experience of hitting stuff with a lamppost, veteran.
Yep.
Well, I'm not gonna press you any further on that because I feel like you may be incriminating yourself. And again, I do like for Nord that they have sort of gone. We are a team that does play a little bit slower, and we've got a composition here that really plays into that. Dr. Chaos utilizing the double auto reset that Leona has on her Q for some reason, but it's going to be a bit of XP going over, and another ward drop there from Nord to try and spot out the early jungle pathing. It does look like both junglers are going to be starting on the top side of the map, and with a fair bit of CC present in the bot lane, we could see some kills going down here post 3 minutes.
Yeah, we definitely could. I do like some of the decisions on the runes here. The PTA on Mervs, meaning that he doesn't think he's going to be in any kind of like a consistent front to back. The Conqueror is going to be a really good option if you think you're going to get a lot of poke out earlier before the fight, to be able to stack up the Conqueror before going in. Not necessarily to max, but if you can get some stacks, that's when you do it. He is aware that that's very unlikely to be the case here. They're not going to give him the chance. Leona's not just going to sit there. Xin Zhao's not just going to sit there and take it. They're going to try to find those small windows to go in. So respect coming out there from Merbs. He knows he has to make these fights count in these small skirmishes, and that, wow. I mean, it's a one
That's
game,
not good.
Roshan. Like, it's a one game.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to leave it, man. This is actually,
Yeah,
it's actually
no.
pretty in your favor.
I'm not going to lie, though.
It is
Lightside are
something.
able to get a 5v4. That bodes well for them. And it bodes
That
well
does.
for my prediction.
That does.
Because-
It doesn't bode well for us actually getting the rest of the game going, but it does.
No, well, it wouldn't. It wouldn't.
wouldn't.
But, like, I think you've stated multiple times on this broadcast over its various iterations that the predictions are a little bit more important than the actual match results if we're getting into the real nitty-gritty of things. And considering that I've put 3 points on Lightside because I was a little bit betrayed by Nord yesterday, I am hoping that Roshan doesn't connect again. Damn it! He's back in the game, man! Oh, I'm getting so mudded today.
I will say, on draft 1 and on this draft, it does feel like it should be one set much more on the first draft today than on draft 3. Yeah, it doesn't bode well for you. And Nord, they have been going strength to strength, right? And they do have good players on the lineup. They do have Nyla doing the one thing that we know Nyla does, know Nyla loves to do, wish Nyla had done more of in summer last split. You know, that split pushing on a powerful champion like that, right up his alley, right? He'll be absorbing pressure. If he is ever absorbing pressure, Nord are getting a lot. Ooh, Torak, though. Talking about all in, my boy. I like it. I like it a lot. Orianna, very strong laning phase champion. Corki, typically not as strong until he starts being able to build items, and arguably not even laning anymore. Right? I can talk. I'm actually being paid to talk here. I can actually talk. Orianna, though, good lane bully, very busted champion. Torak, trying to use that to get advantages in lane, taking the Comet as well for it. Good, need to see more of that stuff, and that stuff has to continue for the entirety of the game. There is no rest period. There is no period where you can just stare down your opponents. You have to launch the Leona R. You have to launch the Leona E. You have to launch the Varus R. You have to get Xin Zhao in there, and at the end of all of this, there has to be an Orianna ultimate coming out with your burst, and then maybe Ragnar can do some cleanup, but yeah, you have to commit. Similar to Lion's Creed last game, which again doesn't bode well for you. You have to commit. Wait, they're just Lion's Creed with an extra L. Wait, that really doesn't. Wait.
Yeah, no, that's...
No, continue.
Yeah, no.
We're not going down this line. We're not going down.
Bro, you are cooked, man. You are cooked. But I think, yeah, for Lightside, obviously they are one of the few teams, actually, that is decidedly a little bit lower in the standings. Still only one game behind Nord, but it's a very simple brief, I think, that they've got for themselves, right? Go in. The thing for Nord is about how can we dissuade that from happening whilst not giving up too much in the early game, because if you end up losing a load of Void Mites, if you end up losing the Dragons, the Rift Heralds, then yeah, you want time for your composition to scale, but you need to contest at some point. And if you have to do that at a point where your champions just aren't as strong as your opponents, that's where you're going to start losing team fights, and we could potentially see Lightside pull ahead.
Yeah, Nord definitely the ones that are willing and capable of engaging in foreplay here, whereas Lightside are aware that they're here to do just one job and do it well. But if Nord say no, it's really very, very difficult for Lightside to find a way through. Typically, what you would do to break a siege composition like this is to win through side and get a flank out through there. Like Aatrox's last game, we're looking potentially for him to get flanks on sides until they just started winning every front to back because they got an insurmountable lead. This game, you would want Gnar to be able to get priority over the Jax and then transition that into flank wards, flank positions, get into the backline of Nord by going around them. But it does feel like that's going to be a struggle. How could you get this done? Jungle support, leaning topside through shallow vision. But this is all about mid-game that we're talking about here, how they make that work. So long as they can survive through this part, then they have the luxury of that kind of a discussion. Whereas Nord, they're having a decent time right now. They just have to survive a little bit, make sure they don't confer huge advantages. Yes, a Drake might go their way. Maybe even a Kevin might go their way, right? As long as they don't give away 5 Kevins and they don't give away 3 Drakes, they're really chilling, they're really fine. The pressure isn't really on them right now.
Yeah, it's just about damage mitigation more than anything here for Norders. Roshan is pathing himself towards those Void Grubs, and so if we're talking about denying those, picking them up for yourselves is a great way to get that started. Doesn't have any real pressure on him at the moment either. And again, Lightside, they've not really been able to get anything going super early on. MP is going to be ticking over to level 6 fairly shortly, so the skirmishing power of the Xin Zhao is going to be going up. But we really need to be starting to seeing some stuff out of Lightside fairly soon.
Ooh, yep, and we're finding something.
Yeah, no, the flash forward from Dr. Chaos and Romeo.
Where art thou?
Falls down for first blood. That is exactly what we were looking for.
Yep, where art thou? Thou is dead. Alright, and Maokai at the same time, though, was trading topside for the Kevins. That is going to be a big thing. The 5 Kevin win-con, 6 Kevin win-con is available for Nord. So yes, they did just give up bot side. They did end up giving a kill on bot side for it. But there is reason to be hopeful as a Nord fan. I just don't really want you to be too happy, Middlecott. I feel like I have to... I have to at least pay some lip service to the general bully Middlecott meta that's going right now. I like you a lot.
Well, that's fair.
You do need to live in the reality that this game is still decently for Nord. But yes, they'll take that kill. That kill is on the Varus as well. Very critical person to get it on. Let's see what happens at the second round of Kevin's.
Yeah, and for Lightside, it's important that you are stringing together correct steps continuously, because if you do slow down, that's when Nord are really going to be able to punish you for potentially over-aggressing. Merbs is absolutely fine here on the Ezreal, incredibly safe pick, and once he gets to his item spikes, his poke is going to be absolutely ridiculous. Ragnar's got a fair bit himself, but the mobility that the Ezreal offers is just that a little bit more impactful. Torrent going to be caught out in the mid lane, not back by Roshan. It's an easy kill for Varshi and Nord. Already starting to interrupt, already starting to disrupt what Lightside want to be doing.
Yep, and that flash will not be available for a Kevin's contest, and you would be thinking at that point, given the likelihood that you're looking at 6s on both champions on bot side, they might want to do a swap and they might want to do an all-in to contest those second Kevins. Not having a flash on Orianna is going to be a very big deal.
Ragnar here, going back to base, picking up a very early Yomu's Ghostblade, so... if we see this Varus getting into any aggressive maneuvers, if we see Emp going down into the bot lane, there is a lot of potential for damage to come through, maybe even moving to some objectives in a little bit. Bucci making his way towards the enemy jungle, maybe just going to place down some vision, try and scout out what Roshan's doing.
Who rage quit the game this time?
Oh, I don't know, man. Well, I mean, for Roshan, like, he left, his team died for first blood, and then he immediately came and got back one in mid lane. So I don't think it would be him. I think he's chill with how the game state is going. But overall, I do feel like Nord are very happy with what's going on, right, Veteran? Yep. Given up a little bit in terms of the early objectives. We've been able to trade some back, but we're not getting completely blown out in the early game.
No. But, you know, Not getting blown out, that is your win con. Not giving an advantage to the enemy, though, that is the other win con. And Varus does have something to work with here. I do think, though, removing the Orianna flash pretty much guarantees you're able to do those Kevins, so long as you're able to get the priority for it. So let's see if either side does a play around bot side, it was just going to be simple double reset there, in towards mid and towards top, or if that will even happen at all. Maybe you just decide to abandon it and go for further acceleration on the Varus. That's something that Lightside could very likely choose to do. They'll be like, okay, we won't get the Kevins. Let's make sure then, given that we will be up against a big side lane threat, that we go all in on this Varus power and we make that work later on. Yeah, they have poke champs. Varus is basically a poke champ. Varus can do a lot. We already have a kill on the board for him. Let's keep that acceleration going and get bot side out.
Yeah, and I think the key thing for Lightside is they've got so much more potential to capitalize on that poke when it does end up coming down. Nord, you're looking at a lot of the CC they've got. Maokai, it's very counter-engaged. The Rel, yes, if you find a flank, you can get a massive Magnet Storm and be that main engage, but you kind of want people to come into you, and then you go forward again. Lightside can be incredibly proactive with the way they want to play the game, but for Nord, it is about absorbing a little bit of pressure and then striking back when you've got the opportunity.
Yeah, and I also think when it comes to the late game scenario, once Baron is spawning for Nord, it is literally 4 people, chill, don't get caught, clear waves, make sure best case scenario they get is a reset, and if they ever split, right, if you ever find yourself with a 3-man in the midsection and you have enough knowledge of what's happening in River so you're not just going to get flanked, move forward, siege, whittle down the mid tower, punish them for their movements to try to stop the Jax. Jax is just over here in my head, alright? It's just, I have a whole...
He's in your kitchen.
Just imagine that I'm one of those guys with like the Apple Pro... What do you call it?
The thing that makes you really, really good at driving, yeah. That thing.
I saw a bit now. Just imagine I'm doing one of those things right now, okay? Like, yeah. So they have a split push Jax. If he ever successfully starts to absorb pressure and you know you're not going to get flanked, make sure your 4-man moves forward. When that pressure transfers back in towards defending mid, make sure that they move back. Just make sure they never get caught. Keep swinging this and you will keep getting chip damage down on towers either side. Jax moves forward, or you move forward, or you both move forward simultaneously. Just make sure that you're doing that.
Yeah, and I think this is where Nille as a player really just shines in terms of playing the split push champions, because I don't associate him as a sort of player that is going to be going absolutely mad in side lanes trying to kill your opponent. He's someone that very fundamentally understands the game and is willing to play with pressure. He's got that killer instinct. He'll go for you if you overstep, but he's not going to overforce, and he is willing to play back when it makes sense. And I think that's why he's been able to succeed at the top level of the NLC for such a long time now, because he does just have that little bit of intuition and that game sense that some top laners, when they're playing stuff like the Fiora and the Jax, can be a bit lacking.
Yeah, I mean, there are 2 kinds of split pushers. There are the patient, calculated split pushers, and then there are the split pushers who aren't really split pushers. They're just people who are overextended a lot, and they just happen to discover that is in fact an entire playstyle. And Nilla's always being much more on the calculated end of things, rather than one of the ADHD Fiora mains. And so I do believe in them to be able to juggle the waves properly, as you actually want to do.
Yeah, so just a little bit of an insight into the technical pause. Someone's had to restart their PC. Hopefully they've got like an SSD and they're not running League of Legends off of a hard drive and it will take them 10 minutes to restart. So hopefully we should be able to get back into games soon. But I'm just counting this as more Nord time, to be perfectly honest. The game is being extended even without time passing in League of Legends. This is only benefiting Nord.
If time is not passing in League of Legends, is time being extended though? And this, the first blood on Romeo, this was the first good thing for Lightside, if you want to talk about advantages. It's off of this that Maokai knows he has full permission to do whatever he wants on top side, sure, but getting that 1 kill on the Varus who you got the Dirk on, that is using the first spike well. If that's intentional, if they're thinking we have this Dirk on Varus, we should be playing hard around bot, they can't really contest us, oh, you are mispositioned by virtue of thinking you're allowed to exist on this side of the map, then that's great. That's the kind of thing we need to see from Lightside later on, that committal to any single one of these catches, because the damage is there, and the damage will be there later, even in the Season 14 tank meta.
And once we get later, it's not just going to be the Leona with the Varus following up. You're going to have an Orianna ball on top. You're going to have a Meganar coming over the top as well. I'm not going to lie. I feel like Torek was dead.
Yeah.
Sort of, regardless, you don't necessarily need to be burning the flash here.
Yeah.
And like we've already said, taking that flash off for 5 minutes is going to impact his ability to play around objectives for the next while.
Yep, I mean, no matter who you are, we do not criticize you trying to live unless it's in League of Legends, in which case there are times where you should just accept your death, and that was definitely one of them, right? No real counterplay there. Orianna absolutely needed that flash for the next big objective. Little bit of a panic flash, but there is no real counterplay 2D Maokai when you are low mobility champion like Orianna, and that's going to pay dividends later on, right? That is a mini preview of Orianna Varus trying to deal with this siege composition when Maokai is able to press R and create so much space for the Corki, for the Ezreal. If you ever split any amount of people towards the Jax, and you're walking forward with this Maokai Ezreal Corki, there isn't really a front-to-back counterplay there. That's why these flank wards, we keep coming back to them. That's the big counterplay, because otherwise, you're going to have a very difficult time, and that tower's just going to get chipped down.
And I think we have seen elements of that coordination come out from Lightside. I mean, they were able to beat Lion's Creed, and I think the way they did that was fairly collected in that form, and there are members of this roster that have played together for a while coming up from Division 2, but it is very hard to execute on that sort of strategy when you are being pulled across the map by a team which has so much of experience and an understanding of how to play these compositions out.
Yeah, I mean, during their very short ELCS tenure, Elements weren't actually very good at those kinds of coordination because you had a lot of people thinking one particular idea on how to play, but none of them really meshed very well together. Whereas on this team, you can see how, whereas you have two kinds of playstyles, that siege, that poke, you also have that split push that complements it very well, despite coming from a completely different philosophy.
Oh. How have you been today, Veteran? In
Been
terms
okay.
of the games, have you been enjoying them?
No, because I've been losing every single one of my points. I've lost 10 of my points already, Middlecop. You know that?
Bro, I'm 0-6 so far this week, man.
And after this, you're gonna be 0-7 if you know what I mean.
I really don't want it. I really don't want it to happen like that because that is the ultimate insult to my intelligence. And I feel like
other than all the ones initialized is doing.
Other than all the ones that initialized is saying. But like to predict everything just emphatically wrong. I almost feel like I wouldn't deserve a new mouse at that point. And the burden that I've been forced to live with, this Sisyphean task of turning on my computer every morning and having to use this mouse, it's...
If you want to catch up, you have to make the big plays, and you made the big play, kind of. I think you only put 3 points on Venom Crest, but we'll call that a big play for you, right? Like that. It was a reasonably sized play
for me.
That you.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
The points on Venom Crest. So I respect it. Okay, I do respect it. Hopefully,
thank you.
Hopefully we can get some points this game back for you. It's not likely, I'm going to be real, but hopefully we can. You know, maybe we can work it around. Maybe eventually you could... Did you remember to... Actually, it wouldn't even matter if you remembered to be on Twitter this time.
No, I did. Well, come on, man. I've still got my pride. Barely.
So do Lions Creed. In fact, they exist in one.
Oh, Vashi going to get caught out here. Able to Valkyrie away.
That is a preview of, you know, not getting caught because you can just press W. I love the fact that there are champions in the game that have insane amounts of range. And if you close that range gap, they just press a button and it's not flash, but they are still miles away from you. Isn't it beautiful that we have those kinds of champions in the game?
I'm not necessarily a fan of them. Oh, Nilla going to pop the ult here as Bucci looks for the all-in. Throws him back with an R and takes a positive health trade. Bucci has actually been a bit of a surprise package for me so far this split. One of the players on Lightside that did come up from Div 2, and he's been able to net himself a couple of solo kills here and there. I think the Cassante has definitely been his best performing champion, but I don't feel like he's been completely out of place in this league on some of his other picks either.
No, definitely not. I mean, I think Lightside have had their moments in general of brilliance. It was a bit strange. So Bucci's trade, yes, it was a bad health trade, but he made it better for Nyla by having the wave move back into him. Now, though, Nyla has set the wave back in towards Gnar, which means he's going to have to TP top. Torok, better positioned here, is not going to get all in done. There you go. The feathery note,
and that's a big burn on the ult there from Roshan. The Grass Recruits have a long cooldown this early on, and with Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, and with Grubs on the top side, there are definitely objectives that Lightside can move towards.
Yeah, I mean, this is curious because Maokai has moved towards bot side for control, and Rel has moved because she was coming towards midsection towards bot side for control. I thought the play mid was going to precipitate a play for the Herald, with Nilla also burning his TP top on that slow pushing wave. This was the whole thing I was going for in that mini speech, but instead it looks like they're going for this Drake potentially, and maybe it's already too late up there and they might have already given up too many Kevins. Two have been taken by Lightside, so yes, they're not going to be able to get the 5 Kevins now. They thought that singular Drake was more worth.
It's a bit of a weird one, though, because I look at what Lightside have been able to get out of this early game. It's like, okay, great, you've got 1 Drake and a few Grubs. That's cool, but neither of those individually really build towards a win condition. If you've got 2 Drakes, then I feel like you can start to pressure Nords towards the Dragon Pit when the 3rd one's spawning, and if you can take that away, then obviously you've got Soul as a potential. We'll have to hold that as Bucci's getting jumped on by Vash. He slams 2 into the wall. A TP coming through from Torok, but it whiffs on the shockwave. EMP is here to try and spare the blushes of his mid laner, and he's not going to be able to do it just yet. Nille throws up the counter strike, flashes over the wall, but M follows him to death. Vash now in a 1v1 versus a Xin Zhao. Normally doesn't go well for the Corgi, but still able to even up the trade. That was so close to so good for Lightside, but Nord gets something out of it.
Still a victory there. Jax doesn't get any of the kills. Jax is being removed from the map. Jax doesn't even have teleport right now. There is a big possibility here. Yes, it looks like Lightside may. Yes. No?
Maybe. Surely. Roshan with the kill, taking out Bucci.
Yep, okay, so whereas they do lose their own top laner as well, they have stemmed some of the Jax's acceleration for now, and that is really what you want, right? Jax is the big linchpin through which most of the composition relies upon, but that Corki, 2-0-1, that's definitely going to hurt later on in the game. Do like this swap, sending Jax bot to catch the wave that Corki had pushed in to go for the play topside. Corki fixing the wave top, making sure that that's done. Jax picking up the wave on mid, and now re-swapping. Very, very standard set of plays, but it's always nice to see.
I'm going to run into Nelly after taking out those Grubs and decides, yeah, no, don't particularly feel like fighting the Jax at this juncture, as Romeo going for a bit of a Romeo into the bot lane jungle and grabbing some vision.
Yep. And that will facilitate Ezreal moving in towards this tower on bot side, but I don't anticipate him being there for very long. The moment that any enemy shows up on bot side there, he can just back off. The wave has already crashed. It is good, though, that Rel is out on the map now, right? She's looking to try to get more control here and potentially a buff contest for the Maokai on the bot side of the map. They are matching the Xin Zhao's side. They're fully aware of the Xin Zhao's movements, so off of this, they could be looking to make a play there, and even if they don't get the Xin Zhao, you have that pushing wave on bot side from the Varus, so they can pivot off for a play there.
Delta Chaos going to be spotted here as he is moving towards the mid laners. Romeo continuing to be basically attached to Roshan's hip. But have a small numbers advantage if they go onto the Leona here. Obviously pretty tanky with that Shield of Daybreak. Roshan going to be investing the ultimate as well. Not sure how worth that is with the flash being burnt defensively as well. And Nord fumbling a little bit there, spending a lot of tools and getting very little with them.
Yep, and they are going to want to get more. But at this stage of the game, for Nord, having that much damage in mid lane, you have to think that's going to buy time for the Jax to get fed and to get up there. So they're not too much panicking, but this Gnar, we were talking about how the big thing that they could do to try to break a siege composition is have the Gnar split push, have the Gnar get in on a flank position. It's looking like that could be possible based on some of the trades that we have just seen on top side.
Bucci continuing to show up in this league, and demonstrate that, yeah, he came from Div 2, but he's not someone that you can underestimate versus someone who I think we would have almost unanimously said was the best top laner or expected best top laner coming into this split. Emp is going to be able to pick up that Rift Tail, so bonus damage on towers in just a moment's time when he summons that. And Nord have had a fair bit of HP taking out some of these side lane towers.
Yes, but still, this is all just a lull, a calm in the storm until we get towards those late game positions, right? Nothing in the game significantly changed how either team want to go. Just the big question mark is this Nart, is he going to be able to be that pressure when we get to that point? Right now, he definitely can. So if Lightside are going to explode anything, it's going to be now and it's going to be soon. If you can get the priority in on the wave topside as a slow push, transition that into mid, you could potentially have a better all-in teamfight composition at that Drake much earlier than Nord are able to get their 5-man in, which is why Jax is fighting like hell against the Nard, trying to make sure he doesn't have the HP to make that viable.
Yeah, but he's not winning at the moment. Bucci slams him into the wall.
Yep, it's a losing trade, but does Bucci have the HP to just go into mid, into bot, and try to go for a full-on 5v5 fight? It doesn't look that way. It now looks like there could be a play open for Nord. That's why they've moved straight topside. Ultimately, they don't get the trade play, but they don't die as well. That's what they did not.
Oh, Bucci's hanging around, actually.
Oh,
Roshan has just been able to catch him out. The hop interrupted the flash forward from Nile. First kill of the game for the Jax, sorely needed to get him online.
Yep, I spoke too soon. Bucci had backed off. Maokai Corki had started to back off. I thought that was it for the play, but apparently not. Bucci went in for another round, and now that losing trade that Nyla took is a winning trade overall, because who really wins out on the trades? Whoever's jungler is closer.
Does just seem to be the rule of top lane. Lightside were just about able to take down the first tower in the bot lane before Nilla and Roshan took down that top lane tower. So in terms of the gold, we are looking at a bit of a match split. Lightside's bot lane emphatically empowered, but the top side of Summoner's Rift favouring Nord.
Yep, and getting a long lane state here is going to benefit whoever actually wins out on this 1v1 in the long term. Jax is loving that there is at least one area out for it. Corki will also love that if he wants to continue to scale to those 2-3 item spikes, because he has, in both of these areas, a place to do that. Both sides are now long lane states. Jax can go on either one and be very, very impactful on these item spikes. It's a good map setup for Nord, which means it's a terrible map setup for you.
Hey, those 3 points on Lightside are going to come good, I swear to you. But I think they will be a little bit perturbed that they haven't managed to accelerate or find that many leads with the composition when you look at the scaling that they're going up against. The fact that we're basically even in terms of gold, basically even in terms of towers and objectives. It's not great reading for the Lightside fans.
Yep, Nano TP as well. Jax knows he has time to be mid. Jax more of a useful champion in the front to back than a lot of other split pushers, well, and basically any other split pusher. So good move by Nilla towards midsection. If they could catch out Varus there, would have been a really free kill.
Oh, Romeo gonna get caught by the solar flare. Dr. Chaos jumping on top of him, flash burnt by the support.
I can't say where art thou twice, can I? It would just be...
No, that's crutching on it a little bit.
Yeah, it really would. At least he didn't die this time. So the happy ending version of that whole usual tragedy. Speaking of...
Yeah, Torok might be been a little bit worse for it in just a moment. Ezreal ult comes down, doesn't burn the flash, doesn't burn anything to try and save his life, knows that he is absolutely done for us. Lightside summon the Herald in the mid lane, looking for a charge. Nele, though, on the flank if Lightside step too far forward. Romeo going forward with the Magnet Stone, going to be able to catch out to Dr. Chaos, engaging back on to the Jax as the ult from Ragnar goes wide. Emp also caught out. Lightside running for the hills, but staying alive.
This is opposite day, though. Lightside, they're the ones that get the chip damage down on mid and back off mostly with their lives, and Gnar is the one split pushing. Got that tower on top side, does make the lane mega long, yes, but does mean that the tempo right now is in favor of Lightside in that game by executing a 4-1 siege, the very way that we have described Nord's composition. So a little bit opposite here. Let's see if Nord go for that again, or if they get a bit more acclimatized to just straight leaving Jax on side and having him push ad infinitum.
And the danger here now for Nord is if they do leave Ragnar alone in this mid lane without anyone to really oppose him, which looks like the case for the time being. This tower is so low that it could just be falling as he breathes on it. Roshan is in the area to try and offer some defense, but I don't think they're going to be able to stop it going down. Dr. Chaos could look for an engage though, but decides against it as Romeo returns from base to chase them down at 2. It's a very slight gold lead here for Lundqvist light side, but that mid lane tower being down opens up the map a little bit more in their favor.
It's a little bit more. It does strike me, like my brain is wired a very particular way when it comes to split push champs. I used to love playing Tryndamere a lot. For me, when towers go down, even if it's your towers going down, it always strikes me as it's favored to your champion. Right? Having long fights is the bread and butter of those kinds of champions. You play Yi, don't you?
Well, we don't really need to share information like that with the public. Romeo going to get caught out with the Chains of Corruption, followed up by Dr. Chaos, dropping all the CC on the Rail's head, but that's not the best place to put it. Bucci jumped onto by Nilla once again with the counter-strike as Vashi catches out the Leona on the other side. It's 2 for Nord. The package is dropped as 2 members of Lightside are falling. Shockwave only connecting through onto Roshan. A little bit of damage in reprieve, but Nord win out on the fight.
Now that is a massive fight. Nilla joined it once again, but getting those kills just before Drake and demonstrating that Lightside do have quite split plays and quite split, very similar to how Lionscreed were playing, focuses in their 5v5. That bodes really well for Nord for the rest of the game. And it's 2024 Middlecott. Like people are more accepting of E players than they were in like season 3.
Such a progressive society that we live in.
I
do also have 800. I do also have 800k on Udyr.
Okay, well, no, there are limits.
Maybe one day in the future I'll be accepted for that regard. Nord though, super happy with how the game is going, right? Vorshi is absolutely off to the races on this Corki. 2,500 gold ahead of his opposite number. Has got that 3-item core, which just makes Corki the most disgusting champion in the game. The Muramana, the Malignant, and the Eclipse. So those rockets are going to be taking half of Ragnar's health bar.
You see where Orianna is now. If you're playing Yi or Udyr, aren't you thinking that looks so free?
Oh, it's incredible, yeah.
Yeah. Like, so, in spite of the fact that towers are also being lost on your side, I just feel like if you expand those lanes, it's just the fact the towers aren't there is all that really matters for you, regardless. Like, with Nasus, this was always a really big deal in terms of comeback potential, right? Like, if your tower was going down, right, because you are useless early and the enemy's playing Teemo, you don't care because now you have a longer lane to just run at them on, right? I feel like, so... like there's a way to look at these kinds of compositions where their comeback mechanism is tied to the acceleration mechanism of the opposing team that puts a unique amount of pressure on the team like Lightside to have to do something. Because yes, they got mid tower down, yes they have all tier 1 towers down, but that does give Jax more power, which makes it very frustrating when I see Nilla permanently grouped like this. Because this should hate life.
I think there's also an element of, yo, Lightside are actually really good in the 4v4, in the 5v4 as well, so maybe we want to be protecting our team a little bit, because Jax, whilst he's an incredible split pusher, he's not a bad team fighter either, especially when the fights have been as split as they have. With 2 items, he's going to be an absolute menace, regardless of who he's hitting with that.
I believe in Roshan. Like, Roshan's aura is a big thing for Lightside, because Torak and Ragnar both very, very susceptible to those kinds of huge, wide I'm basically only describing Maokai if I finish that.
Yeah.
All very susceptible to a Maokai ultimate. Does give a degree of control, should give Nilla a degree of freedom. Gnar, there are no polite words for what Gnar should be feeling right now, being that far up, that long a lane. Right? Do you see this? Imagine your Yi or Udyr Middlecott. Do you see what I mean?
It's quite nice. I mean, Nilla is going to pop back there and respond to it, but Bucci has actually been able to generate a fair bit of pressure, and when we look at stuff like the Barons spawning where Nord are inevitably going to be drawn because of the nature of Baron in this game, it does mean that Lightside are in a bit of a better position than maybe they should be 25 minutes in.
Yeah, for sure. And it does feel to me like, whereas they are understanding that they have a lot of opportunities when they're just staring at the opponents in a 5-on-5 by throwing out spells non-stop, by having that poke composition going, they haven't quite learned that it's actually quite difficult for them to just dive and break the towers. You need to split your opposing team up. Light side, they don't need to do that. Light side, they can just go all in all the time. Light side, they can go hard and fast. They've never heard of foreplay. I've asked their girlfriends.
Well, no, Dr. Chaos is being jumped onto by a large tree, and multiple members of Nordy's going to be able to stay alive before Romeo finds the re-engage into the multi-man counter-strike. The shockwave, too little, too late for Light Side, as it's a double for Nille.
Yeah, I mean, opposite day again, when we saw a 4-1 split breaking that mid tower, it was Light Side, and now when we've seen a massive multi-man all-in, it was for Nord, right? So, opposite day a bit, my god. Jax is a teamfight champion. I'm just wrong. Jax is just a teamfight champ. Corki might be a split pusher. Ezreal, low damage carry. You know, my Ezreals always are. Yeah, that's just the way of the world right there. Nille is the damage, he is the pressure, he is the tank, he is the engage, he is the disengage. He's
Nille.
Yeah, he's Nille. Yeah, he's Nille. There you go.
It's what he does.
It's what he does. I mean, it's like the game can't even comprehend it. You know, that's why we're back
Yeah, no,
here.
I think that is the reason for that pause. It's like, what on earth? Jax is going into these team fights, and Nord are absolutely smashing face at them.
Yeah,
and it felt like a little bit of a botched engage to a certain extent, though. Roshan throwing out the ultimate, but I think the real turning point there was that grouping that Romeo was able to find with the Rel ultimate, and as soon as you've locked down that number of people, Nille can just go over the top, stun as many people as he can with the counter-strike, and it kind of felt like lights out.
Absolutely. Nice. Absolutely. Huge problem there, though, being that, yes, again, you have a 5v5 composition that if you go hard and fast is really, really good. They did not go hard and fast on any particular target. You did not get this conveyor belt event happening. Instead, it was all split. There wasn't really a proper 5-on-5, a proper grouping at any point until Rel had all he needed to get on top of you, and you very much lacked the tools to get on top of them. It was a very messy fight, but in that messiness, Nord had the easier composition. Corki loves messy. Ezreal loves messy. Maokai loves messy. All of these champions love that, and they got everything they wanted.
Yeah, and light side, it was Ronaldo-esque, but unfortunately, we're not talking about Cristiano. We're talking about Ronaldo Nazario, like 35 years old, put on a few pounds and not really performing at the level that we'd expect from them. They're still not completely out of the game in terms of the gold, but we're entering Nord time, baby. This is where they shine. The later the game goes, the better they play.
Oh, yeah. Do you still have that bold or broke about, like, 30-minute Nord time thing, no? Or is that... Yeah.
No, that is still intact. I've predicted that Nord will not win a game under 30 minutes this entire split, and they've got 2 minutes and 45 seconds to prove me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's actually really good for you then, because you can still bet against them. Like, they lose, it doesn't matter if they lose less than 30, right, with the phrasing that you've chosen. And then this composition, you must have loved it, because, yes, we're talking about how they can juggle ways, they don't really feel any threats, the enemy has to play so much better, blah, 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 but nothing I said there indicated that anyone but Lightside could play this fast. So, this was really good for you, I mean, except for the fact that they're obviously winning, but...
Well, yeah, and that does screw over my predictions a little bit.
Yeah,
but
a little bit. Are we allowed to say
that aside, I'm sure that everybody in the Nord camp is going to be very happy with how this game has gone. It was a slow early game that they have navigated their way through, but they are looking so damn strong at the moment. Dr. Chaos fishing for an engage there, but Vashi, he can just Valkyrie on out of there.
Yep. And Ezreal can E out, and Maokai probably doesn't care, and Jax presses E, and no one is allowed to auto him, which is a very balanced ability that I've never complained about on cast before. This is the siege, though. This is the big thing, and there is Maokai.
Whoa, Nord, slow down. You might be winning the game a little bit too quickly. Romeo looking for an engage, getting taken low, but Nille just one-shots Ragnar in the backline. Shockwave, semi-decent, but again, the game has just gone beyond Lightside at this point. Nord with the Baron at their backs, damaging the inhibitors. Emp going
They're
forward.
backing off. You're
Roshan
safe.
and crew backing away, looking for the second inhibitor in mid. Lightside need to be careful not to go
1
too
minute.
far forward, but the health bars on Nord slowly but surely dropping. Bucci gonna go mega. Shut down for Torok. Their base is in tatters, but Lightside's Nexus still exists.
Getting a kill on Nilla counts as something, though. The bounties are huge right now. I actually didn't get to see what the bounty was on Nilla, but removing him from the map, that's really good. This guy hasn't had the split push press we thought he would have, but he has been very impactful in the game nonetheless. Topside as well. The wave is actually, in fact, crashing straight in towards that inhibitor tower. The map's not... Okay, the map is horrible for Lightside, but it is not the completely over scenario that we were looking at before. They have somewhat broken open the base. They have been able to play these wide map states, and given that they've broken the base on topside, that is one rotation away from going down, does make these two inhibitors very, very easy to play around. You're not really thinking about the mid one that much until Jax is back on the map. You are thinking about that bot one, but you could probably get two sides down if they play a little bit better. Crucially though, 2-1, you are still correct on your bold or broke.
Just about hanging in there. Nord got dangerously close to ending the game there, but Lightside hanging on for the time being. It really is a hit and hope, though, now.
I'm glad that you got to see the setup we were talking about pre-game, though, with how that Siege and how that Maokai ult interacts together, how difficult it is to break if they're able to get there, unless you're able to get a flank on them, right? So, set that up a bit more. That's the real power of it. You don't necessarily have to go up Jax with that, and they didn't there. That is the setup. The Baron setup that they've got going is the setup they should be wanting to do. And now Jax is trying to take advantage of this open mid inhib. This puts Jax in a good position to flank with E. I do approve of that for sure. But when it comes to this 4-man, look how strong it is. What is the real counterplay here? Like, what can you actually do? You walk up, you get chunked. If you commit, Maokai presses R. What is there to do? There is nothing to be done, as Napoleon said.
It feels like a game that was lost 15 minutes ago, and only now a Lightside feeling the effects, but it's not done just yet. Already 2 kills in the blink of an eye in their favor, and Dr. Chaos looking for number 3. Nilla able to leap strike his way on out of there, but the chase comes through. Flashback from Roshan, another Zenith blade connecting, but the counter strike onto the backline keeps Nilla alive, and it's the death of Lightside. Turned around, counter-engaged on in an instant, and Nord take over the fight at the back end.
Yep, the minions trying to end the game there, but that's still... Oh, well, I think I've spoken too soon there. Double TP.
Oh, dearie me. Nilla TPing into the base. It's a split push.
Kind of.
In essence, but it is team fights that have won the day for Nord. The Nexus exposed, just padding the KDAs at this point. Incredible stuff from Varshi, incredible stuff from Nilla, incredible from Nord. As once more we have a team at 4-2 at the top of the standings, and it's Nord, baby.
It's slow, it was methodical, it didn't quite take the form that we wanted, but it did take the form of a win. I apologise, Middlecom.
Lightside weren't quite able to do it, but Nords, they executed, maybe not in the way that we anticipated them to, but it was another patient performance by them. Wait until they're strong. Wait until Washi was just doing unspeakable things with those Corky rockets. And I think we alluded to it then. It did feel like this was a game that Lightside never really grabbed a hold of, and it just ran away from them.
Topside did, though, oddly enough. Into Nilla, one of the strongest ones. Bushi did have a pretty good game. Maokai did do some pretty good trades topside over it. You did, at one point, get that catch on Romeo early. There were glimmers of hope, right? There was light at the end of the tunnel, but not on their side.
Oh, that's good, veteran. We are going to be jumping to a very short break. Stick around. The analyst desk going to break down that game and set us up for the final matchup of today.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money, weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. Let's let we go do.
now gone, the soul has been denied, but the fight not yet decided, ending the front line though. Takes so much damage in the backline. Yankee having fun with his opponent. Triple kill for Rusty Sniper. He's made Jin look like a champion, and it's the 8th. Sniper! Rusty Sniper, man!
Alex allowing to run rapid across him, but just as bad as perfect. Begins to dash on forward to the Darkin Blades. Execute everyone. Built dead, Alex dead, Edford dead again. Agony Pain about to live up to his namesake, and he's dead as well. Here he comes. They're going on in. Trying to find an angle in. Big man.
Lenny!
Tries to find some time for Lenny with a fate sealed that might just do it for the game. A double kill for Pashi. Pike drags them all into the dark, dark waters.
He goes back in! That is insanity for Verdant! The triple kill for Aeon, that's the ace for Verdant!
The performance from Nord keeps rising and they keep flying, getting another W into this one versus Lightside. The idea was, it was a slow-paced game. It kind of could go even for both of them, but then we saw that play at the top side when Corky tried to run with the package, right guys?
That was the highlight of the early game, for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
And like, it was an interesting one because it was a very close dive that ended up going in a 1-for-1, and actually both sides played that pretty cleverly with their buttons. There's a lot of like really clutch flashes away, a really nice Gnar ult into a wall. The Shinzao just escapes, but then has to go back in, dies in a 1-for-1, and you're like, that could have gone very much either way. The problem was, one of those teams is running Shinzao and Varus, and actually is a little bit earlier scaling. The other side is running Ajax, is running a Corki mid, is running an Ezreal, all of which love to get not just 2 items, but transformations on Muramana on 2 of their carries. And then there's a Maokai to put in front of them. One side is definitely scaling a lot better and has a lot better target access.
Yeah, one feels a lot more comfy heading into those late game team fights where we've got 40 minutes behind our back pockets, and we're sort of waited for a large portion of time for anything to happen. Once we sort of gated out of that mid game, or out into the mid game rather as well, we actually got to see not just those carries strike, but we had an exceptional engage from Romeo as well in the mid lane, which honestly was a stepping stone for me. It felt like for Nord to be able to put the game to rest, because once that engage had happened, we then started to see them coming through thick and fast, because it wasn't just Nord finding really good engages. There was this recognition from Lightside of going, we can't step up here, or this isn't a position that we can be in anymore. And then that allowed for Nilla to play these skirmishes very, very easily, and we were similar to Veteran on the desk, kind of on the cast, saying, this is great split push avenue for the Jax, but Nilla did a great job at showing, actually, I can be a part of these team fights and be just as impactful. And we not necessarily got humbled because we were more than happy to see him make those plays happen in the team fight. But it was good to see that once those groupings got a little more split, the Jax was able to really pop off as well.
Lightside keeps growing as a team. We noticed that they keep fighting harder. So that's why I want to talk with Ragnar. He's waiting for us on the interview, I believe. We can jump into that one. Ragnar, welcome to the interview.
It's not Ragnar.
So tell
the
me.
Production got it wrong. It's Cracky, the positional coach of Lightside.
Oh, yeah, we got... Because I looked into your face, I'm like, wait, what? So, okay. Welcome to the interview. So, the fact that the team is growing, and it seems like you had a slower start, some sort of a shaky one, but the team is adapting. What is the work being put up right now for Lightside?
I mean, we're working a lot, but we also are kind of playing on the back foot. We finished the roster really late into the offseason, and we also none of our players are full time. We have about 2 scrims a week to try to figure a patch and to try to make improvements, because none of our we're just playing on the lower budget than most other teams, and so we don't. A lot of teams have these stronger baseline players who just come into the league as strong players. We're playing mostly with rookies who we don't have much scrim time. We don't have much time to work with the players, but I feel like we are growing week by week, and I feel like the end product is always going to be better than most other teams just because of the quality of how quick we improve and the quality of our staff.
So what is your takeaway, since you're about to end the first half of the split? What is the takeaway so far from the teams and the way you can end up the split itself?
I mean, I feel like we're in a pretty good spot as a team. I still feel like a lot of these later game stages, we haven't got quite enough practice on them, just because we don't have as much scrim as most other teams. But I feel like we're gonna keep on growing. I feel like, for example, today, every lane was basically winning by itself without any jungle help, which is a lot of the job I do as a positional coach, and also at the scouting I do as a side job to help the players learn how to lane into specific players. And I feel like that's paying off tremendously. Now we just need to polish the diamond a little bit, polish some of edges in the mid to later stage, and we think we'll be good.
So what is the team that you think, okay, if we jump into the second half of it and we can get a rematch, what is the team that you're looking forward the most, that you think is going to help the team the most?
I feel like there's 2 teams I really want to face in the second half, which is Venom Crest, just because Painful is there and we worked with him last summer, and he still hangs around. Now this guy is a really cool guy, but we just decided to go our separate ways. But I really want to face him again, and I really want to face Nord again, because I feel like other than our laners, I feel like they're the best laners in the league. In every specific lane, I think they have the just best laning phases overall, and I still feel like I want to see how they'll improve compared to us, which we will keep improving. I know that for a fact.
Love it. Let's see what happens in the next week and on the final game of this first round. Best of luck. I'm really anxious to see what Lightside can bring up.
Thank you, and obrigado, Archão.
Obrigado. I knew it.
Portuguese,
man. Portuguese in there, right?
Wait, are you guys talking? Because I can't hear you.
I can't hear you either. That's crazy.
Because I can't hear you. I don't know if you guys can.
You're back.
Oh, okay, we're back.
I don't know.
I was confused.
That must have been a Discord. I tell you what it was. It was Discord just gave us a bit of a ping issue. I just looked over. We're back. So it was Discord, and they could probably all hear us on stream because it was that's obviously a separate thing. We couldn't hear each other, and we're all okay now. Maybe that was because there was just too much Portuguese on stream at once, and they went, "Got to cut that out." You know,
yeah.
Just like the
Shut that down
danger
immediately.
is coming in. Yeah, this is the NLC. Portugal's not part of that. You are.
I'm not native, I know, but
you know, I didn't realize you were native, so that's a great opportunity. Man.
You thought I was British, yeah, obviously. I mean, I do drink a lot of tea, and you look.
Yes, quite.
So I love the idea that Lightside steps in and says, "Hey, I do believe that Nord has the best solo laners right now." So a lot of teams are giving credit to Nord, regardless of having Lion's Creed and stuff like that. I really love the way they're looking into Nord, and Nord is still a stable team to win it all, and everybody's giving respect to Nord.
Yeah, I think the other thing that was really cool though is he was really pleased with how the early lanes played out, and actually that's great news as positional coach. It's great news for a team like the talent's there, like the mechanics are there. If you're playing lane like that with the matchups you've got, and you get the Gnar shoving in early, that allows you to go for the dive. That doesn't quite work out the way you're hoping for, but you still play it out. The Varus gets a big lead in the bot side. The Ori's having an okay time against the Corki, at least in those isolated moments. That's a good starting point. Those are great building blocks, and I think the framing of the split, the expectations of the split have been really well managed by Lightside, saying, look, this is kind of where we expect to be. We're happy with this because the things we are working on are showing through, and the foundations are good. It's just the extra scrim time. It's the extra experience that will elevate us to be better, but maybe not in the first half of the split. Second half will be more interesting to track.
And what I really enjoyed as well was getting a glimpse into the infrastructure as well at light side, right? They've got a positional coach, who's willing to come on and do interviews, but also kind of teased a little bit of what they did get up to behind the scenes, looking at not just how you're supposed to play top lane as a positional coach, but how specifically you're supposed to play top lane versus this top laner going into it, and making sure that there's that extra support for them there. If they are only doing 2 scrims a week, they are getting extra support going into their game outside of just scrim sets.
So Romeo, keeping up with the Shakespeare traditions on this broadcast, we got Romeo ready for the interview. So let's toss it to the man himself, who had a massive ultimate with the end to end the fight. Welcome to the interview. How are you doing, Romeo?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
So tell me something. NLC spring split is moving on, but it seems like teams and matches are getting closer than ever. Even though everybody respects North and keeps saying like North has the best solo laners and stuff like that, it seems like stuff are getting really competitive. Do you have any fear of staying behind or people catching up to you guys, or you're comfortable?
No, I think like our end goal and our standard is pretty obvious. Like we're here to win. And from what we've seen in the first round of games, I don't think there are many teams that have like mechanically good enough players to match with us once we get our shit together. I think that we made some mistakes yesterday in our game, which cost us because we were ahead in early game. Today we decided to go with a more like scaling comp, so we kind of laid back and chilled in early laning phase, and then we just pressed the accelerator when mid game came around and got a good team fight into Nash into like end of game 5 minutes later. So that was nice. Felt good to.
That's another question that I want. You have the scaling composition, and it seems like North likes to slow down the games. There's that 30-minute curse we keep talking about. Are you not afraid or like, there's a little bit of a fear that if a team catches up with this, they'll try to bring up the early comp and just try to go as fast as possible?
No. I mean, I think we're capable of playing earlier comps, but I think that it's just way easier and like more risk-free to play these longer scaling comps. And in regards to your point, I think that if teams are deciding to like flip an early game comp, we're just good enough to hold on till mid-late game and then just like win off champ diff, which is kind of what happened today. Like they had a more aggressive early game comp and we just hold it off until we scaled with the Corki and the Ezreal, and then we had more damage because our champs are better at that time in the game.
So for the fans of North that are sticking through and through, what can you tell them?
I can tell them that the future is looking bright and that we're only getting started. So look out for us in the coming weeks.
Okay. Looking forward to it. Thank you so much for the interview, Romeo. Have a nice one.
Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. There you go. They're feeling comfortable. They're looking to the top of the mountain. They keep flying. And this is the end of that matchup, which leads us to the last one that is about to start as well. It's going to be DMG versus Rudy. So what can we say about this one? Because there's, right off the bat, 2 players we need to talk about, right?
Yeah. I think there is. And that's probably not in a head-to-head matchup for once. But I think when we were prepping this, you said you'd rather do it as threats on a team.
Yes.
And I think both of these teams have been in some ways a little shy of that in different ways. I think DMG in general have been really struggling to find a consistent threat, whereas Ruddy have got threats who are inconsistent. Does that make sense? And I think I'd rather start with DMG's side because we highlighted him in the pregame. Shift finally turned up yesterday. He had a remarkable Viego game. It was scrappy, it wasn't entirely clean, but you don't put up a 15-kill Viego game without having something to your name.
No, he genuinely has been on an incredibly exponential upwards curve, right? And that's partly to do with the fact that he had a really ropey start to the split, right? Weeks 1 just wasn't quite his bag. The back of week 2 didn't look awful, and then obviously yesterday absolutely tore it up. So there has been that growth there very quickly for DMG, and I mean, we may be foreshadowing the scores here because we do have apparently 6 games played when we've only had 5 on the scores. So,
oh my,
Maybe there's a leak there that we don't know about. Nevertheless, hopefully we can get that remedied, though we are in the pick and ban.
Yeah, and I think before we touch too much, well, a couple of the key bans against Ruddy come on through. It's the One Tricks banned away, the Riven, the Rengar. You don't give those to Built and Natty Nat. I think the other person on that graphic, obviously for Ruddy, was Alex, and we've highlighted a number of times before. And even in the losses, the guy's been putting in numbers, not being scared to make plays. I think we're kind of seeing, though, that Ruddy kind of lacking a little bit of that team cohesion as the split's going on. We've already heard multiple times that they've been really struggling without a coach, and that is kind of maybe hurting a little bit there. But even so, Alex is someone we want to keep our eyes on. We know what he can do if he gets a lead. We know what he does even if he doesn't get a lead. First pick, though, looking here for the game, looking like an Ashe. It's kind of been a bit absent today, actually, so maybe some patch priority changes for the teams here. But either way, very swift lock-in for DMG. Can either go towards Liam, or towards Person, depending on how aggressive they want to be. Flavor of the day and the week, though, has been the Ezreal. That looks like it might be the response.
Different flavour, of course, have been banned away. The Varus off the board, Lucian as well, so we are going to see at least something a little bit different down in that bot lane. I also value the Seraphine ban from Silky Smath. The times that Ruddy, started out very strong in week 1 was off the back of this Seraphine as well, so worth keeping an eye on that ban. Natty Nat so far has played 4 games of Xin Zhao and 1 game of Maokai, so would not be surprised to see that Xin get locked in if DMG don't take it for Shift here. Obviously, Viego not banned, not taken away either, so if they want to take that to keep Shift on something that we know they'll be comfortable on, then there's no surprises there either.
Kalista Ashe is one of the more lane-dominant options you have, and as another person we have highlighted as, particularly last year, someone who was a big-time carry more on the Aphelios than anything else at the time, Liam Cole, has been someone we asked to step up and has really struggled to do so on a consistent basis. But locking in a Kalista alongside now an Ashe, that is pure lane domination. You've got the ultimate of the Fates Call to add even more pick to allow the Ashe to step way too far forward in a normal comp and pull her back to safety if you need to. We know exactly the aim of the game here from DMG. It's pick, it's bot side domination. A Syndra allows to add more execute on top of that.
And just as far as AD carry specific matchups go, Kalista typically very good versus the Ezreal. You playing against a champion that has 4 skill shots, and you're playing a champion that has a dash on every auto attack. Makes it very difficult for Silky Smath, theoretically, to land those skill shots. Now, there is a world where this Ezreal ends up getting taken into the mid lane. Again, we've already seen Painful pilot this mid, so there's an opportunity for it to be a flex if Ruddy don't fancy this bot lane matchup. But with that Akali getting locked in, it then is getting into very scary flex territory, and it may have just already been revealed for Ruddy where all of their laners are going.
Oh, yes. And again, you can strictly put the Akali top on the Cassante mid if you feel like it. That's something we've seen before, and I feel like both of those players are very capable of doing that, considering the styles of champions they like. But Akali into mages in the mid lane has been something we've seen all year long. You can run the fleet, you can run the revitalize, you can get the door and shield, you get to form up the lane despite what should be a tricky matchup on paper being melee versus range. And then you just get to execute people. And you've got double AD carries and a mage mid. That's 3 great targets for an Akali already if you can dodge the CC.
See the final ban coming in for Ruddy. See where they're going to land this one. Removing some jungler presence would be interesting, since you also still have the Xin Zhao available. They still haven't picked their own jungler, so they might leave that open in case they want to bring them themselves. They have those priority picks right now with the Akali, Xante, and even with the Ezreal. So it's going to be the Xin Zhao removed away.
I mean, I said, I've done my time, guys.
What's something else? Give me something else.
4 games of this. I beg. But also, as fake as I think jungle counter pick is, they do see the full bot lane, so it makes sense that they would take their support on for give complete information over to Natty Nat if he's got something that he's cooking. I know when I've played in 5 stacks before, people have gone, guys, this might be a Fiddlesticks game, but I need to see what their top side is before I can lock it in. Something to that effect if Natty Nat has a secret pick locked away and wants to save it for 5th.
The other option, though, is to pick it 4th and then effectively ban triple jungle by picking one here. But they are looking towards a support. They're looking for a hook option. And again, you've got enough squishy targets that you land it on a good person here. You feel pretty good about it. So I think Rudu's got the right of it.
I'm all for taking these hook champions, especially versus, Ashe Kalista. The pairing with an Ezreal is where I take issue, because I think in a 2 versus 2, whichever one of these carries you hook, the other one just kills you, because the Ezreal early on doesn't have the damage to pump out meaningful DPS for an all-in. You're actually more so relying on the Nautilus for damage early on, which is, a little bit crazy, but such is the state of supports in bot lane.
I think that's true for the 2v2. That's less true for the 3v3. So I need to see now what NattyNat goes for. Because if we end up with something like a Lee Sin here, for example, your ability to play that 3v3 gets scary because Nautilus just locks one of those 80 carries down for 30,000 seconds and then they don't get to do anything. So that might well be the angle here. Shift thinking about the Viego, and after yesterday's performance, I can't really blame him.
You can't judge him. You can't judge him. Like it's a good one, but they're looking for those resets as well. Let's see if they can pop them open. Ooh.
Okay. Jack's jump was something we've seen a bit before. We'll wait and see whether that's the option. We've seen Johan do it, and that is locked in. And in fairness, you've got double AD carries and even the Viego, who's going to be, and the Aatrox as well. You've got lots of people there who are going to be really annoyed by your Counter-Strike. And if you can get into that backline and cause some trouble, that Jax could be quite a dangerous angle here. And it's a carry for NattyNat, something he knows exactly what to do with.
It's a champion with a go-in button. And so far, NattyNat has really enjoyed those. There was, I remember week 1 where he definitely got a little bit hauled over the line. He had a solid performance on Xin Zhao one game and then a not so solid one as well, where the going in definitely didn't quite weigh up with what was supposed to be expected, but he's still got those tools to be making plays with, hoping the Leap Strike and Counter Strike combos can lock down the Kalista, which is definitely going to be the name of the game for Ruddy this match. It feels like they've got a lot of tools to do so. Nautilus ulti I'm looking at specifically, you can hop all you like as the Kalista, it's going to catch up with you.
So at the end of the day, where do we land?
I think our software has died again.
Oh, okay, so where do we land?
We're back.
Where do you land for this game? It's the last one of the day and of the week as well, week 3. Where do you land, Ruddy or DMG after the champion select?
Okay, I think Discord died, but I'm hoping people can hear me. So I think I would say Ruddy, but that's off ease of execution. I think it's easier to do that compared to an Ashe Kalista. I'm hoping everybody is nodding along with me because I don't think they know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
Oh yeah, good.
We can pretend. We can sit here and mime. That'd sound perfect. I predicted DMG for this game, so I'm going to give the cope on their draft a little bit. I do like Initializer's comments about ease of execution, but I also quite like what DMG have in terms of they have a lot of carries here. There are 4 carries plus an Ashe support who's not exactly a slouch in their own right, so it depends what build path, obviously, we get to see coming through for a person, but I'm really excited to see what the DMG squad can cook up in this game, because they've got tools in all areas. You've got Viego for shift, and there's sort of all of the tools that you're really looking for.
So it's the last game of week 3, day 2. Let's toss it the caster's middle court in Veteran.
Yes! Yes, it is! No, those were words. I heard them. Final game of the day, Veteran. Final chance for me to get a correct prediction this week. So I'm putting my chips on DMG to get the win, but I'm looking at Ruddy's composition. I do think they've got some decent answers up against this pit comp.
I'd hate to be playing Ashe this game. And Syndra's going to have a tough time as well. But Kalista, Ashe, they're going to very much struggle. You have the Jax for control later on. You have the Nautilus for control. You have Ezreal being a bugger to try to get later. But early, you do still have all of that lane bully threat that a Ashe Kalista lane gives you. You do have a lot of tempo you can play off that. You have the Drakes that you can compete with off that. Both sides do want to skirmish, but in the early phase of the game, typically Kalista Ashe will be ahead on that. So there are rays of hope. I would still prefer to be Ruddy later on in the game, but there are rays of hope for you yet. You might not go 0-8. This isn't one of those games like game 1 and 3 where it's like there is an insurmountable advantage in the draft. It's definitely not like that this time.
No. And I think for DMG, they've got the virtue of Viego within a pit comp. It's super easy. You just press the Ashe arrow, you fire it at someone, Syndra scatter, some damage coming from somewhere, and if Shift gets that first kill, then playing out the rest of the fight is absolutely doable. That's kind of how DMG was able to get their win up against natives yesterday. We haven't seen too many invades yet today, and we're not really seeing one this time around as Shift just drops the ward to try and spot out where NattyNat's pathing.
Yep. And that will give... Does it really give anything like truly actionable though? So right now, the big thing that you want to do as Viego is to be able to avoid Jax in these opening phases. I do like Jax as a response in towards Xin Zhao, in towards Viego, in towards these obvious auto-attacking jungle picks. It can be good if Natty Nat is able to track you and is able to lead on you. And what you want to do with that ward is just have a general idea of Jax's early parving, whether Jax started bot side, whether Jax started top side. You can somewhat safely assume, based on the last available time in which you could possibly see Jax on the top ward, where he began. I think right now Viego is assuming that it is unlikely Jax is starting top side, but after he does his first buff, he will see. He's trying to avoid giving info on that ward. That's why he kind of moved back and around and then in towards his red buff. He doesn't want to give Jax the same info. He does know now, though, that Jax definitely didn't start red. If he started, definitely didn't start Raptors. If he started red, he could be doing Krugs now. But now, it's quite reasonable to assume that Jax started bot side and you are indeed doing a match. Because you've started Raptors and then vanished towards top side, you may have given Jax fake info that you're going for the buffless clear that leads to the level 5 first Kevins.
Instead, it does look like Shift is making his way towards bottom lane. Ruddy do have a ward in their Tribush. If there is a potential for a dive going down, they are going to be able to spot out Shift just there on the minimap. There isn't really anything for him to pick up here in the bottom side, and if he goes too far into the jungle, could get caught out. Instead, he's just going to waste a little bit of time there, walk through the mid lane to access his topside camps.
Yep, so there was an attempt there with the fake info of the buffless play. They went towards that Tribush to see... to see if maybe they could catch Jax out going for a play on bot side, assuming Viego would already be on top side. Obviously, that did not occur, and that gave Jax the info that Viego has only done his bot side, and all the top side camps are up. Now he's responding accordingly. He does like to get this play.
Natty Nat, opting in aggressively, is going to have that rotate coming through out of built, and Shift doesn't really have anything to do. Flashes forward, doesn't get the auto down. First blood for built.
Even with the opening bit of damage that Viego was able to do, even with the aggro that Jax had just taken from the Raptors, Jax still was about to come out on top, even in the 1v1 scenario, and then obviously Built coming in there, securing the kill for himself. So very good plays overall. I do like...
Edward. Oh, my words. Yeah, immediately has to flash away. The chase is going to come through from Liam Cole. The Rend pulls out the spears, and Silky Smat's going to be next on the chopping block. Traces the kill back onto the enemy Kalista, but it's a 2-for-1 in favor of DMG.
Yep, and the wave as well is in favor of DMG as well. So I do like what DMG did topside on towards the Jax. The issue, though, being that he vastly overestimated the strength he has in the one-on-one matchup there. Bot lane, though, that could not have gone much better for them. It's a 1-for-1. Yes, the AD carry is not the one that remained, but the wave is moving back into them on bot side, so that's going to be much better for Kalista overall. And they are using that early advantage that you should have in the 2v2 against the Ezreal and the Nautilus. They tried to set up on the Jax with that. Now they just straight ran them down, and now they're in a position to potentially do that again. Dirk out on Kalista, very strong chance right now.
Yeah, typically a champion that is going to itemize a little bit more attack speed, but the Dirt gives you such an insane spike early on, with so much damage coming out of that Rend, benefiting from the lethality. And with Edward, without that flash for a few more minutes, this Nautilus is vulnerable if he's not finding those hooks onto you first.
Close. Ooh. Close. God's looking a little bit more favourably, could have done dividends for Aatrox there. But, nonetheless, I'm interested in what happens bot side now, because both junglers know that they are matching on parving. Viego knows that his bot lane does have a skirmishing advantage right now. They've already gotten the lead in CS. Ruddy, they can allow the slow push to happen, but a dive is very easy to happen here. You see this path that we now have as blue side to do a gank, and Jax is moving top side, so there's opportunities here. You have to feel the threat if you are Ezreal Nautilus. So as Viego, you can use the fact that they feel that threat and that they're going to allow that clash to happen to grab the Drake, or if Ezreal Nautilus ever look like they want to contest the wave, you could just gank them and it would be incredibly free. They aren't that stupid, so it's just going to be a Drake.
No need to over-egg when you've already managed to get a bit of an advantage for yourself as Shift starts that one up. Natty Nat hovering top side bush of mid lane. Most likely going to be going for a trade onto these grubs, especially with that unfortunate health trade that Agony Pain has just taken. Alex navigating this early game fairly well for himself. Obviously the Akali, like the Des mentioned, with the Doran Shield, with the Revitalize, able to survive these range matchups fairly well, but it does look like Alex has been thriving a little bit for himself, able to force out the TP from Agony Pain and doing fine in terms of the lane himself.
Yep, definitely, and this Akali lane... Oh, wait, are we going for it again? We are going for it again!
Yeah, and Edward, really nothing he can do in this situation. It's a second kill the game for Liam Cole.
Yep, same situation once again. But how will this affect later on, right? Because you have to think, it's difficult to play Kalista in a scenario where you're into that Jax Ray, in towards that Nautilus. You still do have to account for their cooldowns before you can go all the way in. But, brilliant start, right? This is exactly where they needed to be playing the pressure. Yeah, they're smacking each other. Yeah, I'm gonna let you talk about it. But I knew they were just gonna walk away. Do you think anything dies in that lane anymore? Do you think they feel pain? They feel fear? They're gonna go at it again, by the way. They're gonna go at it again. Watch. Cassante, no fear. He's walking up. He knows this doesn't count. Trades don't really exist. It's all for play. Alright? They need to milk this franchise for all it's worth. Nothing's really gonna happen there.
Good to know. Very emphatically declaring that nothing's going to happen there. But yeah, it's just sort of two top lane bruisers going at it. Good for LVS though that he's managed to turn up to this game. Obviously had some unfortunate PC issues yesterday that meant that wasn't able to participate as DMG took that incredibly surprising victory over Natives.
Yeah. It was surprising.
Set up for a potential 2-0 week here, which is a great turnaround for a team that was looking lost, honestly, during week 1.
Back me up here, though. Our points shouldn't count for that match because one of the teams was playing with a completely different lineup than we voted on.
Does this benefit me in terms of the prediction contest?
Yes, you would be 1-8.
Yes, no. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, good. We'll start this. We'll all get in the Discord chat afterwards. I mean, it's just not on, if you ask me. Anyway, meanwhile, Built is on half HP, is getting slow pushed in. If he's playing any champion but Cassante, he might be scared right now.
Oh, Silky Smath failing on the Arcane Shift. Has to burn the flash.
Yep, that's really good info, though, because Aatrox is on that pushing wave on top side, and Jax is top side right now. They all know now where Viego is. So, Aatrox could be vulnerable for a gank here if you're able to free Akali, if you're able to get Jax there. Instead, it looks like they do not care about that. They are going to try and match bot. They're going to match this dive.
Yeah, and DMG just executes it so cleanly. Shift Arcane shifts out of there with that stolen Ezreal, and DMG, honestly, just very, very cleanly executed. Natty Nat looking for Agony Pain in the river, but not able to find him.
Yep, I mean, preventing Natty Nat moving further down. The Akali, though, just TP'd straight down there to defend, but was way, way too late. That's a lot of resources committed bot, so LVS does get this crash cleanly, but Bill also gets to live to fight another day.
Yeah, and whilst doesn't look like either of these top laners are going to be dying anytime soon, LVS has been able to build up a very healthy CS lead advantage over Bill. Obviously, that kill negates it a little bit, but the fact that he's been able to find something for himself despite that initial deficit is boding well for DMG's chances in this game.
Yeah, 100%. I do look at a 3-1-1 Kalista, and I do think it's low-key like the Renekton of bot lane, in that I've seen pretty significant advantages not matter. Compositionally, though, how do you burn the Nautilus out? How do you burn the Jax? How do you make these things not matter? I think you just keep making plays against them, trade away from them, and if you stick to these principles, I do think it could be a fairly strong game for DMG, and you may be on 1 win at the end.
Well, and they'd be on 2 as well.
Yeah, they'd be on.
Fantastic
Yeah, I mean,
stuff.
that matters more. Yeah.
Grubs are going to be started up by Shift here. Actually, pretty late for these. Oh no, it is the second spawn. So going to be able to even those up with Ruddy.
5 or 6 grubs in any game today, or have they all just been even splits?
I think Verdant did.
Verdant did?
Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Verdant just got absolutely everything in the first game of the day.
Yeah, sounds about right.
It does seem to be the way that these end up getting traded over more often than teams commit extensive resources to grabbing them. And I think similarly to the previous game, right, we've got one team taking the early dragon, the other taking the early grubs, and then they swap priorities when the second spawns of those objectives come around.
Yeah, this is very interesting though, not opting for the contest of Drake. Way back in the day when you had the Kalista Sivir dichotomy, you used to think Sivir comps play for lane and Kalista comps play for Drake. You're not seeing them try to force the skirmishes that could be in their favor around the Drake, and of course if you do start the Drake, the risk of a steal is very minimal because of the burst that the Kalista has. But instead they opted to trade topside, more Kevins, and did not look to just straight go for a team fight around their Giga Snowballing Kalista. Maybe they are going to wait on the first item before they decide to play the game that way. It does feel like there's a very telegraphed way to do it.
Was
somewhat like this.
They are seeing an engage onto Edward here. Liam Cole stacking up those spears for Loren, throws through the pierce, and Person finishes him off with the arrows. And yeah, they weren't able to pick up the dragon, but they are picking up more kills in the bottom lane.
Yep, and you did have Jax off the map and Viego leaning towards bot side on that sort of. So it was a fairly good timing to do that play overall. Just you would think we'd be getting a lot more acceleration around it. But we'll see. They now have bot done in 1 minute and a bit more's time. They're not going to care too much more about those plates on bot side. So we could see them try to release Kalista. And then the question is, do they just move her around sides or not? Because with Syndra, with Azir, with Orianna, you're in the unique position that you can keep playing Freeman on sides for a fairly long time until the enemy decides to do a hard grouping on mid to try to get back tempo in the game. I do want to see them do that. I do want to see them play really aggressively with the Kalista. Let's see if they do it.
Yeah, we're going to be on our own some in the bot lane as it stands. This person has made his way towards mid lane. That enchanted crystal arrow, not quite up, but very, very close to being available. And if you can combo that with Agony Pain's ultimate, then Alex will drop off the face of the earth in an instant. It's a 2.5k gold lead here for DMG as those plates are going to start to fall off. And it looks like they are moving their way towards the Heralds, which spawns in 10 seconds.
Yep, 10 seconds on that. Kalista is moving in towards mid, is far ahead of the Ezreal. It is going to be a good idea for Ruddy to try to trade away for the time being while Kalista is on these really strong spikes, is 3-1 and 2, is this far ahead of the Ezreal. Later on though, you are going to feel better about doing those groupings. Does seem like it's just going to be a really free Herald, and Kalista does want to challenge bot side. So Jax and Nautilus are both here, both of them have their ults. Let's see what they believe their odds are on a fight. Akali is recalled but does have teleport, using it top.
This is very deep from Alex. He's going to spot out Shift starting this up, and Build is also going to be joining the fray, going over the wall with the Shuriken flip. But Shift is running straight into the path of Build. Agony Pain is here though, gets the stun, but Alex dashes away just in time. The unleashed power on the Akali, not enough to take her down before Shift knocks off her block. Built getting one back in trade, but is stuck in a 1v2 situation up against the Aatrox. The dash interrupted. Agony Pain getting away from the knockback as Natty is joining the engagement. Stun onto LVS. The Aatrox doesn't have the sustain to get through. The fight ends up being multiple bodies hitting the floor. The Herald still on the line.
A fight away from the Kalista, a very split one at that, but they were able to pick up the kills. That's a huge fight for Ruddy. Definitely going to be very motivational for them going forward. Hopefully, they're able to get more circumstances like that. Shift was all alone there, but still almost got the reset, was barely stopped by the Cassante for getting that reset on the Akali. The Herald, though, still hasn't been taken, so there is a focal point to bait people into to try to get some more kills on that. Akali ult's about to be up. These are very, very low cooldown champions. We're halfway through on Natinat, and we're halfway through on Cassante as well. You could just set up the map and roll for it again. You also have Drake coming up. The big thing you want to do, though, is right now, you don't really want to fight this Kalista. So long as they can get picks away from her, that should all be good. And then you're praying that DMG, they keep making their own plays away from the Kalista. That Herald was started away from the most powerful champion that you have. If they don't do that, then they'll just win out really, really hard on the sides, trying to bait them into a fight that Ruddy, at this point, probably don't win in those groupings.
And credit to Ruddy, right? Going for that double teleport play to contest the Herald is not something that I've really seen any other team do, but it slows down DMG's snowball. It's a fight away from the Kalista like we're talking about, and as long as these towers stay standing for Ruddy, there is only so much that DMG can gain with the gold lead that they've accrued.
Oh yeah, no, that was Christmas for Ruddy, right? You had Shift all alone, miles away from his Kalista, everything that you wanted, and they committed to it. So great call by them, great plays by Alex, great chase by Natinat. Very glad to see it. They are having to trade here, though. This time, Shift was with his Kalista. This time, Shift was with, well, the damages. And Kalista has that Bork, has the Dirk, has the Berserkers, is a Berserker himself right now, in the very Viking sense of the word. So Ruddy, they see that challenge coming towards topside, and they're not able to trade the Herald for the Drake.
Yeah, I'm sure that Liam Cole, maybe not seeing 9, but seeing 5 health bars on the enemy team that he'd really like to work his way through. Going up against Built and Natinat is going to be very difficult, though. Already a fair bit of HP stacking up for both of them, a load of armor on Built as well. And the Kalista, she's always going to have a difficulty actually getting through them, because if you're in effective range to auto-attack them, then you are pretty much in flip range, you're in counter-strike, leap strike range of the Jax. You have to tread such a fine line playing against these champions.
Yeah, no, 100%. These are the kinds of champions that just pop you when you're mispositioned, which is why I'd really hate to be Ashe in this game, right? Like, Ashe trying to misposition into an Akali, in towards a Cassante, in towards a Jax. That is a recipe for disaster right there, right? And Agony Pain could be argued to be in a similar position if you get a side lane advantage as Ruddy, right? Big if. If you go front to back into the Syndra, the counterplay is very, very obvious. But if you're able to attack her from all sides, she can be just as vulnerable. And then, obviously, the Kalista, there are multiple tools there that can somewhat negate her. So there are circumstances here where DMG could still lose and you could just be humiliated at the end of the game.
Well, I mean, that driving from Shift could have been a little bit better. Maybe not humiliating, but definitely some room for improvement. Ruddy were actually able to take the first tower of the game in that bottom lane. Alex picking up all of the bonus gold from that, as the mid lane tower did end up falling. So the game very much still balanced on a knife's edge in terms of the gold going over to both teams.
Yep. I want to see if they do ever unleash the Kalista out of side, but it does look like we're going to be in this 1-3-1 position. So damage DMG, they have had the opportunity to keep going with these long side lanes with that Kalista, but they're not doing it. They are going into a traditional 1-3-1, and that means Ruddy can stall. This is a pretty good position for them to be able to try to get advantages themselves. It's not like this Aatrox is strong in towards the Akali, in towards the Cassante. Ruddy have the better split pushers over right now, and they do have a pretty strong midsection. Yes, the Ezreal will lose straight up into a Kalista in a longer lane state, but he can also just go for shallow clears, press E and get away. He does have tools here. He has everything up. They shouldn't be that afraid of the position they're currently in. Can we see that?
Edward going for a hook in the mid lane. Doesn't look like it's going to precipitate into too much more before the arrows fired out from Person, and Nautilus has nowhere to go. Hooks for the wall, but finds a coffin instead. And things are going down from DMG onto this Baron. 20 minutes on the clock. They're going to start this up.
He did land that hook on towards Kalista, but was definitely unaware of exactly how close Shift was to them. Did sight them at Raptors, though, I was pretty sure, so questionable there from Edward, but at least they're still trying to make things happen, right? If you do get that Kalista down once, there's a 400 gold bounty with a secure for your Ezreal, and that's a massive opening for the game. We do like to talk about, if you're coming in second on Baron, is there significant amounts of poke coming out from your opponents? There is. If the Ezreal is still alive, it is not a free thing to start up this Baron. The Ezreal can poke you down, especially from red side.
Very, very cheeky from Shift, but he is going to be able to steal away that red buff.
Buff?
Game?
You like
buff,
that?
Yeah.
The emphasis on that.
Well, it's a red buff. I feel like they do need a bit more emphasis in this season, because it's not just a case of, well, you're taking away that buff from one member of the enemy team. You are delivering that to absolutely everybody on your squad. And whilst red buff has been gutted a little bit in the past, well, a few patches ago now, it's still going to provide that slow, that additional healing as well, and that bonus damage.
Yeah, and they delivered it one wave before the Drake spawns, right? Another big contest, because for DMG, this is going to be sole point. Ruddy are going to want to do something about it. Their Kalista is very strong right now, so long as we get these very long fight scenarios. So that red buff, that does pay dividends. It's a very big thing to get before an objective.
Oh, Edward once again going to be the initial focus of DMG. And Shift able to pick up his corpse with these teleport coming in from Built to try and contest them, but there's already one corpse hitting the floor.
I very much respect that Akali just does not care yet. There will be a moment. I'm interested to see if they do sacrifice her for this, because you could interrupt the Drake, but I don't think you're going to win the fight off it. Let's see what they do.
Alex is peeling back, so could be looking for a maneuver onto this objective. Natty Nat here, going to be throwing up the counter-strike, but caught out, rendered down by Liam Cole. And DMG getting a great start to the fight. Shift going to throw up the counter-strike. Alex getting stunned, but still able to go into the backline and build back so much time. But it's not enough. A triple for Alex. He falls in the end as Agony Pain secures a double kill. What a fight from Ruddy. But DMG, they're still going to get position onto the Dragon. Look to take those resets, though, not able to pick it up.
Ezreal is still alive. The poke champion against your neutral. If you want to start that Drake, if you want to tank all of that, by all means. Liam Cole, where most of your gold is dead. Aatrox no longer has the ultimate. You can't do it. They successfully interrupted the Drake. It wasn't a hard winning team fight from like a neutral standpoint, but for how the rest of the game's been going, Ruddy will definitely call that a victory.
And it's gold going into Alex, the Akali who can be the bane of Agony Pain, the bane of Liam Cole and Pearson. This assassin that just one-shots. Getting a gold lead, getting more items is exactly what you are looking for. Bit of a disconnect there from LVS in the top lane for DMG, praying that he's going to be able to rejoin the game, because honestly, it felt like that was starting to flow in DMG's favour, but with that fight, Ruddy have pulled themselves right back into contestation.
Yep, no, the early game, definitely the story was DMG, the story was Liam Cole and that Kalista, but also DMG playing away from Liam Cole, not including him in every single play, not rotating around that big position of strength, big position of power, and eventually that meant that Liam Cole wasn't enough, wasn't a juggernaut on his own to be able to carry that fight. Alex positioning really well to make sure his TP comes out through interrupted, gets in ahead of the Aatrox, is able to play the fight. But Ezreal staying alive was such a big factor in why it was so successful. No soul point now for DMG. Not possible whatsoever, because if they tried to start it with the way that that fight ended, they would not be able to finish it. They would just give more kills over to Ruddy. So that could be the big turning point of the game there. That was going to be the bit where there was going to be no good macro choice for Ruddy in 4 minutes time. Now this game is elongated. There are many more options, and you know Liam Cole's not invincible. You know there are big gaps in the position of DMG. There's confidence now for Ruddy. And Alex, let's be real, always plays with confidence. So having the rest of his team on board with that, that can only be a good thing.
It feels like this game is starting to rhyme with what we saw last time on the Rift, right? With Nord going up into the game, having a composition which needs to be a little bit slower, which you don't need to completely crush the early game on to succeed. But all the time that you are given, is time that you will greatly appreciate. DMG now able to move back onto that dragon, but it's a minute later than it could have been, and that soul point is, well, that dragon's soul, closer to 30 minutes than they would like.
Yeah, it's still soul point, though, ultimately, in the next 4 or 5 minutes' time. And that is going to be a precarious position for Ruddy. However, they do know that they can win fights now, right? It's no longer the impossible scenario that they thought it was before, and maybe they could even equalize this mid tower here. Doesn't look like they have quite enough damage.
Yeah, Alex able to take another for himself in the top lane, and if this Akali can get onto 3 items before the next team fight, then may just be curtains for DMG. Shout out to Natinat as well, though. I think that his career so far in the NLC has been defined by over-aggression at times, but it does feel like he's tempered that and is playing a lot more with his team rather than apart from them.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I do think he was a major part of why that Drake fight was able to go so well. He was a major part of how early game didn't completely fall out of their hands with the shift invade and all of that. He had the confidence to know that his matchup is really, really strong. So, yeah, good performance by him so far. Alex, though, does continue to be the big playmaker. That TP on towards the Herald on top side there gave them their first big amount of dividends. And then his play, getting all those HP bars really low for what looked like a really nice triple lineup around that Drake fight. Absolutely huge for Ruddy. Continues to be the man of the hour.
And I guess the question that we sort of ask of DMG now is, what do the next few minutes look like? Because, yeah, you've got that soul point in your back pocket. You're going to want to play towards that inevitably, but Ruddy do feel like they're in the ascendancy. They're building up this confidence, and if you overstep, you do just get annihilated.
Yep, I mean, they are trying to do something with the fact that they do still have such a strong winning 2v2 into the Mortalist Ezreal, right? Keep pushing this out, get all of the vision control, and then if the enemy contests that vision, launch an Ash Arrow on it, launch a Syndra stun on it, and run them down. That just isn't happening the way that they want it to, though, right? That Ruddy are being very patient about when they take that vision control. They're aware, there was an attempt, they are aware that it is not real, that the Baron just gets started, and if it does get started with it all being black, then just let it be. But they don't believe that that threat is real enough, that they need to do anything but get the little amount of vision control that they've gotten right now. From this position, Ezreal would be able to stop a Baron by being able to poke over on the other side of the red buff. That would just force DMG to try to go all in, and in that position, Ruddy could even come at them from all angles. So the Baron threat isn't real enough until Ruddy misstepped, and they're not giving them that misstep.
We do need to check, though, 3 items here for Liam Cole. So whilst we're talking about the Callista falling off, she is still going to be an incredible damage threat and a little bit more resistant to the aggression of Alex, who was hit towards the 3rd item for himself, that Zhonya's Hourglass. So it feels like both of these big carries itemized to sort of deal with the other, but in a 1v1 you have to give the advantage to the Akali. And DMG, I think one of the sort of failings of this composition is they don't have anyone that can just stand in the way of Ruddy. Hook going to come out, connecting there onto Shift as he goes backwards, and the teleports come on through. Natinat finding the stun, Liam Cole finding death, but no surviving. It's a reset for Shift. Alex getting onto the back line, looking to take down these squishy targets. The Shift goes back over the wall to stun up the Akali, but she flips back over for a double, goes back in onto LVS. A little bit of time being bought, but it's not going to be enough. Surely flashes away, gets on out of there, will burn down eventually, but Agony Pain goes forward and gets taken down. Ruddy are doing it. They find an ace by the top side, and Natty Nat and Silky Smath look for the Baron.
Ruddy up. They now have the gold lead. They're going to have the Baron. Amazing plays by Alex. For me, a Viego composition is as simple as, if the Viego gets the reset, the game is over. Not so in this case, because Alex was on the back line, splitting them up, and then, when he moved back towards Shift, back towards the rest of the fight, he used his Zhonyas as an engage tool, and allowed Silky Smath to get as much damage down as humanly possible. This Ezreal, by the way, Right, I've talked about Alex a lot, but every single fight, he has been surviving. Yes, the 2v2 phase could have gone better for them, but it was always going to be a difficult one. In every single one of these fights, he has maintained his distance, he has been surviving, and he hasn't been doing it by playing for KDA. He's belting out the damage that he needs to. Lucky though, he has a very good team enabling him. Edward, I just praise the team. Don't...
Oh, he's buying time, actually. Pops up the locket. He's got the aftershock as well, and Shift has to get away. Enchanted Crystal, Arrow thrown out, Ruddy backing away.
I mean, Ezreal's alive. You can go for this. You just don't have...
Shift has the smite. Natty Nat is trying to get in, throws up the counter-strike, is going to get stunned. LVS getting the kill. That's a reset for Shift. Built on the backline. Soul secured for DMG, but the fight is looking pretty ruddy. LVS turning it around, though, as Liam Cole dances around the fight before finally being slain by Built. This world-ending Aatrox is too much for Ruddy to handle, though, as LVS going absolutely ham. Himself and Edward left alive, but crucially, DMG get the soul.
I wish we could get a replay of that. It looked to me like Cassante removed the last remaining member of DMG from the pit at about 176, but then LVS went in and got the auto before Ezreal, before anyone else could, to secure the soul in the middle of the fight. That definitely gave Liam Cole the time to belt out the damage that he needed to keep DMG in the game. And Aatrox, with that World Ender, with Soul, is going to be huge. It is Ocean Soul. It's exactly what you need in towards the Ezreal, in towards the Jackson, towards the Cassante. But I'm going to have to say his name again. Alex. Alex doesn't give you a chance to heal. He gets on you, you die immediately. If you can't get your autos out, you're not going to be able to do it. It all began with this. This is what made the fight so close in the first place. You're no longer playing of a Nautilus and you weren't able to successfully make a pick off of it, and Jax needs to heal up. This gives DMG ample time, but Ezreal's still up. Ezreal needs to be here doing poke, but when they get here, yes, the last member goes down, but Ezreal isn't quite there for the Drake, and LVS goes straight on and secures that.
Oh, we're getting another fight. There was a three-man scan of the week, it looks like. But Ruddy actually going to go for a re-engage, dropping the ultimate onto Agony Pain, but LVS is going to be untouched in the back line.
Oh my God.
Able to take out one. Shift getting the reset. In comes Liam Cole, throwing in the axe. But Alex is doing so much damage to the backliners. Ruddy against an Ocean Soul are winning out the fight. LVS going over the wall, but Build is able to follow him over the stun from Natty Nat. A triple kill for the Jax. What on earth was that, Ruddy?
Apparently the only orc here stacking dragons is Ruddy, and all 5 of them are playing these fights so goddamn well. They're running it up mid lane. A game that was fully in favor of DMG for the vast majority of it. A game where they were able to get soul. It could end right now, 31 minutes in Ruddy's favor.
The death timers are just that little bit too long. Ruddy hand over the soul, but they will take the game for the first time since week 1. Ruddy destroyed the enemy nexus.
Maybe they just really hate you.
Oh my word.
Wow. But that is an amazing game from Ruddy right there. They should be proud of themselves for that. We talked about the win cons early in almost every one of these games. In this one, for them, they're always going to struggle early, but then they do have the tools to win later on. They definitely believed in themselves at every single point in the game, and it paid dividends. Even when they lost that soul, they had zero hesitation. Anyone even vaguely out of place, let's go in, let's do the damage, let's kill them before they get a single attack off. I've read the description of Ocean Soul. Let's go. There is counterplay here. And they were able to win the whole game on the immediate next team fight. They had no mid tower for so long. They were super far behind in objectives. They managed to make this work essentially off of 2 team fights. 2 team fights, Middle Court is where it took. 3 if you count the initial one where they low-key interrupted the soul point. Didn't really turn too much, but 2 massively, majorly impactful team fights is already needed to win the game. Don't give them an opening.
Absolutely incredible stuff, and I feel like this is what we've been teased of over the past few weeks. The team fighting ability, the raw mechanical skill of these players, but there was coordination at play here, make no mistake. Despite the Ocean Soul, despite Everything going against them, Ruddy find a way, and they find a victory. We're going to be jumping to a short break before the analyst desk break down that game.
Ruddy up!
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Save a party, both of them now gone. The soul has been denied, but the fight not yet decided. Then in the front line though, takes so much damage in the backline. Yankee having fun with his opponent. Triple kill for Rusty Sniper. He's made Jin look like a champion, and it's the 8th. Sniper! Rusty! Sniper, man!
Alex allowed to run rapid across him, but just as as perfect. Begins to dash on forward to the Darkin Blades. Execute everyone. Built dead, Alex dead, Edford dead again. Agony Pain about to live up to his namesake, and he's dead as well. Here he comes. They're going on in. Trying to find an angle in. Big man. Lenny! Tries to find some time for Lenny with a fate sealed that might just do it for the game. A double kill for Pashi. Pike drags them all into the dark, dark waters.
He goes back in! That is insanity for Verden! The triple kill for Aeon, that's the ace for Verden!
Ruddy up with the win versus DMG. It could have went anywhere until we got to see the Akali. We're not gonna talk about it quite yet, guys. Let's focus. We'll go into sadness, into Naruto flute song in a few minutes. Don't worry about it. On this game though, DMG had a winning shot, but Ruddy were there. Talk to me.
They had a fighting chance. Unfortunately, they forgot to factor in what an Akali can do late game, and they didn't have an answer for it. Unfortunately, as much as they tried, as best as they could, Alex unfortunately was inevitable in that game and did all that was necessary to get Ruddy. I'm not going to say over the line, because I think that over the line was a team effort, but to a point where they were back in with a chance. That was all Alex. Alex brought them back from the brink, and then the team as a whole carried it home.
I think as well, it's important to note that DMG found their success yesterday and found early success today by being willing to say it doesn't need to be perfect, but we all need to brawl when we brawl. And they kind of just grouped together, normally led by Shift on the Viego, looking for the resets and just taking fights. They weren't always the best ones, but they would take them. The problem is you do that against a team like Ruddy, who haven't got the best macro sense at the minute, but sure as hell have hands, some of the best damn mechanical hands in the league, and they're on things like, you know, Cassante, Jax, Alex on the Akali, and you are taking a pretty uneven fight, especially if some of these carries pick up triple kills out of nowhere on an Akali. That's a very difficult place to be, especially when you're on maybe a little bit of a timer with something like a Kalista as well.
I think that's a deciding fight that goes up to the Baron, ends up with the Baron being taken from Ruddy. I do believe we have access to that replay. It was a beautiful fight. It starts off good, but guide me through this one.
Yeah, so the initial thing is that once again they're trying to get a pick onto Edvard, or a Natty Knight, who have often been targets of Assault earlier on in the game. This time though, the response is really good, and Shift immediately has to leave, and the turnaround damage is good. But look who's coming in on the flank. In goes Natty Nat, they're onto the Kalista, who's super fed at this point. Bill gets to go through, and Alex finds an absolutely obscene angle while Shift thinks he can keep going forwards. The 280 carries are being run down by an Akali, and that is not what you need to see.
It's that duality of a frontliner where you're thinking, okay, I can do damage to their backline here, but it's at what cost? And the fact that Alex is literally, if you take a screenshot maybe 2 seconds prior, Alex is between 4 people with 1200 health, should die, but limps out to safety and coaxes as much of DMG back into this fight as needs be. Person, granted, he gets this kill, but it just doesn't matter. The full team from DMG got baited in there, got taken down. I think this is the team fight where Silky Smith did 9,000 damage as well. So, as like we've been praising Alex, Silky Smith on this Ezreal, I felt like was always pumping out the DPS. That team fight was a great example of it, and maybe flew a little bit under the radar, but definitely again worthy of praise.
Exactly that. And on the side of DMG, right, they go for pick, it doesn't work out. Shift's left at half HP, and they start retreating. But they've already gone a bit deep. The vision lines are kind of a bit awkward. They don't spot Ash Alex on the flank. Silky Smith starts with an ultimate, comes in actually later into the fight as well. He's not there entirely at the beginning. And that's a bit awkward from DMG, just not quite recognizing when they've gone beyond the safe locations. Because a Jax and a Akali, even an Ezreal dancing around the edges of fights and you're not tracking them is rough to see.
And they knew how to swim. They were like, yeah, I can step my TP toes in this river. But they forgot there was a current and there was Ruddy. And Alex was like the ocean wave to pick them up. And that's actually the MVP of the match. It's going towards Alex with the Akali. We were expecting this. His performance was what we expected. This is a monster. This is a really good player. And after we talked with Ruddy the previous time and they said, we're going through a rough patch. We're not feeling comfortable. It seemed like the spirits were down. Having this W, I think this is a boost they needed.
Certainly should be. And yeah, it's no surprise that Alex gets the MVP. Very excited by what Ruddy can do. And I think that one of the things of Ruddy that they've not lost, even when they're going through this rough patch, had been their willingness to take fights regardless of game state, situations that they find themselves in. They're a team that we've seen this split always be comfortable at trying to take a fight and battling their way back. And that's exactly what we've got to see here as well.
I think that's why nearly every game they've been in has always had a bit of a question mark, because they will find a fight within the game that looks good. Your Aurelia might start 1-5. It comes back to be 5-5 and looking scary. Alex has got, even despite the fact they're 1-4, over 800 DPM as a mid laner. That is a nut stat. That is really, really good. And it's the other elements. They're a very spiky team with very defined, very good strengths in the skirmishing, in the mechanical prowess on very high intensity, high DPM champions. It's some of the team play, some of the map movements, some of the stuff that bluntly, a little bit of coaching will, I'm hoping, eventually sort out when that gets resolved for Ruddy. And I think these players will be very, very scary. Maybe not this split. It might be a little bit late there because of the scoreline, but you never know. But come summer, at the very least, I think they're going to be very dangerous indeed.
That's a good point to make. The fact that, okay, you have the coach, Wolverine, coming in, stepping in and helping Ruddy. And maybe you will bring in a lot of work that can salvage what happened in the previous days. And I remember Don Jake was talking about, hey, we want to go for the long line. We're not caring about this split. We just want people to feel comfortable together as a team. And this is sad to see, because a lot of these teams that are at the bottom of the standings actually had really close games. So it seems like playoffs are running away from their fingers, but they were so close with a lot of games. Like Ruddy almost took down Lions Creed. That's an example of that would shift the tables tremendously. So seeing these teams that have the potential and not being able to get it because of those little mishaps, well, it's part of the competition, but in the end, it's kind of rough for them.
Yeah, it feels awkward to have to say it, right? But it is just the final margin, that last tenth that you don't quite have in the tank, that is sometimes the most important. And unfortunately, that was what Ruddy had been missing just a couple of times.
I will also say, is a perhaps silver lining here, though, the fact that it has been so close and we haven't got a defined these are our playoffs teams yet. Everybody's been dropping games. Venom Cross were clear at the top of the table. They dropped a game today. The top isn't actually that far out of reach. You get a 2-0 week, someone else nearly inevitably, it feels like, has a rough week, and it's not miles away. You've got you're 2-4 right now. The top of the table is 4-2. That's not as far away as you think it is. I think if I remember my standings right, we'll check it.
Yeah, and playoffs isn't.
But
that
like,
it's
the point is like a good,
right?
a good week, even an even week, and you're still at least keeping yourself within that kind of reaching distance, as hard as it might still be.
So let's talk with Ruddy. We have Gifted that is waiting for us for the interview to understand what happened and to talk a little bit more about the team itself. Welcome to the interview. This is a big W. What are you nervous?
I don't think so. Although, like, in warm-up, I was a little bit uncertain in the zone and doing it.
I'm having some issues hearing you. It's cutting a little bit. I don't know if you know that. Like, the sound is cutting off. I don't know if you can boost up your sensitivity on the microphone.
I can get a microphone then. Maybe like that.
Okay,
Okay,
it's
maybe
way
I should be
better.
heard. Yeah, I did a mic check. This is probably the better sound. You can just continue.
Okay, so when you look into the team, I was really worried in the previous yesterday when Ruddy said we're not on a good spirit, things are not looking good. I don't know. It seemed like their spirits were really, really down. How can you work with the team to fix that?
I mean, I generally think, like, for sure, it's been a little bit more a rougher patch for the players. But of course, we signed in Wolverine very recently, which is an absolute fantastic coach. And I think that now that we're getting a bit more working with the actual team as a unit, like it's gonna slowly, and we're starting to see like the season rewards right now. So we're slowly but surely gonna make it. And I think that maybe they're a bit too like pessimistic, but I have really, really high hopes. And I know that just with a little bit work, this team is gonna do absolute magic.
I just love the fact that you're really hyped. Like, I'm getting hyped just by listening you two, so the team has to get hyped. You're really happy with the team, aren't you?
Yeah, but like, I mean, generally, like seeing the team screaming and just seeing all the players play together is absolutely fantastic. Like, I think that watching every single scrim and just seeing the team being together, it's like a show itself. Like seeing these incredible players being in the same team and actually just not only mechanically outfighting and making these amazing drafts, it's just an absolute honor to just be with this team and sit here.
I like this one. I like this interview. So final question for you, if possible. Initialize, we're talking about the fact that even though it seems like the standings are really far apart, we're ending the first part of the split, there's still a high chance for, like, if you get a good 2-0, you might pull it back. Do you believe, like, Ruddy, even with all the things that are happening, are looking for playoffs and like, hey, we can go to playoffs, we can make it happen?
Of course. I mean, now that the standings is so close and that the top teams have dropped, and also we see the bottom teams still getting a couple of wins up, it's like the middle of the pack is really tight, and we've seen not only Lions Creed dropping games, but we've seen these favorites, even Verdant dropping games to us. So it's clearly really depending on the day and which team is coming out on top. So I think that there's never been such an even standing as right now in the league, and I think that it's really just which team comes out which day, and then just taking that dub. So I'm really excited for the coming second split, and let's see what Ruddy can do then.
Okay, let's see what happens. Thank you so much for this interview. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you so much.
Also your excitement. I love it.
Thank you so much for the game.
There you go. Man, if you have someone working with you with that sort of excitement, man, you gotta pull through, man. You gotta pull through.
Yeah, that's what you need in a team manager, right? Yeah. Just legitimately confidence, honestly.
I remember back
mean,
in
like-
2022, initializing it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but sometimes we would go into the studio, people like, we're kind of downhill. But I was so hyped about existing. You guys were like, this guy doesn't shut up, but let's follow through. Like, that is the momentum, right?
I remember filming a TikTok. I think it was Alex at the time. You were there with a Pantheon spear, going like, "Slay my enemies!" You know, leaders of mortal men, like going like this massive, ridiculous stuff, and like nearly guaranteed you would be leading some ridiculous thing to get us all in the right mindset there, but like lazing around with our coffees, we'd be going. And there is some real truth to that, though, especially if it's actually like, look, Split hasn't gone as we planned. We've not had the coach. Actually, we've dropped some games we didn't want to. We're really frustrated with how things are going, and you know, the unity and the self-belief begins to go. Having someone in the roster, someone in the management, just to actually give you a little bit of a pep talk and go, guys, you've got this. I really believe in you. This is going to happen. Can just at least help lift something, because someone's got to do it. If it's not within the team itself, then someone else has to.
And they haven't. So let's talk with the pride on the other side for DMG, the manager that is waiting for us. We need to understand what is happening with the team. It was a close one. Hey, Brain didn't judge you, so you're comfortable on the interview. Welcome.
Very comfortable.
So obviously we are about to end the first round of or the first half of the split, or the spring split in NLC. There has been some games that they were really close, and to me those are the hardest ones for the players. How do you feel like the spirit is right now? We were talking about the spirit from Ruddy. Let's shift it for DMG.
Well, now I haven't been listening, but I know they're talking about this game. But I think the spirit is good after yesterday, because that was the first win for the boys, right? But it's only been also like a uphill progress towards the whole thing. If you remember, first week that was not really the best showing, right? Then we got the experience for the next week, and that was a little bit better. There were some, you know, we could see some winning fights, and this week we had leading early games, right? Well, yesterday was a bit rough, maybe, but that's also because last minute sub. I want to give a huge shout out to Cops for that, by the way. He stepped really well up. And today we had that game was in our palm of our hand, right? And then we just kind of threw the ball. So I think this is good. I think this has shown like a good growth, and I think if you just keep this growth, it's gonna be good.
So you tell me the second half of the split is still reachable, like the team is still working towards the objective of making a really good half of the split, and improvement is showing up, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So-
improving each game and each scrim and each practice. You know, that I think that's showing. That's from, at least from my perspective, it's showing that they are doing better and better each time. So
From your perspective, what is the objective right now?
keep improving.
Love it. Hey, so far so good. I loved it, and the way like Liam Cole going for the Kalista, like there's a lot of hope for all the teams in NLC, and DMG is not like to be taken out of that equation. So thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck. Tell me, you want to say something?
Lucks for losers.
Love it, love it. That's how you end up an interview. Why is everybody so nice on the interviews? I love it. I just love it. Well, talking about being nice.
They're not nice on the desk, so someone's got to be nice
Yeah.
somewhere else.
Yeah, we suck on here, so you know.
Yeah, we're like, yeah.
And we see standings
Look, it's-
though.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm sad. So natives tied up yet again. Yesterday we finished off with someone getting the first place, and today it's like, nah, we gotta share it. Sharing is caring. Natives, Nords, and Venom Crest and Verdant are tied up for the first place, and then you jump to the 5th place for Lions Creed, Lightside in 6th, then you go to 7 for Ruddy, and DMG sitting at the bottom with only 1 win, but we still have 1 more day before we finish the first half of the split. Gentlemen, this is crazy. I need your input.
There is no input other than that it is crazy. I mean,
Love
maybe
it.
Initialize has more. Maybe Initialize has more. Go.
Look, what I'm saying is I'm looking at the schedules ahead for some of these teams, and the fact that some of these teams have dropped games that they weren't expected to drop against people that they weren't necessarily expecting to makes this next week in particular really, really intense, because you don't have anything resembling a gap. There is no buffer here. You mess up, you might just drop out of playoffs. If you come into a team like Ruddy, for example, and you mess up your early game, you mess up your draft, Alex starts running over your team on Akali. For some reason, you're looking at Natty Nat getting Jax and running over you over as well. And like, that kind of thing happens, we've seen teams like Natives, like Lions Creed, like Verdant even sometimes get in difficult positions. And Ruddy, who are they playing? Venom Crest and Verdant. There you go. Two of the more consistent teams at the top. But if they mess up, especially because they are playing a little bit more stably and they're not expecting the out-and-out violence, I could see at least one of those teams. In fact, that's my hot take. I think one of those teams isn't going to make playoffs because I think they're going to mess up once and someone's going to pip them to it. Because I think it's so close, someone is going to have a bad week. And that will be the end of their split.
Rudud, I think you agree with that one, so that's why we're going to toss it. I need to know the last round of this half of the split. There you go.
Okay.
We're going to wrap it up with Lightside DMG. This is going to be a big one. Oh, Lions Creed versus Nord, Natives versus Verdant, Ruddy versus Venom Crest.
Games. Yeah, they're very important.
Yeah.
Like, I could make an argument for those being the 4 teams making playoffs. I think Venom Crest are also they're like the 5th team currently in that conversation. So that those 2 games at the back end of or at the start of next week, they're going to be the important ones.
And I think those last 2 games as well will be really interesting. 'Cause I think Natives, and more so for Ruddy on top of that, have been 2 of our more volatile teams. I think Natives have been more successful with that, but they've been very volatile, whereas Verdant and Venom Crest have been a lot more defined in how they play the games and a lot more stable, I think it's fair to say. I think Venom Crest, say again, it was more of a draft issue than like a we don't know what to do with this comp issue.
Because when I look at this...
And I think it'll be...
tell me.
So, yeah, it could be quite interesting to watch those last 2 games for that reason.
I can't even look into these games and say, well, this is the match of the day. Because those 2 in the middle, like...
I apologize.
On the side.
There you go.
And this is going to mess up with our predictions. So that's why we need to show what happened today.
No.
We got to do it. Oh, my...
Oh, boy.
My
I'm still dead even. I'm net 0.
I had a good day.
I'm net 0. It's fine.
Somehow,
you did all right, bro, dudes.
I had an okay day somehow. Aragon, I think... No, okay, so Aragon is +2. Okay, yeah, I think I went +6.
You
I
gotta
noticed that.
Okay, hang on. You gotta understand, the Middlecott is currently 0 for 8 this week.
Yeah.
He has not got a single protection right. He has got solo queue LP losses. He is -24. He has demoted to division. He's in the Div 2 predictions race at this point.
Div 2 predictions race.
Okay. We need to do it.
We need to
take off the
add a
band-aids.
leaderboard.
Oh, no!
Okay.
My goodness.
-8,
Okay.
-14. We need that content warning over the both of those right now.
Oh, okay. I need to point this out. I don't think it's a good sign when I am climbing the standings by remating net neutral. I could have gotten this place by not predicting at all, guys. That's really alarming.
I'm just glad my nickname starts with an A, so
Yeah, so you beat out myself and Hitbrain. That's fair.
Oh,
You know what? I think we need to add a tally. Like, Middlecott has had 1 perfect day, but is 8th with -8.
Oh.
We also need, like, just what is the opposite of a perfect day but for a weekend? Because we
a
either give
Middlecott day.
A Middlecott day. Just a Middlecott weekend, 1, -24 in brackets. I think that'd be perfect.
Keep this in mind. Whenever you fail at something tremendously, like you perfectly failed, we'll call that you did a Middlecott.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it's the last bit of that name that's really important. Like, you're going to curl up like a small child and cry yourself to sleep if you get those kind of
Exactly what I'm going to do after this.
That's a bad day.
But for you, it's not going to be a bad day if you head on to Twitter and slap in your predictions in order to win and still see this AOX 5 wireless mouse every single week. So someone must have gotten this one. Obviously, it's not Middlecott because we're not giving the opposite. You have to get them correctly. So you head on to Twitter, slap in your predictions for next week, and win this beautiful wireless mouse. I still feel pain, but I think I'm better than Middlecott at this point.
The standings are showing that. Like, it's evidence is right there.
He needs to kind of just decide to reinvent himself, move up in the world, get out of the cot, move into the bed, become middle bed, and feel better about your... Exactly.
Oh my.
Exactly.
Final words, gentlemen.
I don't think the NLC needs any introduction at this point, right? Like, we have 4 teams tied for first. there's no better incentive to come and watch. Like, we don't know who the best team in the league is. I don't think the league has figured it out yet. Every team, and this is a credit to them, every team is saying they're the best team in the league, and that's what you want. Because they're all just so hyped up on themselves, and they're kind of going, the only games that we lost are when we made silly mistakes. We won't do those in real games. When it comes to playoffs, we'll kill everyone and, you know, smash the leaderboards. So there's no better incentive to watch than just to try and figure that out for yourself.
All right. You know what? Let's get artsy on this. You quoted Shakespeare earlier in the day. Veteran was doing it in the cast with Romeo and Juliet. So let's go with the right Shakespeare quote to end it all out. So from Romeo and Juliet, just after they've gotten married, these violent delights have violent ends, and in their triumph die, like fire and powder, which as they kiss, consume.
Keep that in mind, okay? It's getting spicy at NLC, and you know it's going to be chaotic, it's going to be messy, we're gonna completely screw up our predictions, we're all gonna cry, and some people are gonna laugh like Aragon for some reason, he keeps getting it right. I don't care, I just hope you're there with us to watch it, because without you, it's not the same, it's not fun, you're part of the show.
We love you.
And until then, we'll see each other back on Wednesday. Keep climbing.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.